Chapter 461, Pig's Head Bar? Did you miss a zero? A battered wooden sign hung from rusty supports, depicting the severed head of a wild boar. A gust of cold wind blew by, causing the sign to creak, and the three of them stood bewildered in the wind. Is this the place they chose? Siren asked in amazement. I bet no students would come here normally. Perhaps that's exactly why they decided to hold a meeting here, Aaron replied with a forced smile. He then pushed open the door and walked in. Ah! Draco grimaced as soon as he stepped inside. How long has it been since the floor was cleaned? I don't know, Siren replied, looking at the thick layer of dirt on the ground. Her expression was equally displeased. I guess it's been decades. It's not just the floors. The windows are filthy too. The light can't even get in. And the smell. I really don't like the smell of lamb. You should be mentally prepared, Aaron said nonchalantly, finding a relatively clean seat to sit down. He had participated in the dwarves' expedition, and the environment back then was dozens of times worse than this. The small, dark, and dirty room had only a few guests, all wrapped up so tightly that their faces were barely visible. The bar owner emerged from the back door, a tall, thin old man with long gray hair, a beard, and blue eyes. The moment Aaron saw him, his pupils shrank slightly, and he was momentarily speechless. He was certain he was seeing this man for the first time, yet he was also sure the barkeeper was a master, perhaps even a great magister. Given the old man's appearance, Aaron wasn't too surprised. The man seemed to be over 100 years old, and with his excellent talent and a century of accumulation, it seemed reasonable for him to be a great magister. If he was just running a tavern, it was likely because he wanted to live in seclusion. What would you like to drink? The old man asked. What do you have? Aaron inquired with a smile. Butterbeer, fire whiskey. Then, Senior, Siren interrupted hastily, I personally think the hygiene of this place. You can leave if you don't want to drink, the boss said calmly. Other guests aren't as picky as you. Fire whiskey, Aaron ordered directly, then took out 3 glasses from his pocket. 2 butterbeers for them, if you don't mind me using my own glasses. The boss glanced at the 3 empty glasses, his eyes twitching involuntarily. But he said nothing, picked up the cups, and walked towards the back of the bar. I really wonder if the drinks here are expired, Draco muttered angrily. No, Aaron said firmly. Look at those guests. They seem to be enjoying their drinks just fine. 10 sickles, the boss said, placing 3 glasses of drinks on the bar. The middle one was burning with red flames, and wisps of white smoke were constantly rising from the cup. Aaron took a galleon from his pocket and tossed it on the bar counter. No need for change. There are 3 more friends coming later. 3 more butterbeers, please. They'll be here soon. The boss put the galleon into the wooden cash drawer, which opened automatically and swallowed the coin. Do you need a straw? He asked. Students are generally not advised to drink this kind of alcohol. No need, Aaron replied, ignoring the flame above, and picked up the cup to drink. The bar owner raised his eyebrows, while Draco and Siren looked surprised. Isn't it hot? Siren asked worriedly. It's okay, but don't imitate me, Aaron said indifferently, then pushed 2 glasses of butterbeer in front of them. At that moment, the door of the bar opened again, and Harry, Hermione, and Ron walked in. They looked around the room and couldn't help but gasp. Humph! Draco snorted coldly. You really know how to choose a place. It's a bit remote, but it's safer, Hermione said with a complicated expression. I'm afraid you haven't even been here before. Hermione was momentarily speechless. It was indeed her first time in this bar. Okay, the location doesn't matter, Aaron said, waving his hand dismissively. I ordered a glass of butterbeer for each of you. There aren't many other options here, so let's make do with it. Ron looked excitedly at the flame whiskey in Aaron's hand. Can I try that? He asked. Sure, it's 3 times the price of butterbeer, almost a third of a galleon, and you'll have to pay for it, Aaron replied. Ron's face fell instantly. He didn't have that much money on him. Ha ha! Draco laughed unkindly. This is a bit difficult. Weasley is notoriously poor. I'll pay, Harry offered, standing up. No, we shouldn't be drinking this kind of wine yet, Hermione said sternly, then turned to Aaron with a helpless look. You are a prefect, after all. You should set an example. Aaron smiled but said nothing. He had a huge wine cellar at home and had grown accustomed to such luxuries. You don't need to worry about this, Siren said, looking at Hermione with a serious expression. We Slytherins are different from your Gryffindors. She emphasized the distinction heavily, making it clear there was a divide between the two houses. Hermione finally looked at the fourth-year Slytherin. The two girls locked eyes, and it seemed as if sparks flew between them. The atmosphere grew tense. Harry and Ron held their breath, while Draco watched the confrontation with interest. Aaron, however, seemed bored and indifferent. Bang! 3 dusty bottles were placed on the table. The bar owner glanced at Aaron, then lingered on Harry's scar for a few seconds. Your butterbeer, he said. Disappointing, Draco pouted. Harry and Ron also felt a bit let down by the bar owner's lack of enthusiasm, which was a rare sight. Hermione and Siren seemed to have calmed down, each picking up their glasses and clinking them together in a silent truce. It's almost time, Aaron said. I told them the exact time when I notified them, Hermione replied, looking anxiously at her watch. However, students usually don't come here, so they might be a few minutes late. It would be great if no one came, Draco said bluntly. The more people there are, the more pressure he'll have. I didn't agree with him teaching the 3 of you, let alone calling a group of people. Not at all, Aaron said, waving his hands dismissively. It's only 3 or 5 people, and besides, no one has shown up yet. It's just a false alarm. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the bar opened. Long shadows were cast on the ground by the sun, followed by more shadows. The first to enter were George, Fred, and Lee Jordan, followed by the other 3 members of the Gryffindor team. Then came Neville, Dean, Lavender, Ginny, Luna, Cho Chang, the Creevy brothers, and the 4 prefects of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, along with some students Aaron couldn't name. 3 or 5, huh? Aaron's mouth twitched slightly, and he gave Hermione a hard look. I'm afraid you missed a 0. This shows that Umbridge is really disappointing, Hermione said, trying to justify the situation. It's too much, Siren said angrily. This is not what we agreed on. Did you do this on purpose? Draco asked coldly. There are students from all grades here. Are you sure this isn't meant to embarrass us? This really wasn't planned, Harry said, trying to explain. We didn't expect so many people to come. Yeah, it's enough to make up a class. Ron nodded. The bar owner probably didn't expect this either, Siren said, noticing the owner staring at the scene in shock. He had never seen so many people in his bar. Boss, please serve us. Fred paused, counting the number of people carefully before continuing. 25 bottles of butterbeer. The bar owner nodded and began placing bottles of dusty butterbeer on the bar. Thank you, Fred said, handing out the beer. Everyone, contribute. Aaron quickly interjected. No need to worry about the money. He pulled out 4 gold galleons from his pocket. Consider it my treat. Fred didn't argue, knowing Aaron wasn't short on funds. Everyone, take a seat, Hermione suggested. Let's take a break before we resume the meeting. More than 20 students found their seats and sat down, enjoying their first glass of wine for the morning. Aaron took a deep breath. Is there still time for me to leave now? You can't go, Hermione said urgently, grabbing Aaron's arm. We need you the most right now. Trust Harry, Aaron said solemnly. He survived a catastrophe and is more than capable of teaching these people. Let go of his arm, Siren said, glaring at Hermione. You were the one who deceived him first. Aaron was hesitant when I suggested adding Crabbe and Goyle. I didn't expect you to be so shameless, Siren continued. Both Harry and Ron lowered their heads in embarrassment. If Malfoy had mocked them, they would have retorted, but now they felt genuinely ashamed. Aaron tried to free his arm from Hermione's grip, but she wouldn't let go. Why didn't I realize you were so stubborn before? Aaron said angrily. I have my own responsibilities and can't teach so many people. How do you know if you don't try? Hermione insisted, feeling guilty. They all came here because they believe in you. Aaron chuckled inwardly. If it weren't for his upbringing, he would have started yelling by now. He felt like he had fallen into a trap without knowing it. Can you help us this one time? Hermione pleaded softly. I didn't say I wouldn't help, Aaron replied. I managed to persuade myself to come here and even raise the standard to 5, but you doubled it 5 times for me. I'm not prepared for this. I'll be your assistant, Harry interrupted. It won't be that hard with the 2 of us. Aaron hesitated for a moment. Let me be fair, Potter, Draco said disdainfully. It's not that I look down on you, but can you teach me? That's why I said assistant, Harry replied impatiently. Is there really anything to hesitate about? Hermione pressed. This isn't as difficult as you think. Not difficult? Do you believe that yourself? Draco sneered. Actually, it's not impossible, Aaron admitted. Draco wanted to say more, but Aaron's stern look silenced him. Siren quietly drank her butterbeer, and the seniors nodded in agreement, supporting her. A few minutes later, more than 20 people sat together in a corner of the bar. Opposite them were Aaron, looking somewhat resigned, 2 arrogant Slytherins, and 3 awkward and restrained Gryffindors. Hi, Hermione greeted. Everyone knows why they're here. We need a teacher, a competent teacher with real experience in defense against the dark arts. Why? Asked Michael Corner. No reason, Aaron said immediately. If you don't want to learn, you can leave now. Honestly, no one wants you to leave more than I do. I didn't mean that. I was just curious why you brought us here. Because the Dark Lord is back, idiot, Ron said angrily. As his words fell, the room reacted with a mix of panic, nervousness, suspicion, and disdain. What evidence is there that you know who is back? Asked a yellow-haired Hufflepuff. Dumbledore said it, Hermione replied. Dumbledore said it because Potter said it. The question is, where is the evidence? Some turned their attention to Harry, hoping for an explanation. I won't say it, Harry stood up. If you want to hear this, please leave. I don't think there's any evidence, Draco sneered, looking at the others. If you want to understand Mr. Potter's claims, you need more than just words. Potter's lies, you may be disappointed. Actually, he didn't lie, Aaron said suddenly. Voldemort has indeed returned. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to Aaron. Harry's face lit up with joy, feeling that he was no longer fighting alone. However, Draco looked inexplicably embarrassed, his face turning a mix of blue and purple. Are you serious? A blonde-haired Hufflepuff asked Aaron suspiciously. But if it's true, why did you testify for Potter for more than a month? Is it useful to testify? Aaron retorted. If you don't believe the words of the Savior, and you don't believe the words of the gray, test white wizard of this century, do you expect to believe a Slytherin? Come on, I don't care, but being called a liar by the Daily Prophet still hurts. Chapter 462, A Grasshopper on a Rope, Finding Faults on Purpose. Is there any evidence? The yellow-haired Hufflepuff asked again, looking a bit aggressive. Ha! Aaron shook his head, amused. This classmate, Zacharias Smith. Okay, Mr. Smith, you remind me of someone, Aaron smiled meaningfully. Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic and Umbridge's immediate boss. He always likes to avoid things, calling Barty Crouch's death a disappearance, the Death Eater's attack a prank, and Voldemort's resurrection nonsense. After the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore told him more than once about the seriousness of the matter and urged him to prepare early, but every time he would respond with, "You have no evidence." Does the absence of evidence mean that something must have never happened? Aaron, Smith is just suspicious, Hufflepuff's Prefect Macmillan interjected. I really don't have any evidence, if you still don't believe me. Aaron pointed to the door of the bar. The door is over there, so walk slowly. Everyone looked at each other, but no one left, not even Zacharias. Is no one leaving? Aaron sighed regretfully. It's really disappointing. We need to learn how to protect ourselves, Hermione continued the previous topic. If you want to learn defense against the dark arts, we have to plan how often we meet and where we meet. Did Gaius teach us? Asked Susan Bones, her long blonde braids swaying. Forget it, Aaron said reluctantly. Harry Potter will be my assistant. Great, Fred and George laughed. Others were also quite satisfied with this answer. After all, they had seen Aaron and Harry perform in the Triwizard Tournament, so teaching them was not a problem. It seems that no one objects to them giving us defense against the dark arts classes, Hermione said with a little relief. Then we have to discuss how long each class should be. Aaron suggests 1 class a week, no more than 2 hours each time. It cannot conflict with our Quidditch training, Angelina said. And ours, Smith added. I'm sure we'll find a time that works for everyone, Hermione assured them. There is another question about where the class will be held. It's not that I'm trying to spoil the scenery, Aaron said. I'm afraid Umbridge won't allow so many of us to gather together to learn defense against the dark arts. We really need to find a place, Hermione pondered. Let's look for it together, and I will send a message to inform everyone when the time and place are confirmed. As she spoke, she took out a piece of parchment and a quill from her bag. Hesitating for a moment, she said, I think we should write down our respective names. First, the number of people can be determined, and second, signing means that a grasshopper on a rope. Aaron glanced at the parchment, showing interest, and then looked at Hermione. Is that what you mean? Hermione nodded slightly. I know this is sudden, but it is also very necessary. Zacharias said with a complicated look. I think our prefect will inform us of the meeting time. I don't agree either, Draco said disdainfully. It would be a tragedy if this list fell into Umbridge's hands. I'll take care of it, Aaron said. Do you have any objections? Draco's expression froze, and he closed his mouth resentfully. Aaron was the first to sign his name on the parchment, followed by Harry, Draco, and Siren, who looked at each other and wrote their names helplessly. Once someone took the lead, the others didn't hesitate any longer. They lined up and wrote down their names as solemnly as signing a contract. Everyone left the Pig's Head bar one after another. Draco looked annoyed on the way back, as if someone owed him a lot of money. I don't understand. I can't bear to go to class with those guys. After all, it's not much different from normal times, but the list is just... Calm down, Draco, Aaron said, taking out the parchment and looking at the names on it in the sunlight. Although this contract is very rough, it is somewhat binding. Contract? Siren frowned slightly. No wonder It felt a little strange when I signed it, Draco said worriedly. What kind of contract is this? If you reveal the truth, you'll end up with a pockmarked face, Aaron explained. It's not too serious, but it will make you despised by everyone, so don't sign your name on any paper unless it's your own. It's a good thing you had the list, otherwise I wouldn't have signed it, Draco pouted. However, Hermione's thinking is too simple. Aaron responded meaningfully. This piece of paper can at best ensure that there will be no internal problems, but Umbridge will find out sooner or later. I don't think they care if they get caught, Siren said thoughtfully. I think so too, Aaron nodded approvingly. It's common for Gryffindors to violate school rules, but if this list is in my hands, there's room for manipulation. What do you mean? Draco asked. It's better that you don't know, Aaron replied. The next day, a new notice appeared on the bulletin board. Hogwarts High Inquisitor Order. Disband all student organizations, associations, teams, or clubs with immediate effect. Organizations, associations, teams, and clubs are hereby defined to mean regular gatherings of 3 or more students. Restructuring can be requested from the Senior Inquisitor, Professor Umbridge. No organization, association, team, or club shall exist without the approval of the Senior Investigating Officer, and immediate expulsion if found. The above regulations comply with Number 20 Education Order. Signed, Senior Inquisitor, Dolores Umbridge. My dear, what a good guy, Aaron couldn't help but smirk. I knew this matter wouldn't stay hidden for long, but I didn't expect it to last just a day. It's not a bad thing, Draco chuckled. Maybe you can use this as an excuse to refuse teaching so many people. You really think too much, Aaron said. They've already made up their minds to confront Umbridge. As long as they aren't caught in the act, they won't give up. During breakfast, Hermione, Harry, and Ron kept looking around, as if observing who was behaving abnormally. When they saw Draco and Siren eating normally, the eyes of the 3 inevitably flashed with disappointment. Don't look. No one leaked the secrets, Aaron reminded them. We had a meeting in a bar where there are many people with mixed intentions. It's normal for guests to talk nonsense after drinking. You mean, Harry asked darkly, she really knows? Obviously, at least I don't believe it's a coincidence. The question is, what should we do next? Fred asked, glancing at the long tables of the other houses. Everyone else feels uneasy and panicky. We still have to keep going, Harry said firmly. I knew you would say that. George patted Harry on the shoulder in relief. I don't care. Aaron shrugged. I'm only responsible for being a teacher. Just let me know when the time and place are determined. Umbridge's notice spoiled a lot of people's moods, leaving them distracted all day. In History of Magic class, the injured Hedwig flew to the window and brought back a letter. Seeing that it was injured, Harry hurriedly asked Professor Binns for leave and took it to Professor Grubbly Plank for treatment. Professor McGonagall happened to be in the office too, and her heart immediately sank when she saw Harry. "Potter, please don't tell me you're in detention again." "No, Professor." Harry pointed to Hedwig. "My owl is injured." "Injured?" Professor McGonagall looked at Hedwig. Its feathers were particularly messy, and one of its wings was broken. "It could have been attacked," Professor Grubbly Plank said, "but there are very few creatures that attack birds near the school." "Potter," Professor McGonagall seemed to have thought of something, staring at Harry very seriously. "How far did it fly?" "I don't know," Harry said guiltily. "Maybe it flew over from London." Professor McGonagall immediately understood. Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix was in London, and Sirius had been stationed there because he couldn't show up due to being wanted. Professor Graplin carefully inspected Hedwig's wings. "Leave her here. She should recover in a day or two." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. "It's nothing," Graplin replied. As soon as Harry walked out of the office, Professor McGonagall caught up with him. "Your letter," she said, handing it to him. "Almost forgot," Harry muttered. "Harry, the communication channels inside and outside Hogwarts are being monitored," Professor McGonagall said seriously. "It is best not to write letters during this time." "I understand," Harry replied weakly. The bell signaling the end of class had already rung. Instead of returning to the History of Magic classroom, Harry headed towards the Potions classroom. Ron and Hermione met him halfway. "How's Hedwig?" Ron asked. "I left her with Professor Graplin. She'll be fine soon. By the way, Professor McGonagall warned me that Hogwarts communication channels are being monitored." Ron and Hermione were not particularly shocked by this news. It was not surprising that Umbridge would do such a thing. "Who wrote the letter?" Ron asked. "Cold," Harry said as he opened the scroll. There was only one sentence on it. "Today, old time, old place. Guess we'll have to watch the fire in the common room tonight," Ron said. "No one has read this letter," Hermione said worriedly. "Probably not," Harry said, though he sounded unsure. "At least it was sealed well before I opened it." "Magic can easily tamper with such things," Hermione pointed out. "But we use code words. No one knows the old times and the old places but us," Harry argued. "But what if someone monitors the flu network?" Hermione's worry did not diminish. "We can't notify him," Harry said, feeling a bit helpless. His mood darkened further as they approached the Potions classroom, especially when he saw Umbridge there. "Everyone will notice that we have a guest today," Professor Snape said meaningfully. Umbridge, holding a clipboard, smiled kindly and waved to the students. "Today, we will continue to configure the enhancer. You will see the mixture you left over from the last class. If there are no problems, you can finish it by the weekend," Professor Snape announced, waving his wand. The configuration steps appeared on the blackboard. The students followed the steps, adding materials to their respective crucibles, controlling the heat and patiently stirring. Snape patrolled the aisles, while Umbridge recorded something on her clipboard, a smug smile gradually forming on her face. "Professor Snape, there appear to be students in your class who disrespect you," Umbridge said. "Harry Potter," Snape said instinctively, turning to give Harry a hard look. "You should add salamander blood instead of pomegranate juice at this time. 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor." Professor Snape," Harry began. "What? Does Professor Umbridge feel that the points deducted are not enough?" Snape said meaningfully. "Mr. Potter just made a mistake in the steps. If the result is incorrect, I will punish him again." "Professor Snape," Umbridge said, taking a deep breath. "I'm not talking about him, but me?" Aaron pointed to himself, then rolled his eyes. "Yes, you, Mr. Gaius," Umbridge said proudly. "Others are preparing enhancers, but what are you writing on that paper?" "It has nothing to do with you," Aaron said dismissively, tearing off a page of the magic circle and putting it in his pocket. "Of course it concerns me. I am a senior investigator sent by the Ministry of Magic. You didn't follow the class notes. Just because Professor Snape didn't notice doesn't mean I didn't." "Professor, didn't you tell her?" Aaron asked Snape. "Not yet," Snape said disapprovingly. "Tell me what?" Umbridge asked, confused. Mr. Gaius can successfully configure many potions on his own, so I have specially approved him to do other things in my class, as long as he doesn't disturb other students, Snape explained. Is this appropriate? Umbridge asked, still doubtful. Isn't it appropriate? Snape pretended to be puzzled. As far as I know, Mr. Gaius seems to be excelling in defense against the dark arts as well. Dark arts class? Appropriate, of course. It's appropriate, Umbridge said immediately. This time, I was careless. It is natural for outstanding students to have some privileges. I don't mind, Aaron waved his hand dismissively. But Professor Umbridge, this kind of thing may happen in other classes as well, and I hope you won't mind. Hearing this, Umbridge was furious. She was a senior investigator, and Aaron was blatantly disregarding her authority in public. She forced a stiff smile and then glanced at Abe, who was dozing on Aaron's table. A gleam flashed in her eyes. Mr. Gaius, is that your pet? She asked, raising her eyebrows slightly. Obviously, Aaron replied. The process of preparing potions is very dangerous, Umbridge continued. Leaving your pet on the table could be risky, just in case. Professor Dumbledore agreed, Aaron interrupted. If you feel it's inappropriate, you can take it up with him. I know you're the High Inquisitor, but so far, Albus Dumbledore is still the headmaster. Umbridge was left speechless. Chapter 463, House of Response, Forming a Defense Association. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were huddled around the fireplace. Just after midnight, a human face appeared in the red flames. Sirius, Harry exclaimed excitedly. How are things? There are good and bad news, Sirius replied. Hermione's face fell as she added, Aaron promised to teach us defense against the dark arts, but there were almost 30 people, and he was so angry that he almost turned against us on the spot. He doesn't like trouble, and it's understandable that he couldn't stand it after you called so many people, Ron said. People aren't what we call them, Hermione snapped. I didn't expect there to be so many. But Umbridge issued a new decree prohibiting group activities with more than 3 people, Harry said, looking dejected. The Quidditch team has to reapply, and our defense against the dark arts team, so you should be more careful when choosing a meeting place, Sirius grinned. The Pig's Head Bar, really? The 3 broomsticks would have been better. How do you know? Harry asked quietly. While you were having a meeting, Mundungus happened to be drinking there. He was dressed as a witch in a scarf. It's normal that you didn't recognize him. Is he spying on me? Harry asked angrily. It's necessary, Harry, Sirius said sternly. Molly knows you almost tore down the house when you formed the Defense Against the Dark Arts team. She made me swear to deliver a message to you all, especially you, Ron. Ron swallowed hard. What does she want to say? Don't join the illegal Defense Against the Dark Arts group under any circumstances. If you get caught, you will definitely be expelled. What do you think? Harry asked. I think the opposite of her. Otherwise, I would have stopped you from the beginning. Sirius said, but what if you are really expelled? Hermione asked with concern. Personally, I think being expelled in self-defense is better than doing nothing, Sirius said. Besides, Umbridge wouldn't expel 30 students at once. It would negatively impact her reputation. You heard him, Hermione, Ron said carelessly. It's not a big problem. The worst thing is being locked up. Confinement is quite scary, Harry said softly. I have more say in this regard. We still have a problem, Hermione said. We don't know where we can go. How about the Shrieking Shack? Sirius proposed excitedly. James, Lupin, and I often hung out there. No, there are 30 of us, and the place is too small, Harry said. Well, there is a big secret passage on the 5th floor. I'm afraid not, Harry sighed. That place collapsed 2 years ago. Okay, I'll think again, Sirius said. Suddenly his face became extremely terrified, and he turned his head nervously. The next moment, he disappeared into the fireplace. The 3 of them stared blankly at the flames for a moment. Before they could react, a large hand covered in rings stretched out from the flames, as if grabbing something. The 3 of them stared wide-eyed and ran away without saying a word. The hand belonged to Umbridge. The ring on it was sufficient proof of its owner's identity. The next day, in the Charms classroom, Professor Flitwick gave each student a frog and asked them to practice the silencing spell. The classroom was noisy, and no one would listen to their conversation. You 3, haven't you slept all night? Aaron joked, noticing the dark circles under their eyes. The three nodded in unison and then told him what had happened the previous night. Aaron was speechless after listening. Is he crazy? Or are you crazy? Or are you all crazy? Knowing that the communication channel and the flu network are being monitored, you still talk to each other. You can't play like this in pursuit of excitement. We didn't know, Harry said weakly. Pull it together. I'm afraid you won't believe. Aaron, you can deceive yourself and others, but there is a limit, Aaron said angrily. Umbridge may have read his letter. Hermione guessed. Be confident. Leave out the word may. But she probably didn't catch Sirius, otherwise she would be giving interviews to reporters about capturing a notorious serial murderer, Aaron replied. He's not, Harry said angrily. But in the eyes of the vast majority of people who don't know, he is, Aaron said patiently. After what happened last night, he should restrain himself a little. Have you found the training place? Aaron asked. Not yet. Hermione shook her head. Do you have any recommendations? I was just saying you better hurry up because I'm going to have a third lesson for Draco and Siren this week. The three of them looked at each other, opened their mouths, but didn't know what to say. They couldn't let Malfoy and the others stop training just because they hadn't found a place. However, their efficiency greatly exceeded Aaron's expectations. He thought it would take at least 10 days to find a suitable training place, but they found a place large enough for 30 people to train by the next afternoon. It was a hidden location. Come and go? Draco looked at Aaron suspiciously. Is that what they said? You must have been tricked. How could there be such a place in Hogwarts? They don't joke about it. Besides, Hogwarts does have rumors of the Room of Requirement. But isn't that too exaggerated? Siren asked in disbelief. It's impossible to think about a house that can satisfy all wishes. It's impossible to satisfy all wishes, but not necessarily some simple ones, Aaron said after thinking. Don't forget that the founders of Hogwarts were the 4 greatest wizards of that era. It's not impossible for them to create a room with their level of magic that can read thoughts and visualize them. Responsiveness has a certain upper limit, but if you just want a classroom, it can still be satisfied. Hearing what Aaron said, the two no longer had doubts. When is the meeting? Draco asked. 7 o'clock in the evening, on the 8th floor, opposite the troll tapestry, Aaron said, staring at Draco seriously. I have only one request for you. Keep your mouth shut. What do you mean? Draco asked. Because your mouth is too easy to offend people. Siren rolled her eyes. The group includes Harry Potter, the Weasley brothers and sisters, and more than 20 wizards from different schools. If you insist on acting superior and bossing everyone around, when they hit you, I'll just watch from the sidelines. That's what I mean. Aaron nodded solemnly. Draco had always lived a life of luxury and had never worried about anything. But he was born too well, was too deeply influenced by Lucius, had too little experience, and had never been severely beaten by society, which made his character as a rich young man difficult to change for a while. The corner of Draco's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, depressed, I promise not to provoke anyone. But what if they provoke me? Don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean you are afraid of trouble. Oh, I see now. At 6:30 in the evening, Aaron left the common room with Ab and the 2 Slytherins. When they reached the 8th floor of the castle, Harry was holding the Marauders map at a section of white wall, with Hermione and Ron standing beside him. Here you are, Harry greeted simply. Where is the Room of Requirement? Aaron asked. Don't tell me it's behind the wall. Dobby said we need to walk past this wall 3 times and concentrate on what we need, said Harry, walking up and down the wall, still muttering. More than? Aaron asked. It's your house elf, Ron said with a playful smile. He's useful, isn't he? Hearing this, several black lines suddenly appeared on Draco's forehead. To be honest, he didn't care about the departure of the house elf. After all, the status of elves in their house was not something he was particularly concerned about. Draco's pride was wounded, but he couldn't accept the idea of a former servant aiding his mortal enemy. Just as he was about to cast a curse, Siren shot him a stern look. Don't forget what you promised. I will bear it, Draco said, aggrieved. Ron's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had discovered a new continent. Did I hear you right? Are you really Malfoy? Ha ha ha! Did you get hit with the Imperious Curse or suffer a brain injury? Ron, Hermione interjected sharply, don't forget that we're all in this together now. Let's put aside our past grievances. Fine, Ron said, waving his hand dismissively. He then looked at Draco. Let's just pretend we don't know each other for the time being. Exactly. I thought so too, Draco agreed. The door is open, Harry called out excitedly. A dark blue door slowly appeared on the blank wall. Harry took a deep breath and walked in first. Inside was a spacious room, larger than a classroom, easily accommodating 30 people for training. 2 rows of torches illuminated the room. As they entered, a row of bookshelves appeared, filled with books on defense against the dark arts. Large silk cushions covered the floor, and shelves at the other end were stocked with various detection instruments. The legend is true, Hermione said excitedly. Everything we need is here. Correction, not everything, Aaron said. Just the basics. What do you want? Hermione asked curiously. A dragon egg, but this room obviously can't provide that. Even the room of requirement can't conjure life out of nothing. Maybe, Aaron replied with a hint of mystery. There was a knock on the door, and several Gryffindors walked in, marveling at the room. More people followed, and once everyone was present, Harry closed the door. The blue door gradually disappeared into the wall. This is the training place we found, the room of requirement. It's private, secure, and most importantly, it has everything we need, Harry said cautiously. He then looked at Aaron. Do you want to say a few words too? Aaron rolled his eyes. I'm only in charge of teaching, not giving speeches. I think we should have a name before we start, Hermione suggested. It will strengthen our collective spirit and make it easier to refer to outside. What about the League Against Umbridge? Angelina proposed. Idiot, Draco sneered. What do you mean, Malfoy? Angelina snapped. He's just like that. Don't mind him, Aaron said wearily. The name should be a code name, something that doesn't reveal what we're doing. The more idiotic the name, the safer we are. That's right, Draco nodded. Anti-Umbridge Alliance would just make her come after us directly. Then how about Ministry of Idiots? Fred suggested. That's even worse. It's less reliable than Anti-Umbridge League. How about the Defense Association? Cho Chang suggested. Okay, Harry said, applauding decisively. What's good about it? Aaron asked, giving him a blank look. Cedric is still alive and well. Even if you want to take advantage of it, you shouldn't be so impatient. Defense Association is really good, Harry insisted. It directly tells the essence of our organization. People will know what we are doing as soon as they hear it. Actually, Cho said, a bit embarrassed, I meant to take the abbreviation of the 2 words. DA for short. No one should be able to recognize it. Aaron paused. If everyone else agrees, I have no objection. DA is good, Ginny said. It can also mean Dumbledore's army. I object, Draco said angrily. Why should I join Dumbledore's army? I almost forgot we have a Slytherin who doesn't like Dumbledore, Fred said sarcastically. Then the minority obeys the majority. Malfoy, George called out loudly. If you agree to the name DA, please raise your hand. He was the first to raise his right hand. Out of the remaining 30 people, only 3 Slytherins did not move. The others raised their right hands without hesitation. It's almost 9-1, so it's settled. We'll call it DA, George declared. Draco's eyes darkened. He had always believed that Dumbledore, being the headmaster, was Hogwarts' greatest failure. The irony of joining Dumbledore's army today was not lost on him. This is unreasonable, truly unreasonable, Draco muttered bitterly. What's so good about this name? Aaron patted him on the shoulder, trying to comfort him. Sometimes the situation is beyond our control, and we have to adapt. Besides, it's just a code name. It's not a big deal. Chapter 464, Classroom Trivia, The End of Ordinary People's Struggle. Can we start class? Siren asked, and the others looked at Aaron expectantly. Do you want them to also write about the defense against the dark arts spells and dangerous creatures they know? Draco said with great interest. I bet 90% of them can't beat me. No need, Aaron sighed slightly, then walked onto the podium. He looked seriously at the 30 pairs of eyes below. Before we officially start, I have a few things to say. First, my way of teaching is different from our previous Defense Against the Dark Arts professors, so you need to be mentally prepared. Secondly, if you have any questions, it's best to ask me during class because I will not be available after class, except for 2 Slytherins. Finally, and most importantly, never say that I taught you. The students sitting on the cushions looked at each other in confusion. They understood the first 2 points, but the third was somewhat inexplicable. "Why can't we say that you taught us?" Colin Creevey asked, raising his hand high. "I'm afraid of embarrassment," Aaron said bluntly, completely ignoring the darkening expressions on some faces. "I never intended to teach so many people initially. The ages are different, and the levels are even more uneven, making it quite a challenge to teach. To be honest, I don't have the confidence to teach each of you well. But since I agreed, I will do my best to improve your practical abilities. Any more questions, Mr. Creevey?" "Well, not anymore." Colin slowly put his hand down. "Then let's start the class," Aaron said lightly. A blackboard appeared behind him, displaying more than a dozen different spells. "Is this the magic we need to learn?" Dean asked excitedly. "I don't expect all of you to master them," Aaron said, sounding a bit tired. "But before I teach you these spells, I need to teach you something else." As he finished speaking, a second blackboard appeared. This one had no spells but listed the following from top to bottom: Magician Apprentice, Junior Magician, Intermediate Magician, Senior Magician, Mage, Magister, Great Magister, Holy Magister, God of Magic. The 30 students looked at the second blackboard, all unconsciously sitting up straighter. Our defense against the dark arts professors didn't mention this much. They might think it's common knowledge, or they might have deliberately avoided it. Senior, no, teacher. Colin's younger brother Dennis weakly raised his hand. "Any questions?" "Can you tell me more about it?" Dennis asked curiously and nervously. "Turtle," Draco curled his lips in disdain. "This is based on the strength of wizards," Fred explained. "You are a muggle-born wizard and have only been exposed to magic for a year, so it's normal if you don't understand it. I remember my dad said that a wizard's magical energy increases with age. Talent determines the growth rate of magical energy and also determines the upper limit of one's strength." "Is that so?" Dennis suddenly realized. "Then what level am I now?" "How would I know? But you are too young now. You shouldn't be much higher," Fred replied. "You are at most an intermediate magician now," Aaron said directly, "and you are not very strong among intermediate magicians." A look of disappointment inevitably appeared on Dennis's face. Out of the 9 levels, he could only be ranked 3rd from the bottom. "What about you, teacher?" "Secret," Aaron replied with an inscrutable smile, then drew a dividing line between the Magister and the Great Magister. In the current wizarding world, a Magister is considered elite and is the pinnacle of many people's lives. "What about the Great Magister?" Michael Kona asked curiously. "Of course, there are Great Magisters, but their number is very small. Even the Ministry of Magic can't find many, and quite a few of them are over 50 years old. The first few stages of these 9 levels are manageable, but the gap between them gets bigger and harder to bridge as you progress." Aaron raised his right hand, pointed at the term Holy Magister on the blackboard, and asked nervously, "Are there many at this stage?" "How should I say it? I'm not entirely sure," Aaron replied, spreading his hands. "But I can give you a few references. Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, and Salazar Slytherin." The sound of students swallowing nervously filled the room. They were all surprised. They knew the 4 founders of Hogwarts were the greatest wizards of their time, but they hadn't realized just how powerful they were. "Aren't they the gods of magic?" Macmillan asked, somewhat doubtful. "No," Aaron said firmly. "No one has ever seen a living god of magic, but everyone is familiar with the legendary Merlin." There was an uproar, and many students gasped. "The legend is too distant for you," Aaron said lightly, then pointed to a line he had drawn on the board. "This line represents the pinnacle of your struggle in this life. The closer you are to this line, the brighter your future will be. It will be easier to obtain good jobs and superior material conditions. Above this line, you may become the target of various forces or an explorer in a certain field." "Cool!" George and Fred exclaimed simultaneously. "It is pretty cool, but that's not the main point," Aaron chuckled. "What you all want to learn in this classroom is defense against the dark arts. In other words, to improve your own strength. As Fred mentioned before, magical energy increases with age, and talent determines the growth rate of magical energy. But for wizards, it doesn't mean that the older you are, the stronger you are. If your talent is good enough, you may be able to defeat a wizard in your teens. But if your talent is lacking, then unfortunately you will be the one defeated. To a certain extent, blood is another name for talent, Draco said, raising his eyebrows triumphantly. This is the difference between Slytherin and other houses. Bloodline does not represent talent, Hermione said sullenly. That statement is correct, but not entirely, Aaron interjected. Bloodline can provide a certain bonus to talent, but it does not mean that wizard blood is superior to others. Many pure-blood families may not produce a great magister for hundreds of years, while genius wizards of Muggle background can achieve great things. Draco curled his lips and said nothing more. Then what if the talent is poor? Colin asked. Then you have to compensate in other areas. Talent only determines the upper limit and growth rate of strength. It does not represent one's combat power. To give a simple example, a mage who doesn't know basic spells may not even be able to defeat an intermediate mage who only knows how to disarm spells. If you don't believe me, recall Gilderoy Lockhart, the defense against the dark arts professor from 3 years ago. His magical energy was definitely higher than most people here, but I think he might even lose to Dennis in the 2nd grade if they dueled. Oh, Colin nodded, half understanding. If there is a gap in strength but the same number of spells, will it be a tie? Zacharias Smith asked. That depends on how big the difference in strength is, Aaron said, slightly exasperated. Also, this question lacks any technical content. To give another simple example, if you and Merlin only know one disarming spell, do you think you can beat him? Smith's mouth twitched slightly, and he shook his head in a daze. The example was too disheartening. How could he compare with Merlin, even if Merlin only knew one disarming spell? No one in the magical world could match him. Understood now? Aaron asked, then stretched out 4 fingers. The combat power of a wizard depends on 4 aspects. The first is their own magical energy, which is also the most important point. Magical energy is the foundation of wizards, and it is your greatest asset. Confidence in facing the enemy in the future. The higher the magic energy, the greater the magic power released. Wizards with higher magic energy have an advantage when using the same spell. These levels on the blackboard are the most obvious dividing lines. A powerful magister can easily destroy a building, a powerful grand magister can destroy a city, and a holy magister even has the power to challenge a country. The second is self-accumulation. One wizard with the same level of magic power uses the sleeping curse, and the other uses the unforgivable curse. The latter is obviously more advantageous. In the case of a small difference in strength, using a more powerful spell will also tip the balance of victory. I have a small problem, Luna raised her hand. The wizard's use of magic also consumes his own magic power, if the consumption is too large during the battle. Aaron clapped his hands and gave Luna an appreciative look. This question is more advanced, but I attribute it to the third aspect, which is combat experience. Fluorescent flashes. A blue-white light appeared on the tip of Aaron's wand, illuminating the position of the podium. Next comes the second phase. Aaron increased the output of magic power, and the light at the tip of the wand became brighter, encompassing everyone under the podium in its glow. The third phase. A burst of intense white light was released from the wand, illuminating the entire room of requirement as bright as day. When the light dissipated, the 30 students sitting below were all stunned, unable to react for a moment. They were familiar with the fluorescent spell, but with their current abilities, even if they desperately instilled magic power, they could not achieve the effect Aaron just demonstrated, nor would they be as calm as he was. "Senior," Luna said with an unnatural expression, "how strong are you now?" "I told you to keep it a secret," Aaron said, slightly annoyed. "It shouldn't matter if you reveal a little bit." Luna blinked and asked, "You are a teacher. You must let us students have a general understanding." "I know. Quiet." Just as Harry was about to speak, he was silenced by a spell from Aaron. He hurriedly waved his hand to indicate that he would not say more, and Aaron lifted the spell with a wave of his wand. Looking at the curious students below, Aaron felt a bit dizzy. It was impossible to reveal his true strength, and even a general understanding was tricky. He had been fighting for several years, and even Dumbledore and his ancestors didn't know his true strength, let alone these students. Let's put it this way. I can't beat Dumbledore. What kind of answer is this? Draco said, exasperated. We can't beat Dumbledore either. Can you give us a reference? Aaron thought for a moment. You can't beat me. This is even more nonsense. We definitely can't beat you, Fred said. The corner of Harry's mouth twitched. He understood what Aaron meant. He probably meant that all 30 of them together couldn't beat him. That's all I can say, and I can't do anything if you're not satisfied. Where were we? Hermione asked, changing the topic in time. Is it combat experience? Yes, combat experience, Aaron continued. The speed and accuracy of using the magic spell, the control over the consumption of magic power, one's own physical fitness, dodge ability, and adaptability may all determine the outcome of a battle. What about the fourth aspect? Siren asked. The fourth aspect is objective factors, Aaron said, smacking his lips. First of all, wizard tools, such as wands. A suitable wand can maximize a wizard's strength, while an unsuitable wand may even have a counterproductive effect at a critical moment. I have personally seen a powerful wizard duel with someone he could easily crush, but because their wands had the same root and origin, they cast a flashback spell. This spell connected the two people's wands, causing unexpected results. The more spells they cast together, the stronger the resistance became, and eventually the duel ended in a draw. Is that even possible? Michael asked, surprised. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't happen, but the bond between those Tates Woe is exceptionally deep. I wasn't surprised when they cast the flashback spell. Hiss! Harry subconsciously clutched his forehead, feeling a sudden burning sensation from his lightning-shaped scar. Harry, are you okay? Ron asked, concerned. It's fine, Harry replied with a forced smile, then shot Aaron a resentful look. It's a bit unkind to use me as an example. Aaron turned his head indifferently. If he hadn't intervened quickly, this guy would probably have revealed his record. In hindsight, he thought he should have cast a forgetting curse on him. Wizards are accustomed to using wands now, but... Aaron paused, placing his wand on the podium. He snapped his fingers, conjuring a flame in his hand. Spellcasting without a wand, Luna said in shock, looking at Aaron with surprise. You know about it? Aaron asked. Ravenclaws are all interested in knowledge. I read about this spellcasting technique in a book, Luna explained. Can we learn it? Ron asked with interest. He had struggled with an inadequate wand. In his second year, he still used an old wand that had passed through many hands, making it difficult to cast spells. But that was something he couldn't help. After all, his family was too poor to afford a new wand. If they could learn this skill, it would save the family a lot of money in the future. Chapter 465. All kinds of objective factors cannot be hung on a tree. Seeing the light of hope in Ron's eyes, Aaron sympathized with him for a moment before decisively extinguishing it. Ahem. Casting spells without a wand depends on talent. I think I have that kind of talent, Ron said without hesitation, already imagining the number of fans he would gain from casting spells without a wand. Heh! Aaron couldn't help but chuckle at Ron's confidence. I don't want to burst your bubble, but including me and Dumbledore, there should be no more than 5 people at Hogwarts who can cast spells without a wand. Wandless spellcasting has many disadvantages. It's difficult to control, and the accuracy is hard to grasp. You can easily use the same spell with a wand, but it will be several times, or even 10 times, more difficult if you cast it without one. Hearing this, Ron fell silent. He knew his own limitations. His spellcasting level was hard to describe, even with the help of a wand, let alone attempting the more difficult wandless spellcasting. Since you demonstrated it, does that mean we have the opportunity to learn to cast spells without a wand? Hermione asked tentatively. No, Aaron shook his head. I'm just giving you a suggestion that you can use magic without a wand, but I won't teach you this technique. Maybe you can try to learn it later. Why? Harry asked, puzzled. Only powerful and highly skilled wizards can stably master the difficult art of wandless spellcasting. But you seem to be having trouble with your exams right now. To put it bluntly, you haven't mastered the simple spells yet, so wanting to master the difficult ones is premature. Additionally, it takes a lot of time to learn this technique. Even low-level spells are very difficult to cast without a wand. I don't have the time to teach you these. Let's get back to business, Aaron coughed. Wands can reduce the difficulty of casting spells, and powerful wands can even greatly increase the power of spells. In addition to using external objects to enhance combat power, one's own state is also very important. Health or illness, excitement or weakness, rage or guilt can make or break a battle. Could you explain that in detail? Hermione asked hesitantly. No problem. Aaron snapped his fingers, and a third blackboard appeared, displaying 4 different pictures: water cups and faucets with straws, cisterns, reservoirs, and rushing rivers. If magic energy is compared to a container, the process of using magic is like drawing water from it. At the magician apprentice stage, magic power cannot be completely controlled by oneself. There is very little water in the container, and the water intake and replenishment are as uncertain as rainfall and evaporation. Here we have to mention muggles and squibs. Muggles don't have containers, but squibs do. However, their containers are cracked, so as much as they are replenished, they will leak. This is why they have some abilities of wizards but cannot use magic. Magicians can control their own magic power. The weakest use of magic at this stage is like using a straw to suck water from a cup, and the strongest is like using a faucet to release water from a water tank. Wizards are stronger, using magic like a pump to draw water from a cistern. The Magister stage is another level. Their use of magic is like opening a reservoir, and the Great Magister is like a river. The higher the magic energy, the wider the river and the faster the flow. As for the latter two, they are legendary existences, so I won't go into details here. As Aaron explained, the 30 wizards sitting below were all stunned, their hearts fluttering, as if they had opened the door to a new world. Originally, among these people, there were a few wizards like Zacharias who were not convinced by Aaron. They thought he was very powerful, but doubted his teaching abilities. Now, they had no doubts. Aaron's explanation was not only common sense, but also theoretical knowledge that they had never encountered before. Aaron managed to outshine Umbridge by a considerable margin. Even Professor Lupin's lessons weren't as vivid and specific as his. Aaron felt a sense of relief seeing everyone so attentive. Teaching a class of 30 students was daunting, especially with his limited experience, but at least he had managed to captivate these often arrogant students. Generally speaking, there is a clear gap between different strength levels, and this gap becomes more pronounced as you progress. However, powerful tools, rich combat experience, and self-accumulation can bridge these gaps. This makes leapfrog challenges possible. A peak magister can fight a great magister, and a peak magister might even contend with a holy magister. But if the gap is too vast, such as between a magister and a grand magister, these factors alone won't suffice. However, Aaron paused, tapping the word that appeared on the blackboard with his wand. Status. If your enemy's condition is poor, for example, after a big battle where their magic power is depleted or they are severely injured, then this gap can be bridged. Isn't that a bit... Ron hesitated before continuing. Isn't that a bit like taking advantage of others? Aaron couldn't help but laugh, looking at Ron with a hint of condescension. When I say enemy, do you misunderstand the term? If you encountered Voldemort in the wild, mortally wounded and unconscious, would you finish him off quickly, or wait for him to heal for a fair duel? Ah, Ron smiled awkwardly. Just pretend I didn't say it. Cut, Draco rolled his eyes. Typical Weasley, saying such idiotic things. Malfoy, Siren glared at him. Don't forget what you promised. This isn't provocation, it's the truth, Draco said confidently. Slytherins take advantage of others, but Gryffindors don't. Be careful, Potter, Draco gave Harry a playful smile. The one standing on the podium is a Slytherin. Harry. All right, Aaron said lightly. Although this isn't a formal class, I don't care if you want to swear or fight. Listen carefully now, understand? Both Draco and Harry felt a jolt of apprehension and immediately nodded in agreement. Then there are pets, Aaron said with some embarrassment. Although it sounds absurd, a powerful pet can play an important role in battle. Everyone was taken aback. In their minds, pets were owls, toads, cats, and dogs. If they joined a wizard's battle, they would likely be torn to pieces rather than help. However, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Draco all glanced at Abe lying on the desk, without any doubt about this statement. "Isn't that an exaggeration?" asked Fred and George. "It's not an exaggeration at all," Harry said, pursing his lips. He had seen Abe's fighting prowess and wasn't sure he could handle it even now. That was years ago. He couldn't imagine how powerful the dragon was now. "Let me give you a simple example." Aaron snapped his fingers, and an image of Hagrid appeared on the blackboard, with countless pairs of red eyes behind him. "I'm sure you all know Rubus Hagrid, our keeper of the keys and grounds and professor of care of magical creatures. But you may not know that most of the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest are his pets. He even raised a three-headed dog as big as a house." Everyone suddenly realized the validity of Aaron's point. "The last point is luck," Aaron said very solemnly. "It cannot be denied that luck is also a part of strength. Just like the flashback spell I mentioned earlier, an ant can escape from a great magician with luck. There is also a way to improve luck in the magical world, a very precious potion called Felix Felicis, or liquid luck. If you ever find yourself needing to fight against evil forces, a sip of Felix Felicis could make all the difference. Before the battle, the chance of surviving will be increased by at least 50%. After Aaron's voice fell, several hands shot up in the classroom. "Susan," Aaron called out, "that Felicity elixir seems to be very difficult to buy, the kind that has a price but no market." Susan said hesitant, "Lelai, this is normal. If a potion that can improve luck is not urgently needed for money, no one will sell it," Aaron explained. He then turned to the tallest Gryffindor in the room, Angelina. "Wouldn't a Quidditch match be—" "Well, you know what I mean. If it improves luck?" Angelina asked. Aaron rolled his eyes. He remembered that Angelina was now the captain of the Gryffindor team, but her question caught him a little by surprise. "Of course," Aaron said, albeit reluctantly. "The good fortune brought by the Felicity elixir essentially improves all aspects of ability. Social interaction, magic, reaction, and thinking are all enhanced. Additionally, Felicity can help regulate emotions, allowing the user to enter an excellent state unaffected by emotions. Adding these buffs to the body will definitely increase the winning rate." "Great," Angelina smiled excitedly. "I can really think about it." Draco curled his lips in disdain. "Drinking potions is prohibited in real competitions, although Hogwarts isn't so strict." "Who said we're going to cheat?" Angelina retorted, unable to hold back. "I just think that with the Felicity elixir, we can train more effectively and not worry too much about getting hurt." "Really?" Draco looked at her skeptically. "It's true." "Maybe," Draco sneered. "It's not that I look down on you, but even if you wanted to use Felicity to cheat, you don't have the means." "You." Angelina glared at him angrily, then turned to Aaron. "Where can I get Felicity?" "It's hard," Aaron said bluntly. "It takes at least half a year to brew, and the materials needed are very rare. Generally, only potions masters can make it, and only a professor at Hogwarts might have it in stock." "Professor Snape?" Angelina's face fell immediately. She didn't know if Snape had Felicity, but even if he did, it was impossible for Gryffindor to use it. "Actually, you don't have to be so pessimistic. If you can gather all the materials, I can reluctantly make a batch for you," Aaron said lightly. "Really?" Luna asked in surprise. "Can you brew it?" "Hold on." Aaron patted Abe's head to wake him from sleep, then took out a small bottle of clear solution from his pocket. It was only about 50 milliliters, but everyone's eyes were glued to the small glass bottle, and the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard occasionally. "I want the materials just to improve my experience in making potions. If you don't trust my skills, as long as you can collect enough materials, you can come to me and exchange them for finished products directly. After all, this potion is dispensable to me." The crowd was silent. That's the common knowledge. If you have doubts, you'd better ask now, because I won't answer related questions after today. The room fell silent. No one wanted to ask questions. "Okay, let's start class now." Aaron took a deep breath. "First of all, the first spell, the disarming spell. Raise your hand if you know it." All 30 students raised their right hands, but the younger wizards raised their hands lower, clearly not very confident. "Well, not bad," Aaron nodded slightly, "but it's just not good enough. It needs to be mastered." After his words, 29 stone statues were evenly scattered around the room, each holding a branch similar to a magic wand. Harry, can you arrange them to train? Harry froze for a moment before realizing. Of course, no problem. Then it's up to you to arrange for them to train on the disarming spell. Everyone, I will give you half an hour to familiarize yourself with this spell. After half an hour, the boys will practice with Draco or Harry, and the girls. Aaron addressed the class. We will practice with Siren. You have 3 attempts, and as long as you can disarm your opponent once, you are qualified to proceed to the next spell. If you can't manage it, then continue practicing the disarming curse. After half an hour, you'll practice again with those who have already qualified, still with 3 chances. Wait, Neville raised his hand timidly. If we keep Ealing, do we have to keep practicing the disarming curse? Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. Neville, you're a 5th-year wizard. Have some confidence. Of course not. I don't expect you to hang yourself up on one spell forever, he said, pointing to the dozen or so spells listed on the first blackboard. I mentioned before that I don't expect all of you to master every spell immediately. If you can't learn the disarming curse in one class, then take 2 classes. If you still can't get it by the 3rd class, then move on to another spell. It's okay to try again and again, but it's not worth getting stuck on one thing indefinitely. Is that so? Then I'm fine, Neville replied, looking somewhat relieved. Aaron looked at the students standing before him and spoke earnestly. As long as there are both strong and weak students in the classroom, I won't make the strong ones wait for the weaker ones to catch up. That would be unfair. So, I hope some of you will prepare in advance. If you find a particular spell challenging, consider focusing on a different one that you might be better at. This way, you can make the most of your practice time and perhaps see better results. Chapter 466, Uneven Levels, Disarming Spells, and Impeding Spells. Disarm your weapons. Disarm your weapons. The cries of the disarming curse echoed through the room. Aaron, seated at the podium, sighed in disappointment as he watched the students' performance. When they raised their hands earlier, they were quite synchronized, and none of them faltered. However, during actual training, only 2/3 of the students could cast the disarming spell. The remaining third could barely chant the incantation, let alone disarm the stone statues. They couldn't even make them tremble. This teacher is really bad at being a teacher. If it weren't for Harry Potter, a tool man, I would definitely be dragged down to death by these people, Aaron thought to himself. He then considered what he needed. After a moment, a desk appeared in front of him with an hourglass, a stack of parchment, and a quill. Aaron continued to practice the light and dark magic circles. Over the past month of relentless effort, he had mastered the low-level and intermediate magic circles of these 2 elemental magics and was now striving for the high-level magic circle. This was an incredible achievement in the past, but now, with the experience of the first 5 kinds of elemental magic and the magical support of the Great Magister, it could only be considered unsatisfactory. As the minutes passed, the drafts of Aaron's magic circles piled up an inch thick, and the half-hour alarm clock rang. Is it time already? Aaron muttered, stretching his arms. With a thought, the drafts and the desk disappeared. Despite the need to read minds and the upper limit of responsiveness, this room was indeed quite convenient. Clap! 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 Aaron clapped his hands and used the amplifying spell to inform everyone that the half-hour practice time was over and that it was now testing time. Harry, Draco, and Siren stood in front of the stage, formally accepting challenges from the others. For a while, various spells flew through the air, hitting the walls and ceilings, causing sparks to splash. Less than half of the students successfully disarmed their opponents within 3 rounds. Aaron took a small notebook and recorded everyone's performance. Gradually, his expression became extremely animated, even a little distorted. At this moment, he felt that his strategy of selecting only 2 people for elite education at the beginning was very correct, and agreeing to teach this group of people was definitely the biggest failure in his 15 years of gaming life. Alas! Aaron sighed heavily. Frankly speaking, I am very disappointed. No, it is an exaggeration to say that I am disappointed. In fact, I was mentally prepared, but your performance still shocked me. It doesn't matter that the success rate of the wizards in the lower grades is low. The disarming curse is indeed a bit difficult for them. But there are some wizards above the 5th grade who failed. I have to say that the performance of the seniors and sisters in the 6th grade or even the 7th grade really opened my eyes. After his words, many students lowered their heads in shame. Harry, with a somewhat unnatural expression, said, "They may just be unfamiliar." "Cut it out. If you don't speak, I won't bother to talk about you." Aaron rolled his eyes. "Ron was looking for you during the test just now. How dare you say that you didn't go easy on him and got hit on purpose?" "Ah, this." Harry faltered, momentarily speechless. Ron was even more embarrassed, feeling as if he could dig a hole in the ground with his feet. His disarming curse was not bad. He could at least rank in the middle among the 30 students. But it also depended on who he was compared with. Compared with the top 3 wizards out of a dozen or so, even if he had 3 chances to challenge, his winning rate was not much higher. Harry just didn't want to embarrass him as a prefect. "Harry, you have to understand one thing. You can take care of your buddies during training, but in real battle, Voldemort and his Death Eaters will show no mercy." "I see," Harry nodded earnestly, looking at Ron with a hint of concern. "In the next training, I can't hold back. If we push ourselves harder now, we'll be less likely to get injured in the future." "Why don't you leave Weasley's training to me?" Draco suggested with a meaningful smile. "I promise to be fair and just, absolutely strict." "You have a good idea," Ron gritted his teeth. With the long-standing grievances between Malfoy and the Weasley family, he knew there would be no mercy in Draco's hands. "Don't cause trouble," Aaron said tiredly, then addressed the group. "There are 12 people who succeeded just now. Besides a few prefects, there are George, Fred, Ginny, Luna, Michael, Neville, and others. But even among these successful ones, proficiency in using spells is lacking. Only Hermione, Luna, and Neville managed to disarm their opponents consistently. I won't say how much luck played a role in it. You know it in your hearts. My suggestion is to continue practicing the disarming spell until you are completely proficient. Of course, if you want to learn the next spell, you can come to me." After Aaron's words, the 12 successful people fell into a brief silence. After a few seconds, only George and Fred stepped forward. "I knew it would be the 2 of you." Aaron smiled and shook his head. "The 2 of us have basically mastered more than half of the spells on the blackboard," George said. "It's just that we aren't very familiar with them," Fred added, "and we're going to be our own bosses after graduation, so there's plenty of time for training." "Understood," Aaron nodded. "The next spell is an impeding spell." "We want to learn something else," said George. "How about the Patronus charm?" Aaron raised his eyebrows, then raised his wand and tapped it in midair. Expecto Patronum. A silver-white raven flew out from the tip of his wand. It spread its wings, circled the ceiling twice, and then landed firmly on Aaron's shoulder. "That's it," George said excitedly, and a strange light appeared in the eyes of many people. "The spell against Dementors," Aaron gently stroked the raven on his shoulder. "But I can't teach you now." "Why not?" "The Patronus charm is a profound magic. Even most adult wizards may not be able to summon any form of Patronus. The prerequisite for using this spell is happy memories and a positive, optimistic attitude. The 2 of you might learn this spell more easily than those who are pessimistic, but it will take time. A lot of time." "We don't mind," George insisted. "But I do," Aaron said earnestly. "You can't waste most of your time on one spell. I will not teach you until you have mastered at least 5 spells." George and Fred looked at each other. "Okay, after we learn 5 spells, teach us the Patronus charm." "The disarming spell counts as 1, Fred said. "There are still 4 more. The impeding spell, right? We've learned a little bit about this." Aaron shrugged. "My training method is not just about being able to recite spells." "I'll do it," Draco raised his hand excitedly. He was too familiar with this, and Malfoy would definitely seize the opportunity to show his superiority in front of Weasley. During the conversation, a huge wizard chessboard appeared in the middle of the room, with a tall stone statue standing on each side of the chessboard. "Stand up," Draco said with a smile. "Remember, you can only use the impeding spell, and you can't leave the board." George and Fred ignored him and looked at Aaron, waiting for his opinion. Go ahead, that's how I train them, but forget about the second half of the sentence. If you really can't bear it anymore, you can leave the chessboard. The two of them had no doubts and stepped onto the chessboard one after the other. As soon as they stood on the chessboard, the two stone statues moved, waving the weapons in their hands and moving slowly towards them. Hiss! George and Fred gasped and cast impeding spells at the same time. Boom! Two spells hit the stone statues, causing them to pause for 3 seconds before resuming their advance. A flash of panic crossed their eyes, but they had no time to hesitate. They retreated while casting obstacle spells on the stone statue, looking particularly embarrassed. It's not that difficult, Draco teased. Siren and I can last for more than an hour. You're so proud of that? Aaron shot him an annoyed look. I set the simple mode for you. When the obstacle spell hits, the stone statue retreats 1 space and stops for 5 seconds. For you, I compress the time to 3 seconds, and it doesn't retreat. That's because they're not familiar with this spell, Draco said defensively. Malfoy, shut up, Fred snapped angrily. Public revenge. What nonsense. You are all 7th grade students about to graduate, so it should be more difficult. It can't be the same as our 5th grade. That would be too easy, Aaron retorted. George and Fred were left speechless. It was true, but they still felt something was off. Aaron shook his head and conjured up another wizard board. You guys go up too. Siren hesitated, then said awkwardly, Senior, the difficulty isn't the same, is it? Of course, you have corresponding training experience. It's normal to increase the difficulty. Hearing this, Draco's face turned pale. He was fine in easy mode, but the hard mode he created was truly challenging. Lasting an hour was out of the question. Even 10 minutes would be tough. I don't think the difficulty for 5th grade should be the same as for 7th grade. Cut! Aaron curled his lips in disdain. There are younger students in this room who also train at this difficulty. My requirements aren't too high. 7th grade is half an hour, and each grade below that is reduced by 5 minutes. As long as you can survive this period, you pass the test. I was really hurt by you, Siren said depressingly, then stepped onto the chessboard. Draco followed, smiling bitterly, realizing he had set himself up for failure. The others couldn't help but swallow nervously as they watched the four struggle on the chessboard. In comparison, their disarming curse practice seemed much easier. Don't just sit there, Aaron said, conjuring an alarm clock. Half an hour of disarming spell training, and then Harry will test you. If the 10 wizards who succeed in the first round are interested, they can train in the obstacle spell. If anyone doesn't understand this spell, come to me first, learn it, and then start training in simple mode. Shouts of disarm you echoed in the room of requirement, but the 20-odd wizards also kept an eye on the 2 chessboards while practicing. Within half an hour, a sword was at George's neck. The stone statue stopped its attack and returned the sword to its original position. George had lasted the longest. Fred had failed a few minutes earlier. Draco and Siren, realizing their physical limits, had jumped off the chessboard sincerely. How do you feel? Aaron asked with a smile. Tired, George replied, sweating profusely. I'm not this tired even playing Quidditch in a rainstorm. But it's very interesting. This kind of training is much more meaningful than Umbridge's theory class. We can all feel our progress. That's good, Aaron said, pouring each of them a glass of water. Take a break. Your training for today is over. Is this the end? Draco asked, puzzled. It's almost 9 o'clock. We should go back to the dormitory, and your mana is heavily depleted. Continuing would be bad for your health. Naturally, George and Fred had no objections. They were exhausted and just wanted to lie down and sleep. As soon as the idea occurred to me, 2 single beds replaced the checkerboard. Seriously? Aaron's mouth twitched in frustration. Are you 2 going too far? Didn't you say that the training time was over? Fred and George replied nonchalantly. But you should show some restraint, Aaron exclaimed. I wouldn't mind if you changed it into a stool or a sofa, but beds, that's a bit much. Just this once, Fred said. It won't happen again. George added. Don't even think about it, Aaron said firmly, waving his wand to make the beds disappear. There won't be a second time for this kind of thing. The room of requirement is for training defense against the dark arts. If you get used to enjoying it, This classroom will be useless." The four of them exchanged glances, then stood up and sat on a row of benches by the wall to rest. Aaron walked back and forth in the classroom, correcting other Siriusnolwa movements and instructing them on how to use the disarming spell correctly. When the second test started, everyone's skills had significantly improved. Although they weren't yet proficient, even the worst students had learned the spell. With diligent practice, they would be able to fully master it. "That's the end of this class," Aaron announced, using an amplifying spell to gather everyone's attention. "Everyone's foundation isn't very strong, but the progress is gratifying. After all, this is my first time teaching so many people. If you think there's something wrong, you can report it to Harry, although I may not necessarily change it." "It's pretty good," Hermione said. "Really, really good." Aaron nodded indifferently and continued, "If no one has any objections, the next class will be at the same time and place." "We still have Quidditch practice," Angelina said. "The season will start soon." "Then determine your free time, and the prefect will pick a time slot when everyone is not busy for training. As for now, we should go back to sleep." Chapter 467, Book of Prophecy, Worst Goalkeeper? With the arrival of the Quidditch season, the teams from the four houses had to take turns training. This made the schedule for the Defense Association quite unpredictable. However, the prefects of each house were resourceful and always managed to find free time for everyone, arranging timely defense against the dark arts training sessions. After a few weeks, many students had mastered the disarming charm, the impediment jinx, and even the blasting curse. This progress relieved Aaron considerably. Although their training seemed like child's play to him, as Umbridge had pointed out, their defense against the dark arts classes lacked a systematic curriculum. Few of the professors were reliable, so such progress was commendable. One stormy night in late October, after completing his teaching duties, Aaron hurried back to the common room. He entered his dormitory, closed the door, and then slipped into the secret passage leading to the Hall of Shenming. In the dark passage, Aaron waved his hand, and a golden magic circle appeared. Countless yellowish light spots flew out, attaching to the walls and illuminating the passage as brightly as day. "I really need to get a batch of candles. Using light magic all the time is exhausting," Aaron murmured. Abe, the dragon in his arms, nodded in half-understanding. As they approached the exit, they heard melodious music. The missing body was sitting in front of a piano, playing a rhapsody. The passionate and progressive melody stirred their hearts. "You're in a good mood," Aaron remarked. "Naturally," the missing body replied, standing up slowly. "I know myself well, and I believe you've almost made your choice." "That's right," Aaron replied with a reluctant smile, opening the system's mall panel. Magic category, Sleepy Naraku, 600 magic points, induces sleep. At Purify, 300 magic points, detoxification, healing, clears abnormal states. Mind Power, 1,000 magic points. Heavenly Step, 2,000 magic points, resonates with surrounding magic power to create virtual life from magical items. Fire Control, 300 magic points. Material category, at Deep Sea Octopus Tentacle, 5 magic points. At Seaweed, 1 magic point. Holy Water, 30 magic points, effective against demons. At Venom of the Acromantula, 10 magic points. At Bee Sting, 1 magic point. Item category, at Lezomask, 2,500 magic points, summons the Black Shadow Core Sharp Blade group. Collect all 10 masks to control the Shadow Kingdom. At Fire Crossbow Arrows, 50 magic points. Sheep Poem Style, 1,000 magic points. At Book of Miracles, 500 magic points, occasionally makes effective predictions, but not necessarily what you need. At Big Bowl of Sugar Noodles, 5 magic points, too much for one person to finish. Aaron focused on the Book of Prophecy, took a deep breath, and chose to buy it. The next moment, he held a book with a ring-shaped silver frame and a dark green cover that resembled old bark. "I knew it," the missing body said with a knowing smile. "You didn't choose sleep magic, saving yourself 600 magic points." "I struggled for more than 10 days before making this decision," Aaron admitted awkwardly. "Sleepy Naraku is good, but it can't deal with people stronger than me. A prophecy book, on the other hand, could provide valuable insights, making it worth the investment." The missing body nodded noncommittally. "Shall we open it?" "That's the plan," Aaron replied, opening the book with strong curiosity. He was immediately dumbfounded. This is too much. What's the matter? The missing body rushed forward, showing the same expression. Is this a wordless book? Aaron flipped through the entire book in disbelief. There wasn't a single word in it, and he almost cursed in frustration. Could it be like Riddle's diary? The missing body suggested. Try adding some ink. Good idea, Aaron agreed, snapping his fingers to summon a black quill. The shadow ninja respectfully handed over a bottle of black ink. Aaron used a floating spell to extract a few drops of ink from the bottle and carefully dripped them onto the blank area. Sure enough, the black ink was quickly absorbed and the entire page remained unchanged. Aaron and Sinianti breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the ink absorption at least proved this was not a simple wordless book. The prophecy book suddenly whispered softly, as if it had just woken up. The two looked at each other, then closed the book and examined the face on the cover. The mouth on the face moved slightly, and the eyes had a touch of humanity. The Book of Prophecy? It's really a book of prophecy, Aaron said with a strange expression. It feels like those portraits on the walls of Hogwarts, but they can move freely in the paintings and even visit other portraits. In comparison, this book seems a little less impressive. I'm much stronger than them. A voice full of wisdom and age came from the prophecy book. The two masters don't need to doubt this. Interesting, Aaron raised his eyebrows. Why don't you make a prophecy to show us your abilities first? This. Is something wrong? There is no problem with prophecy, but prophecy is random and may not be useful to the master. I know that, Aaron waved his hand impatiently. I just want to know your ability. Understood. After a few seconds of silence, its expression became extremely solemn. Then, under the watchful eyes of Aaron and Sinianti, it slowly said, Tomorrow the thunderstorm will clear. Aaron blinked blankly. That's it? Is this a weather forecast? Sinianti said speechlessly. But it's still something that will happen in the future. Another one. It can't be done, the prophecy book said very calmly. Under normal circumstances, there will only be one prophecy per day. How did you speak so confidently? Sinianti laughed awkwardly. Why do you have so many blank pages? The prophecy is made randomly. If the owner happens to be away when the prophecy is made, just write down the date and you can view the prophecy for that day. That's quite particular. Aaron rolled his eyes, then looked at Sinianti. Do you think this book is more suitable for Shenming Temple? I understand what you mean, but I'm not in the elective courses of Muggle studies and runes, in case I miss an important prophecy. It's better than putting it in the dormitory. Furthermore, I said that the prophecy is only about the future. As long as you pay attention to it every day, even if there is an important prophecy, we still have enough time to prepare. Sinianti was speechless, then picked up the white wand and pointed it at the front of the hall. A cuboid groove appeared above the throne. The prophecy book flew into it automatically, and then fell silent. Hey, the dwarf's throne is a gem of Akon, but my throne is actually a book, Sinianti said a little angrily. Be content, Aaron said. The Archon gem has been fused into the sword embryo. In other words, there is nothing on the throne of the dwarves. Sinianti pursed his lips and sat silently, flipping through the magic book sent by the djinns. Aaron refreshed the vacant product column, bought holy water by spending 1,000 magic points, and planned to make a few bullets that could harm demons by himself. November came soon, and the temperature in the castle dropped sharply. To resist the cold wind, many students put on scarves and dragon leather gloves. Because Hogwarts held the Tri-Wizard tournament last year, the Quidditch match was not held, which made the first match of this season extremely lively. The Gryffindor team's keeper was replaced by Ron Weasley, and Slytherin also changed 2 beaters. Crabbe and Goyle replaced the graduated Derek and Ball. The game started, the 2 teams entered the arena, and there was thunderous applause from the audience. The quaffle was... The 2 teams scrambled for control, fighting back and forth. Ron, who was guarding the Gryffindor goal, was clearly out of shape. His face was pale, and despite the howling cold wind, a fine ire of sweat appeared on his forehead. He failed to defend several shots in a row, allowing Slytherin to score dozens of points as if he were a puppet. In this state, how did he pass the selection? Aaron muttered, seriously suspecting that Harry had let Ron join the team to take care of his best friend. It wouldn't be out of character for Harry to do such a thing. He's a bit short, Hermione, sitting next to Aaron, said, pursing her lips. Ron usually trains very hard. It might be his first time on the field. He must be too nervous in front of the crowd. Is this the time to be nervous? Aaron said, exasperated. Then he changed the topic. But it doesn't matter. Who made me a Slytherin? Hermione smiled awkwardly, then seemed to remember something. There's something I want to talk to you about. Speak straight. That's right. Wait. Aaron hurriedly stopped her and glanced at Umbridge, who was sitting on the teacher's bench. It should be no problem from this distance. Past experience tells me that it's better to be cautious. Besides, she's a real villain. It's not that I don't trust her character, it's that she has no character at all, Aaron said solemnly. He then silently chanted a spell to create a soundproof enchantment. Okay, let's talk. Everyone's hours are not fixed and change frequently, so I thought of a simple way to notify members of the assembly time. Hermione said as she took out a gold galleon and placed it in Aaron's hand. See what's different. Fake, Aaron said without hesitation. Hermione's expression froze. How did you find out? I've been working on it for a long time. Aaron pointed to his eyes proudly and said meaningfully, My eyes are different from yours. Aaron could see through illusions, and the traces of the alteration charm on the gold coin were too clear for him. Even without his special vision, his mastery of transfiguration made it easy to tell the real from the fake. But ordinary people can't see it. At our age, you are definitely a well-deserved genius. That depends on who you compare with, Hermione pouted. This is called someone beyond others. You have to accept that someone is stronger than you, Aaron said with a smile, then looked at the galleon in his hand. So what did you think of? The number on the edge, Hermione said proudly. The number on the real galleon is a serial number, representing the goblin who minted the coin. But the number on the gold coin I made will change. Each of us takes a gold coin, and when you want to change the time, you modify the number on this gold coin. The other gold coins will heat up and produce corresponding changes, so everyone can notice. It's been a lot of hard work, Aaron said appreciatively, then handed the gold coin back to her. The time is up to you. But you are the teacher. As I said before, I'm only in charge of the class. I don't care about the rest, Aaron said bluntly. Hermione, you won't let me down, right? Hermione froze for a moment, her face flushing slightly, and she nodded shyly. This is for you. She took out another galleon. Don't make me notify other people. You, as a teacher, should be able to handle it. A sharp whistle suddenly sounded, followed by Jordan's voice. Harry Potter has captured the snitch, and Gryffindor has won. Aaron looked at the field. Draco stood there in a daze, his face pale with anger. He wanted to curse, but thinking that they were students under the same roof, he resisted the urge. You saved Weasley's life, but you may not have this chance next time. After all, it's the first time I've seen such a poor goalkeeper. Don't worry, Ron will be the best goalkeeper in Gryffindor, Harry said seriously. Wait and see. Let's go, Draco said coldly, then left the stadium with Crabbe, Goyle, and the other Slytherins. Good performance, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't disappoint. Harry is indeed the best seeker in Gryffindor, Hermione agreed. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean him. I'm talking about Draco. Oz finally got his temper under control. What? Hermione asked, puzzled. According to his previous behavior, if he lost the game, he would definitely provoke wildly. But this time he just left after saying a few words. The progress is quite obvious. Hermione found it hard to believe. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't think Malfoy will change easily. It's true, but not necessarily, Aaron said thoughtfully. After all, Draco and Lucius are different. But this has nothing to do with you, so you don't have to worry about it. Hermione remained skeptical, but didn't press further. Gryffindor had won the first game, and many people celebrated in the common room. Only Ron looked pained, and even considered leaving the team. His performance today had made him feel like an idiot. Seeing his friend's dejected look, Harry understood the reason, and spent a few hours trying to persuade Ron to stay on the team. Eventually, he managed to dispel Ron's thoughts of quitting. Chapter 468, Supplier Hagrid and the Seriousness of the Matter. The day after the Gryffindor-Slytherin match, Hagrid returned to Hogwarts. The prophecy had accurately predicted his return, and Aaron took Abe to the hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest that day. Boom, boom, boom. Aaron knocked on the wooden door a few times. "Who is it?" Hagrid's voice came from inside the house. "It's Aaron. I need to talk to you." "Wait a moment." The door opened a few seconds later, and Hagrid glanced at Aaron. "Are you the only one here?" Aaron knew what Hagrid was thinking after a moment's thought. "I don't think Harry and the others know you're back." Hagrid nodded. "Come in first. It's cold outside." After Aaron walked into the cabin, he found a chair and sat down. Hagrid closed the door and walked with a limp. His face and hands were covered with bruises, and his left eye was swollen and discolored. "Hiss! Did you fight a troll?" Aaron asked, concerned. "No," Hagrid replied. "Tsk-tsk-tsk." Aaron couldn't help but click his tongue. "It seems the task Dumbledore assigned you didn't go well. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a state. You know?" Hagrid turned pale with shock, but the sudden movement made him wince in pain. "It's not hard to guess. After the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore told Fudge that he would win the friendship of other races before Voldemort. He also called you and Ms. Maxime together. I can't think of any other connection between you except giants." "You're always so quick-witted," Hagrid sighed. "But you have to be careful not to talk about this. It's highly confidential." "I understand," Aaron interrupted. "You can rest assured that I'm not interested in the details. It's enough to know that the giants will be our enemies in the future." Hearing this, Hagrid's expression became a little more relaxed. "Would you like some tea?" "No, I have something else," Aaron said, then took out a bottle of wine from Abe's pocket. "Gollum!" The sound of swallowing saliva echoed, and Hagrid stared straight at the wine in Aaron's hand. How about pouring you a glass too?" "That's so embarrassing," Hagrid said, putting a cup on the table. Aaron looked at the glass, which was bigger than the wine bottle, and couldn't help but fall silent. "How about I change it?" Hagrid was also a little embarrassed. "The main reason is that I haven't had a drink for too long." "No," Aaron immediately waved his hand in refusal. If this small request wasn't met, it would be difficult to ask for things later. He looked at Abe seriously. The dragon felt uneasy under Aaron's gaze and subconsciously clutched his pocket with 2 white dragon claws. "Relax," Aaron said angrily. "When will you change your miserly ways? I just need some wine." Abe breathed a sigh of relief and reluctantly let go of his paws. Aaron rolled his eyes at him and then took out a wooden barrel from his pocket. "This top-quality malt wine will definitely let you drink to your heart's content." Hagrid nodded repeatedly. He was a frequent bar-goer and knew it was rare good wine just by smelling the malt aroma in the air. But just as he reached for the barrel, Aaron stopped him. "I can give you this barrel of wine, but you've suffered such serious injuries. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to drink it." "It's not a big deal. I've suffered more serious injuries from taming dangerous magical animals before," Hagrid said carelessly. "Drinking won't delay things." Aaron chuckled, not believing Hagrid's nonchalance. "I mean, you'd better treat yourself first." "What a bother," Hagrid murmured, and immediately took out a piece of raw meat with green blood on it from under the wooden table. He spread the piece of meat on his face and let out a comfortable sigh. "This is roar." Abe let out a growl suddenly, glaring fiercely at Hagrid. Hagrid seemed to have thought of something and was at a loss for a moment. "What's the matter?" Aaron asked, sensing the tension. "What's the matter?" Alan asked, puzzled. "It's the breath of the Sam, E-kind," Ab murmured. "This is definitely because the dragon meat hasn't been put away." Aaron patted his forehead, realizing his mistake. "I took out fresh dragon meat in front of my dragon cub. What a provocation." "I really didn't mean to. I just didn't think about it that much. Dragon meat also has an analgesic effect, so—" Hagrid hesitated. It was rare for him to get so close to this dragon. If he angered it, what would he do in the future? "Put it away," Aaron said, dumbfounded, "but it's better not to use this unhygienic method." "Oh." Hagrid looked at Abe with trepidation. Seeing that the dragon didn't intend to do anything, he wrapped up the dragon meat resentfully. "Give him some treatment," Aaron said to Abe. Abe folded his paws on his chest and turned his head arrogantly. "I don't want to." You help him heal and we can pay less money later, Aaron said helplessly in dragon language. For the sake of money, Abe reluctantly convinced himself. He spread his wings and flew in midair, using healing magic on Hagrid. A white magic circle appeared above Hagrid, and he immediately felt a strong warmth. The wounds on his body quickly healed, the lumps and bruises on his face gradually faded, and even the few broken bones in his body were reattached. After a minute, Hagrid's injuries were completely healed. He stretched his limbs, walked around the room easily, and then looked at Ab with burning eyes. I knew it was more special than any dragon. It's definitely not comparable to a fire dragon. If it had been at St. Mungo's, half the doctors would have lost their jobs. Abe solemnly raised his proud dragon head. It was a holy dragon, standing at the top of the dragon pyramid in terms of bloodlines. Ahem, Aaron coughed, calling Abe down from midair. Hagrid, I have something to discuss with you. Go ahead, Hagrid said. Didn't I ask you to buy a batch of magical animal materials last year? Run out already? Not yet, but we're almost there, Aaron replied. Hagrid frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, what did you use them for? They were consumed so quickly. I still can't tell you that. Last year, you said it was to deal with the Triwizard Tournament, to strengthen the power of magic props. But the Triwizard Tournament has passed, so... But Voldemort is back, Aaron interrupted. The wizarding world is not at peace now. Can't I make some preparations in advance? Well, wait a minute, Hagrid said helplessly. He then dug out a bundle of feathers from a pile of straw behind him. There are only so many at present. You know, I haven't seen any feathers in months. Understandable, Aaron said, looking at the hundreds of feathers of different colors. His eyes widened slightly. He had used the feathers of magical animals to make a lot of magic bullets for the second enchantment, but to go further and achieve the third or even fourth enchantment, he needed more materials. The inventory of the Shenming Temple had been exhausted, which was not enough to support him to continue, but with this batch of goods, he could definitely solve his urgent needs. How much is it? Aaron asked. I'm not happy if you say that. Hagrid suddenly showed displeasure. I was very embarrassed that you left me a bunch of galleons last year. I can't accept it this year anyway. But this... You helped me treat my injuries, so it's normal to pay some medical expenses, Hagrid said with a smile. If you give money, you don't treat me as a friend. Aaron was at a loss for a while, but Abe was holding Aaron's calf and refused to let go, looking at him expectantly. Master, you must not be confused at this time. That's a lot of money. Aaron no longer hesitated. Who let himself raise a greedy dragon? He wasn't short of money, but the pocket money of thousands of galleons given by his family every month had been saved in Gringotts. He has been using his own money since he earned his first pot of gold at the age of 8. The usual expenses, plus the precious metals such as gold, silver, and copper used to make enchanted bullets, really make ends meet. Aaron took a deep breath, picked up a bunch of feathers, and stuffed them into Abe's pocket. Thanks. You're still so polite with me. You've only just returned to Hogwarts, so you may not understand some things, Aaron said in a deep voice. A new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher has arrived at the school. Who? Did Dumbledore invite them? No, that's all I'm going to say. She's Fudge's. What? Hagrid looked shocked, hesitant to speak. Seeing him like this, Aaron couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, Hagrid, the professor of care of magical creatures, was quite qualified. Additionally, being backed by the Forbidden Forest gave him a natural teaching advantage. But the problem was that Umbridge didn't care whether you were qualified or not. As long as you were loyal to Dumbledore, she would try her best to make things difficult for you. If Hagrid's violent temper caught her attention, he might be fired directly. Fudge actually intervened in Hogwarts? Hagrid asked suspiciously. Didn't Dumbledore object? Dumbledore is not afraid of the Ministry of Magic, of course, but he is too busy to care about such things at the moment. The wizarding world is messed up enough now. If he confronts Fudge again, I believe Voldemort will be happy to see that scene. Hagrid was silent for a while. I almost understand, but it doesn't seem to have much to do with me. She teaches defense against the dark arts, and I teach care of magical creatures, so there should be no conflict. You are wrong. Fudge has already begun to be shameless in order to cover up the truth of Voldemort's return. Dolores Umbridge, Senior Deputy Minister of Magic, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts, also serves as Hogwarts Senior Inquisitor. To put it simply, she will check the professor's teaching abilities, and to put it bluntly, she will find ways to find faults in your class and make you lose the professorship. You mean she might deliberately target me? Hagrid asked in surprise. Be confident, leave the word might behind. Because the magical animals you teach students are more dangerous, you are too easy to be targeted. Professor Trelawney's divination class is also easy to be targeted. She has already been placed on probation. If you hadn't come back to class for 2 months, you would probably be the first to be placed on probation. Hagrid, what are you telling me? I'll give you a piece of advice. Before Umbridge leaves school, it's better to teach the students some safe magical animals. Hagrid opened his mouth, and just as he was about to say something, there was a knock on the door. Hagrid, are you there? It's us. Harry's voice came in. Come right on, said Hagrid. This is really fast enough. Aaron laughed softly. I'm about to leave, and they should tell you a more specific solution. After all, no one in Hogwarts cares more about you than them. Won't you stay for a drink? No. Aaron pushed the bottle of wine to Hagrid. I'll give you this bottle too. Opening the door, the 3 outside were stunned when they saw Aaron. When did you come here? Harry asked. 10 minutes earlier than you. Aaron shrugged. I have finished my business, so I won't bother you to catch up. By the way, if you can, tell him about Umbridge, and let him know the seriousness of the matter. The 3 looked at each other, then nodded seriously. Aaron walked towards the castle along the path, while Harry, Hermione, and Ron asked Hagrid why he had been missing for 2 months. Although Abe healed Hagrid's wounds, the battle marks on his body could not be covered up, which made them very worried. This is top secret, understand? Dumbledore sent me to negotiate with the giants. Giants? Hermione looked at him in surprise. You found them? Oh, honestly, they're not hard to find because... They're big enough, Hagrid said. Maxim and I tried to persuade them to join our team, but I'm not the only one who wants to win them over. And the Death Eaters, Ron whispered. Yeah, Death Eaters, Hagrid replied in a low voice. There are many of them, and they gave more gifts than we did. One of them is McNeil, the one who was going to execute Buckbeak 2 years ago. So the giants joined Voldemort's side? Harry asked worriedly. We did what we were supposed to do, delivering Dumbledore's message and hoping they would remember him well. But of course, that's only an assumption. Don't think about that now. Let's talk about Umbridge, Hagrid said, forcing a smile. Aaron just told me that she would target me in class. She will, Ron said with certainty. The old witch has no limits. She's investigated a lot of people, Hermione added. Everyone dislikes her, but there's nothing we can do about her right now. Senior investigator, Hagrid said helplessly. Dumbledore can't fight against Fudge at this time. Dealing with Death Eaters is already troublesome enough. He can't waste his energy on the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 469, Lucky Thestrals? Anyone who is killed can see them. Boom, boom, boom. There was a hasty knock on the door outside. The 4 of them turned their heads to look, only to see a chunky figure swaying on the curtain. Merlin's beard, Ron said, speechless. This old witch came here by accident. Now is not the time to talk about that, Hermione said nervously. Harry, I remember you have an invisibility cloak, right? Get in quickly. Harry hurriedly took out the invisibility cloak and covered himself, Hermione, and Ron with it. The 3 squeezed together to hide in the corner, leaving the middle position open. Hagrid opened the door, and Umbridge stood in the doorway, wearing a pink sweater and coat, with a hypocritical smile on her face and a flash of dismissive contempt in her eyes. Well, you're Hagrid, right? Yes, who are you? Dolores Umbridge. Umbridge entered the cabin, pacing and looking around. The 3 of them didn't dare to breathe, fearing she would notice them. I don't mean to be rude, but who the hell are you? Hagrid asked, eyes wide. The Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic, now a Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, and a Senior Hogwarts Investigator, Umbridge said triumphantly. As a Senior Investigator, I have the right to know why a teacher asked for leave. So tell me, where have you been for the past 2 months? Well, I actually went to recuperate. Hagrid hesitated. Convalescence? Umbridge sneered disdainfully. Did this big fool take her for a fool? The half-blood giant's physical fitness is not generally poor, and such an absurd reason was embarrassing. I needed to enjoy some fresh air. That's right. It must be difficult for the gamekeeper to breathe fresh air. Umbridge smiled meaningfully. If I were you, I wouldn't get used to it. In fact, I wouldn't unpack at all. After speaking, Umbridge turned and walked towards the door without waiting for Hagrid to respond. The door snapped shut, and the three of them waited for a while to confirm that she had really left before lifting the invisibility cloak. That's an indication, Hermione said grimly. She wants you to pack up and leave. Hagrid, Tuesday is your class. You must be prepared. This matter is very serious. You must not use anything too dangerous. Got it, got it. Hagrid waved his hand impatiently. What you said is exactly what Aaron said. But don't worry, I've saved some animals for your OWL year. They are special. The three of them felt a thump in their hearts. Hagrid's confident look made them uneasy. After all, he had behaved like this when he introduced the hippogriff and the blast-ended Scroot. It's not dangerous, right? Harry asked a little nervously. Of course not dangerous. They can take care of themselves and will not attack humans. Hagrid, it's really not a joke this time, Hermione said very seriously. You have to pass Umbridge's inspection. Listen to me this time, Panglock. The assassin will be much better. No, they're not really funny. The things I prepared are much more miraculous, and I may be the only one who has domesticated them in all of England. Oh, why can't you understand? Hermione said, anxiously and frustrated. The important thing is not to be interesting, but to be safe. If you don't want to get caught by Umbridge, teach the usual animals that are sure to be on the exam. Hagrid yawned and gave the three of them a big hug. Believe me, I really prepared something good this time. Hearing this, the three of them were helpless for a while. They still felt that this matter could not be handled by Hagrid's temperament, but they obviously couldn't persuade him. What should we do? Ron said gloomily on the way back. He doesn't seem to have listened to our words. There are still 2 days left. Hermione took a deep breath. If possible, I can persuade him to change his mind. And if it is impossible, I can help him check it out before the official class begins. Harry and Ron looked at each other with a shared sense of concern. There was a look of confusion in their eyes. Are you hesitating? No, we didn't mean that, said Harry hastily. But you know our situation. The homework is almost piled up, Ron said bitterly, and there's the Quidditch match. Although Harry grabbed the golden snitch, I, the goalkeeper, did not do well. Slightly? Hermione looked at him speechlessly. Are you sure? Ron felt ashamed, blushed, and lowered his head. Okay, it was very bad. Okay. Anyway, Angelina gave me a slap in the face and told us to double down on training. Fortunately, because the Quidditch season is here, DA temporarily suspends classes. Otherwise, the two of us may not be able to bear it. Hermione almost laughed out of anger. She didn't expect these two guys to be so unreliable and to lose their nerve at a critical moment. Okay, looks like I'm the only one helping Hagrid. You can ask Aaron for help, Harry suggested. He doesn't need training, and he doesn't have as much homework as we do. I don't have much hope. I know him too well. It's a miracle he came here today to remind Hagrid. You're going to treat it a little differently. It's fine for him to come over and remind us, and it's just for us. Ron said eccentrically, but his voice stopped abruptly in the middle of speaking. Do you have an opinion? Hermione smiled warmly, but it made Ron shiver uncontrollably. No, how dare I have an opinion? However, Hermione still found Aaron in the library the next day. Come and see Hagrid with me. No, Aaron refused very simply. I know what you are worried about, but I have reminded you of everything that needs to be reminded. Just reminding is not enough, Hermione said seriously. We have to figure out what he wants to teach, and we'd better give him some advice so we can't be caught by Umbridge. Ha ha! Aaron couldn't help laughing. That's useless. No matter how perfect your preparation is, it won't stop the critical Umbridge. Besides, we both reminded him. If he persists in his own way, it will be his own fault. But you have to try. Come on, I'm optimistic about you. The corners of Hermione's mouth twitched slightly. Although she was mentally prepared before coming here, she still couldn't help being a little disappointed when she was rejected. But Aaron's next words swept away most of the haze in her heart. But I will try my best to help him. After all, I don't like to owe people anything. In the Protection of Fantastic Beasts class on Tuesday, Hagrid came to the students with half a dead cow on his shoulders, but Professor Grubbly Plank did not show up. Students who liked Hagrid cheered enthusiastically, while some students were depressed. After all, in their eyes, Professor Grubbly Plank was a really conscientious and good teacher, and the most important thing was that there was no danger in her class. Hagrid led the students into the Forbidden Forest and said as he walked, "We have lessons in the woods because they like the dark." "What likes darkness?" Draco asked with some horror. "That's too much," Aaron snapped his fingers solemnly. "Vampires, leopard cats, nocturnal beasts." "Wait, stop talking," Draco hurriedly interrupted. "Let me take it easy. I'm really not talking about you. Your courage needs to be exercised." "Can it be my fault?" Draco said gloomily. "I wasn't afraid in Professor Grubbly Plank's class, but he... Look at the half-dead cow he's carrying on his shoulders. Not long after it was slaughtered, there is still blood on the meat, so it can't be for us to eat." The students seemed to think of something when they heard Draco say that. Their faces were slightly pale, and they kept a little distance from Hagrid as much as possible. "You guys?" Harry looked at the students who retreated and suddenly became out of breath, especially since there were quite a few Gryffindors among them. "Potter, I don't think there is a problem with what I said." Draco was rarely serious. "Who knows what carnivorous beast he will bring? According to me, he can be a gamekeeper, and Grubbly Plank is more suitable for this." Harry glared at Draco angrily, but had nothing to say. He knew that not only Draco thought this way, many people did, and even he recognized Professor Grubbly Plank's competence. However, if he had to choose, he would support Hagrid 100%. Harry walked up to Hermione and asked worriedly, "Is there any problem with this class?" Hermione was silent for a moment. "I don't know either." "No, didn't you say you wanted to help him check?" Harry pressed. "I tried my best, but he wasn't home when I looked for him." Hermione sighed deeply. "After he finally came out of the Forbidden Forest, he didn't tell me anything, just said he was going to surprise us." "I didn't see the surprise, but the shock is real," Ron said with some horror. "Malfoy is right. We are probably going to learn about carnivores in this class, and their appetites are not small, the kind that eats half a cow." Hermione and Harry's mood sank immediately. They only hoped that Umbridge would not be able to come if something happened temporarily. Otherwise, Hagrid would be in danger this time. Hagrid stopped at the place where the forest was thickest. It had snowed heavily these past 2 days, but there wasn't even a single snowflake to be seen here. "The animals we're going to study today are very rare," Hagrid announced. "Have you tamed them?" Draco asked with some fear. "Of course," Hagrid replied confidently. Many students were skeptical of this statement. They looked around carefully, as if they were waiting for an attack that could come at any moment. Don't be so nervous," Hagrid said, putting the dead cow down. "They will be attracted by the smell of meat, but I'd better call them." He shook off his hair, cleared his throat, and made a strange sound. This voice echoed through the secluded forest. Many students did not dare to speak, feeling fear spread in their hearts. A few minutes later, Aaron heard shallow footsteps. He turned his head and saw a huge black horse with exposed bones and black wings emerge from the darkness. "It turned out to be a thestral," Aaron exclaimed. "Don't be afraid. This magical animal will be very docile after being tamed." "Can you see it?" Hagrid asked in surprise. "Anyone who has seen death can see it," Aaron said indifferently. Realizing he might have said too much, he quickly added, "Well, I may have exaggerated. I mean, anyone who has seen someone die can see it." "See what?" Hermione asked, puzzled. Aaron shrugged and pointed to the half-dead cow on the ground. "Hiss!" The Gryffindor and Slytherin students gasped, seeing pieces of meat being peeled off the bones with clear bite marks on them. Even though they were all wizards, the sight was terrifying. "This is a thestral," Aaron explained. "We are very familiar with them. After all, they have been pulling carriages every time we come to Hogwarts Castle since the 2nd grade. But they are unlucky, very unlucky. Parvati said in horror. Professor Trelawney said that they bring all kinds of terrible disasters to those who see them. That's nonsense, Aaron laughed. If that were the case, Hagrid, who tamed them, would have died many times over. Can you use me as an example? Hagrid said. But the unlucky things are just superstitions. They are very clever and useful. They mainly help the school to pull the carriages. Dumbledore also uses them when he doesn't want to apparate. Mount. The image of Dumbledore riding a thestral appeared in Aaron's mind, and he shook his head amusedly. I always thought he was riding a phoenix. Fawkes is powerful, but using him for that would be overkill. Maybe. Who else can see them besides Aaron? Harry was the first to raise his hand, followed by Neville and a Slytherin student. Sorry to interrupt, Draco stood up and said. You're giving lessons to dozens of people, and most of us can't see them. Cough! Cough! There was a sudden cough, and Umbridge walked over with a clipboard in her hands. Oh, hello, Hagrid's aide with a half-smile. I think you should have received. Got it, Hagrid nodded. Today we're going to talk about thestrals, but I don't know if you can see them. What? Umbridge asked, her eyebrows furrowing. Thestrals, Hagrid explained. They're horses with wings. He flapped his thick arms like wings to illustrate his point, thinking she might not understand otherwise. Umbridge frowned and scribbled on her clipboard, uses clumsy gestures. Aaron, sensing the tension, interjected calmly. Hagrid was just trying to describe it clearly. He didn't make any gestures before you arrived. Don't get me wrong, I'm not implying you're mentally handicapped and need gestures to understand what he's saying. A few students couldn't help but laugh, while others turned away, trying to hide their amusement from Umbridge. Gryffindor students particularly disliked this defense against the dark arts professor sent by the Ministry of Magic. They felt she was a bully who abused her power, while Slytherin students only respected her on the surface. Despite the interesting subject matter, it was clear this professor couldn't teach them anything valuable. Umbridge's face briefly showed her displeasure at the laughter, but she quickly masked it with a forced smile. She crossed out the note, uses clumsy gestures on her clipboard. Insisting on keeping that comment now would be an insult to her own intelligence. Chapter 470, Umbridge's Tricks and Deceptions, Sadness and Anger. What Mr. Malfoy said just now is very reasonable. What he wants to teach is the students of 2 colleges, not just a few individuals, Umbridge said with a proud smile. If the students can't see the magical creatures he wants to teach, then the class is meaningless. It would be better to distribute this picture book for everyone to read on their own. Hagrid's complexion changed slightly, and just as he was about to explain, Aaron gave him a reassuring look. Professor Umbridge, you don't have to worry about this issue. Professor Hagrid has discussed it with me, Aaron interjected. A discussion? Umbridge chuckled. A discussion about what? Aaron snapped his fingers, and several huge black horses suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. The scene erupted in an uproar as everyone looked at the skinny, enormous black creatures with the bodies of horses, the heads of dragons, and the wings of bats. They were inexplicably shocked. What's going on here? Umbridge asked in surprise. Illusion, Aaron explained calmly. I just let everyone see what I can see. Professor Hagrid specifically asked me to discuss it because he was worried that everyone wouldn't be able to see them. Otherwise, he didn't plan to bring out the thestrals. It would be easier to distinguish a hedgehog from a hedgehog. Isn't that right, Professor Hagrid? Ah, yes, that's it, Hagrid said seriously, almost moved to tears by Aaron's support. What a child. To save him from this predicament, Aaron had concocted such a story, and Hagrid almost believed it himself. Okay, that's great, Umbridge said, holding back her anger. Even if you were already prepared, the Ministry of Magic has long listed thestrals as dangerous animals. Thestrals aren't dangerous, Hagrid said with a relaxed smile. Of course, if you really annoy them, they might bite you. Show pleasure in cruelty, Umbridge happily wrote a line on her clipboard. Professor, I think this sentence is open to discussion, Aaron interjected. Is there a problem, Mr. Gaius? Umbridge asked. No, how dare I have a problem? However, I have a small doubt and would like to ask Professor Umbridge, Aaron said, pursing his lips. I don't know, Professor. Do you think cats are dangerous animals? Of course not, Umbridge said without thinking. Then if you annoy a cat, will it scratch you? Aaron asked. You. What do you want to say? Umbridge demanded. Aaron looked at Umbridge's writing board and said meaningfully, I just don't think this sentence is very correct. What do you think? Of course, if the Ministry of Magic orders cats to be classified as dangerous animals, then I'll assume I didn't say anything. Umbridge took a few deep breaths and crossed out the line in front of Aaron. Are you satisfied with this? I can't say that. I can only say that the professor is wise, Aaron replied. Hagrid, do you mind if I ask someone among the students a question? Umbridge gave Aaron a provocative look and then turned to Pansy Parkinson in Slytherin. Miss Parkinson, do you think you can understand Professor Hagrid? This? Pansy looked at Aaron hesitantly. She really wanted to seize this opportunity to make things worse, but she had to give some people face. After all, she was in Slytherin. Although Aaron usually kept a low profile, his prestige in Slytherin was second only to Dean Snape. Look at what he is doing. Look at me. Umbridge walked up to Pansy, blocking her view. Don't have any scruples. Tell the truth. I have your back. Tell the truth, Aaron said indifferently. Pansy wanted to cry but had no tears. Is this truth the one she knows? What if she made a mistake? You can say whatever you want. If Professor Umbridge doesn't get the answer she wants today, I'm afraid she won't let it go, Aaron added. Pansy understood immediately and was relieved. It was not at all comfortable to be caught between these two people. Professor, what Professor Hagrid said is really difficult to understand, Pansy finally said. Umbridge nodded in satisfaction and quickly wrote down something on her clipboard. Cough, cough! Aaron suddenly coughed. Umbridge paused, pretending not to notice. Professor, Aaron approached Umbridge directly. I have a suggestion that you might find interesting. Forget it, Umbridge declined tactfully, raising the clipboard in her hand. Miss Parkinson gave me a very fair evaluation. Naturally, but it would be somewhat unfair for the senior investigator sent by the Ministry of Magic to only investigate Slytherin. If it gets out, it will damage the reputation of Minister Cornelius Fudge. Shut up, Umbridge snarled angrily. However, she quickly noticed the dozens of eyes on her and forced a warm smile. Mr. Gaius, you might as well share your suggestion. It's very simple, to ensure fairness and justice, Aaron said confidently. Pansy is the prefect of Slytherin, and her words are very representative. But I think the prefects of Gryffindor should also be representative, right? Hearing this, Hermione and Ron exchanged smiles. If the initiative was in their hands, everything would be different. At least Hagrid would be safe. Umbridge's expression froze. She felt extremely humiliated. It was the first time she had suffered such a grievance at Hogwarts in over 2 months. Seeking a Gryffindor prefect's evaluation was clearly a ploy to protect Hagrid, Dumbledore's staunch supporter. Mr. Gaius, this is unnecessary. Whatever you say is what you say, but what you say... No, it's not, Umbridge interrupted immediately, crossing out the evaluation on the clipboard for the 3rd time. I just think it's a bit sloppy. Okay, since you have said so, Professor, you must have your own considerations, Aaron replied, forcing a smile. Umbridge's smile was more of a grimace. If she hadn't crossed out this comment, it would have been a different story. Longbottom, can you see Thestrals? Whose death did you witness? My grandpa, Neville said in a low voice. What do you think of them? Umbridge demanded. Are you afraid? Well, they're all fine, Neville said nervously. Students dare not admit to being afraid, Umbridge wrote as she spoke, adding another line to the clipboard. Cough, cough! Hearing the sound of coughing, Umbridge felt her anger erupt like a volcano. She had been coughing in other people's classes for days. She didn't expect to be so humiliated by a student today. Umbridge tore off a page from the clipboard and turned to Aaron sullenly. Is there anything else Mr. Gaius wants to do? Professor, you may have misunderstood something, Aaron said, rubbing his neck awkwardly. I just feel a little uncomfortable in my throat recently. You can continue. Don't be angry. I mustn't be angry. My health is my own. She could help Hagrid once, twice, or even 3 or 4 times, but she couldn't help him all the time. This concludes this visit to the Professor of the Protection of Fantastic Beasts, Umbridge said, putting away the clipboard. She then looked at Hagrid meaningfully. But since you came back late, Professor Hagrid, you still have to be checked a few more times. You have no objection. Hagrid froze for a moment, then shook his head. That's good, Umbridge said, giving Aaron a small smile before hurrying away from the students. Ahem, Hagrid coughed. Now, let's continue with the class. This is Woo-Woo, the first Thestral born in this forest, and my favorite. Thestrals are a species of Pegasus. Once tamed, they are loyal to their masters. They have an excellent sense of direction. Just tell them where you want to go, and they will take you there. They are very fast, faster than a broomstick, even faster than Buckbeak. Everyone gained a preliminary understanding of the Thestrals and hadn't encountered any danger. However, due to the superstition that Thestrals are unlucky in the magical world, students held a kind of awe for them deep in their hearts. Few dared to come forward to touch them. More than half an hour later, Hagrid's first class after returning officially ended. He walked up to Aaron quickly, and Draco and the others, sensing the moment, left with interest. Thank you for this time, Aaron. Otherwise, Umbridge would have belittled me, Hagrid said gratefully. You're welcome, Aaron replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. You gave me a feather of a magical animal. It would be too embarrassing to ignore it. Aaron valued Hagrid as a supplier. If Umbridge managed to get Hagrid kicked out of Hogwarts, Aaron would have to venture into the Forbidden Forest himself to collect magical animal feathers in the future. However, I must remind you, Hagrid, that while you can be a thief for 1,000 days, you can't defend against a thief for 1,000 days. Umbridge won't let you off so easily, Aaron warned. I can see that, Hagrid said melancholically. When I saw her, I felt nothing but malice. We warned you, Hermione interjected, her tone serious. We gave you a very serious kind of reminder. How could I have imagined she was so disgusting? Hagrid said resentfully. He had lived most of his life thinking no one could be worse than the Dursleys, but today had proven him wrong. Thestrals are interesting, though, Harry said, trying to lighten the mood. They remind me of Buckbeak. Want to sit up? Hagrid asked meaningfully. Harry was tempted, but thought better of it. Next time, he said, considering the potential repercussions from Umbridge. As December rolled in and Christmas approached, the prefect's workload increased. They had to organize manpower to decorate the castle and manage the overly excited lower-grade students. Aaron was busier than ever, also organizing DA's Defense Against the Dark Arts training. In the room of requirement, during the last class before Christmas, 30 students of different grades and houses sat on chairs. Aaron stood at the podium, serious. The stunning spell, the incantation is Stupefy, and its effect is to stun the enemy. This is the most commonly used spell in Defense Against the Dark Arts. It is less lethal, but consumes less mana. Now, raise your hand if you know this spell, Aaron instructed. All 30 students raised their right hands in unison. Aaron chuckled, the scene reminiscent of when he taught them the disarming spell. As I said before, yes means yes, no means no. I'll give you another chance. If you know how to do it, I won't teach it. You can just train. The Creevy brothers hesitated for a moment before reluctantly lowering their hands. Besides them, 1 Ravenclaw and 2 Hufflepuffs also lowered their hands. Hey, I hope everyone will be more honest in class in the future. After all, this is not for me, Aaron said, slightly exasperated. He then turned the ground into a huge cushion. Harry, you're in charge of teaching some of them. Me? Harry asked, surprised. Of course, it's you. It's not like you don't know the stunning spell. Understood, Harry agreed. The rest of you, practice in pairs, Aaron instructed. Everyone separated into pairs, and soon the sound of Stupefy echoed through the classroom. Aaron patrolled to prevent any accidents during the duel practice. As he approached, Fred and George flanked him from either side. Did you forget something? Fred asked pointedly. We've already mastered 5 spells, George added. What about the Patronus charm? This, Aaron pondered for a moment. Let's teach it after the Christmas holidays. What? Fred and George exclaimed in unison. You don't think you can learn the Patronus charm in one class, do you? Aaron asked, raising an eyebrow. The twins exchanged glances and sighed. They knew the Patronus charm was difficult and realized they couldn't master it in a short time. The class ended quickly, and everyone left the room of requirement in pairs or small groups. Aaron returned to the common room and then headed to the Great Hall. The hall was covered with a thick layer of white snow, and silver crystals adorned the decorations, adding to the festive atmosphere. H. Hung upside down from the ceiling, the lights shone brightly, casting a festive glow throughout the room. Several shadow ninjas were busy decorating a massive Christmas tree, enhancing the holiday atmosphere. "Merry Christmas," greeted the missing body. "It's okay," Aaron replied, stretching his arms before collapsing onto a bed. "I can finally relax before the vacation ends. I've been pretty busy these days, teaching 30 wizards of varying abilities defense against the dark arts, preparing lessons, training, and sometimes even providing one-on-one tutoring." "So that's why you confidently left all the homework to me?" the missing body retorted. "You've misunderstood. Even if there were no tutoring classes, the homework would still be left to you," Aaron responded with a smirk. "I figured as much," the missing body said angrily, then transferred all the experiences of describing the magic circle from this semester to the mind of the main body. Upon receiving the information, a look of joy spread across Aaron's face. With the accumulated experience of the past few months, he realized that he could now complete the ultimate magic circle of the 5 elemental magics in just half a minute. The high-level magic circles of light and dark magic could almost be cast instantly, though these advanced spells consumed significantly more energy and had to be used with caution. Chapter 471, A Dire Prophecy and a Letter to the Weasleys. Danger, danger, Weasley's life is in danger. Aaron, who had been sleeping soundly, nearly rolled out of bed when he heard the ominous voice. "What the hell is going on?" he exclaimed, disoriented. "Calm down, it's the warning from the prophecy book," his doppelganger replied, retrieving the book from its place on the throne. He wrote today's date on it, and a line of text appeared on the blank page. "Danger, Weasley's life is in danger." "Damn it!" Aaron swore under his breath. "I thought I could finally get some rest, but it seems I can't even sleep peacefully. For over a month, this book has been making predictions every day. Now it finally gives us something useful," the doppelganger said with a bitter smile. "Unfortunately, it's not good news for us." "Weasley," Aaron sighed. "Arthur, Molly, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, Ron, Ginny. There are so many Weasleys. How am I supposed to know which one is in danger? The ones at Hogwarts should be safe, but it's hard to say about the others," the doppelganger noted. "The question now is, what should I do? Should I intervene?" Aaron rubbed his forehead and looked at his doppelganger, hoping for some advice. "Don't look at me like that. Although I have my own thoughts, I am essentially you. What you worry about is what I worry about, and what you hesitate over is what I hesitate over." The doppelganger shrugged. "It's a bit awkward either way. We did stay with the Weasleys for a few days, and they were very hospitable to us. Ignoring this could be seen as ungrateful, but getting involved might drag us into magical world disputes. Who knows what kind of danger this is? If it's just an ordinary accident, saving a life is no big deal. But if it's a battle with Death Eaters, our involvement would violate family rules, and the consequences would be severe." A trace of helplessness flashed in Aaron's eyes. "I really regret buying this book. If I didn't know about the prophecy, at least I could sleep well." "You're not fooling anyone, least of all yourself," the doppelganger said. "If we ignore this and something happens, we'll never forgive ourselves." Aaron scratched his head in frustration. "But how do we handle this without getting ourselves involved? Why can't the prophecy be more detailed?" "Detailed prophecies cost more than 500 magic points. What about Dumbledore? The Weasleys work for him. He wouldn't ignore this." "No," Aaron said firmly. "I can sense that our headmaster is under a lot of pressure. We mustn't approach him now. Besides, he might not believe us, and if he learns about the prophecy book, then we might lose the book," the doppelganger finished. "Exactly," Aaron agreed. "A prophecy book is incredibly valuable, especially now with the conflict between the White Lord and the Dark Lord intensifying." "How about sending an anonymous letter?" the doppelganger suggested. "Who would deliver it?" Aaron asked. "This is Hogwarts, not Gaius Castle. We don't have anyone who can do that." "I'm talking about transfiguration," the doppelganger said, waving his wand. A cup transformed into a brown owl. "Let it deliver the letter." "That might work, but I'm worried the letter won't get through," Aaron said, frowning. "Hogwarts communication channels are being monitored, especially Dumbledore and Harry Potter. I'm likely being watched too. The owl might be detained before it reaches Dumbledore's office. If Umbridge intercepts the letter, things could get even more complicated. Hearing this, the doppelganger looked equally troubled. This doesn't work, that doesn't work, and we can't do it ourselves. Wait, Aaron interrupted. You said you would do. Aaron's body froze for a moment before quickly realizing, you don't really intend to let me deliver the letter, do you? I'm not that foolish. The letter must be delivered, but not to Dumbledore. To whom then? Professor McGonagall? No. At Hogwarts, besides the headmaster and the deputy headmistress, the person who cares about Weasley the most is Weasley, the thought body suddenly realized. Yes, it is very risky to send a letter to the headmaster or the deputy headmistress, but it is relatively easy to send a letter to Weasley. What time is it? Aaron asked. It's just past midnight, and it's curfew time. Without further ado, I have to go to the Gryffindor common room. You, ready? The thought body wrote down the content of the prophecy on a piece of paper and put it in an envelope. This is written with my left hand. No one will recognize it. Aaron secretly praised his wit, then picked up the envelope and left the Shenming Hall. The door to the Slytherin common room opened quietly, and Aaron walked out quickly, using the disillusionment charm to hide himself and the silencing charm to muffle his footsteps. He trotted all the way to the end of the corridor in Gryffindor Tower, where a portrait blocked his way. Looking at the fat lady dozing off in the painting, Aaron felt a few beads of sweat form on his forehead. Damn, I forgot there was a gatekeeper here, and I don't know the password to the Gryffindor common room. After thinking for a moment, Aaron removed the disillusionment charm and changed his appearance. Cough, cough! A deep cough echoed clearly in the silent corridor. The fat lady was still a little confused when she heard the voice, but she immediately woke up when she saw the person standing in front of her. Professor Dumbledore, are you here? It's very urgent. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to disturb the rest of the students, Aaron said calmly in Dumbledore's voice. I don't have time to explain. Please open the door for me first. Okay, headmaster. The fat lady didn't suspect him and directly opened the circular entrance leading to the common room. Others needed a password to get in, but Dumbledore clearly had the privilege of being headmaster. Aaron couldn't help raising his eyebrows at this. Although the Slytherin common room didn't have a portrait dedicated to a gatekeeper, the security was actually higher. After all, their door only recognized passwords, and no one had privileges. Entering the common room, the fat lady closed the door behind him. Aaron used the disillusionment charm again to hide his figure, and then took out Captain Jack's compass. Although he had been to the Gryffindor common room once, he didn't know where Ron's dormitory was, so he could only follow the pointer to find it. He hadn't used this magical item many times, but every time he did, it felt like overkill. Quietly pushing open the door indicated by the compass, Aaron walked in lightly. This dormitory was shared by 5 people: Ron, Harry, Seamus, Dean, and Neville. Ignoring the constant snoring, Aaron walked to Ron's bed and placed the anonymous letter on the bedside. He also cast a spell on the envelope so it would automatically ring an alarm after 3 minutes. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief after doing all this. It's not foolproof, but it can definitely be called the utmost benevolence. Ugh! Painful groans suddenly came from a few meters away. Aaron looked subconsciously and saw Harry twitching on the bed, his face covered in cold sweat. Although he was asleep, his hands were still covering the scar on his forehead. He must be having a nightmare, and it's related to Voldemort, Aaron thought to himself, his brows furrowing unconsciously. The Dark Lord's frequent activities were not a good sign, but it had nothing to do with him. The letter had been delivered, and leaving here was the top priority. Aaron retraced his steps, but at a slower pace than when he had come. It took him more than 10 minutes to return to the Slytherin common room. Ron entered the common room, and instead of heading to the Shenming Hall, he collapsed directly onto his bed in the dormitory. Not long after he lay down, a loud ringing, like an alarm clock, filled the room. Ron, who was sleeping poorly, opened his eyes with deep resentment after a few minutes. He usually didn't bother setting an alarm clock, especially with Christmas approaching and the school closing soon. He had been looking forward to sleeping in, and now that his wish had been shattered, He was in a foul mood. "Is there no end to this?" Ron grumbled, slapping the alarm clock on his bed angrily. He was already wondering whose prank this was. He hoped he wouldn't catch the culprit, or they would surely face the wrath of a prefect. However, the sound of the alarm clock ceased, and the sensation under his hand felt different. Only then did he realize it wasn't an alarm clock at all, but an anonymous letter. Ron was a bit confused, and was about to open the envelope when he heard Harry cry out in pain. Startled, Ron rushed to Harry's side, the envelope forgotten in his hand. "Harry! Harry!" he called out. Harry's eyes snapped open, and he panted heavily. A severe, tearing pain radiated from his forehead, causing his vision to darken. He leaned over the side of the bed and vomited. "Harry, what's wrong with you?" Ron asked worriedly. "Do you need to go to the school hospital to see Madame Pomfrey?" "No," Harry said hurriedly, grabbing Ron's arm with a weak but determined grip. "Your father, something happened to Mr. Weasley." "What?" Ron was startled. "Mate, you were just dreaming." "No," Harry insisted anxiously. "It wasn't a dream. It was definitely not a dream. I saw a big snake. It bit him, and he was covered in blood. It was very serious. Quick, we need to find Dumbledore." "I'll get someone," Neville said in horror, and he quickly ran out of the dormitory. Dean and Seamus, who had also been awakened, whispered among themselves, not taking Harry's dream seriously and thinking it was an overreaction. After what felt like an eternity, hurried footsteps echoed on the stairs, and Neville returned with Professor McGonagall. "I wanted to go to Dumbledore, but I don't know the password to the headmaster's office," Neville said, sounding a bit self-reproachful. "Thanks, Neville," Harry said gratefully, his voice weak. "Potter, what's the matter with you?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Are you feeling unwell?" "It's Ron's father." Harry forced himself to sit up. "I saw him being bitten by a snake. It was very serious." "You saw it?" Professor McGonagall frowned. "I dreamed it, but it felt very real, as if I was the snake," Harry said anxiously. "We have to find him. He was seriously injured, and it might be too late if we don't act quickly. Professor, I'm not lying. I'm not crazy. You must believe me." Professor McGonagall looked at him in amazement. After a few seconds of silence, she seemed to make up her mind. "I believe you, Potter. Put on your dressing gown, and we'll go see the headmaster." Hearing this, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He desperately needed the trust of the Order of the Phoenix members. Without it, he didn't know what he would do, especially since Dumbledore seemed to have been avoiding him intentionally or unintentionally this semester. "Weasley, you come too," Professor McGonagall added. Ron supported the weak Harry, and they followed Professor McGonagall to the entrance of the headmaster's office. "Fizzing Whizbees," Professor McGonagall said, and the stone gargoyle jumped aside, revealing the ascending stone staircase. The three of them stepped onto the stairs and arrived at an oak door. Professor McGonagall knocked 3 times, and after a moment, the door opened automatically. Dumbledore was flipping through documents at his desk. He wasn't surprised to see Professor McGonagall, but when he saw the 2 students behind her, especially Harry's distressed appearance, he frowned unconsciously. "Dumbledore, Potter just had a nightmare," Professor McGonagall began. "It wasn't a nightmare," Harry interrupted urgently. Harry immediately responded, looking at Dumbledore with a serious expression. "I did see it in my sleep. It really happened. Ron's dad was bitten by a snake, a big one, and it bit him badly. It's happened before. I've dreamed about Wormtail, and it must be real this time." "How did you see that?" Dumbledore asked. "I don't know. It was just in my dream." "No, I'm not asking about the dream itself. I mean, in the dream, were you standing next to the victim or looking down from above?" "Neither," Harry replied, shaking his head in confusion. "I saw it from the perspective of the snake, as if I were the snake." Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. "Is he seriously injured?" he asked. "Very serious," Harry confirmed. Dumbledore immediately turned to look at an old portrait on the wall of a yellow-haired wizard. "Evra, Arthur is on duty tonight. We must get the right person to find him." "Doris," he called out, and a dozing witch in a frame suddenly opened her eyes. "You go and help too." The 2 wizards nodded and stepped out of the photo frame. "They were 2 of the most famous headmasters at Hogwarts," Dumbledore explained patiently. "Their portraits hang in other important wizarding institutions. They can move between their own portraits at will, so they can inform us about events happening elsewhere. He looked at the pale-faced Harry and Ron and conjured up 2 chairs. Sit down for a while. It may take a few minutes for them to return. Minerva, I need you to wake up the other Weasley children. I'll go right away, said Professor McGonagall. What about Molly? Harry asked. I'll let Fawkes know once we're done here. She might already know. They have a wonderful wall clock in their house that doesn't show the time, but the whereabouts and status of each family member, Dumbledore explained. Chapter 472, The Letter That Shocked Everyone. Harry and Ron sat absent-mindedly in their chairs. Harry was in poor condition, and Ron was in even worse shape. Initially, Ron thought Harry had just had a nightmare, albeit a particularly ominous one, but he didn't take it seriously. However, judging by Dumbledore's reaction, this nightmare seemed very likely to be real. His father was seriously injured, and his life was in danger. How could he feel relieved? Dumbledore, Evra appeared in the frame, looking a little out of breath. How's it going? We found him. He didn't look well. He was covered in blood, but we arrived in time. He survived, and the Dark Lord didn't get what he was after. Where is Di Lisi? He's back, the silver-haired witch replied, sitting on the leather chair in the picture frame. They sent him to St. Mungo's Hospital for treatment. He looks very bad. I judge that he should be bedridden for at least half a month. Thank goodness, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief, and so did Harry and Ron. Mr. Weasley was indeed attacked, but his life was not in danger, nor was he missing any limbs. A recovery period of more than half a month was a blessing among misfortunes. Phineas, Dumbledore walked up to a portrait of a wizard with a goatee and Slytherin attire. The wizard seemed to be sleeping soundly, and Dumbledore had to call him several times before he reluctantly opened his eyes. I need you to take another trip to that portrait of yours. No, Dumbledore, I'm too tired, Phineas said awkwardly. Hearing this, the previous Hogwarts headmasters and headmistresses in the other portraits all looked very angry and began to curse indisputably. Disobedience to duty. We have an obligation to serve the current headmaster of Hogwarts. Don't be ashamed, Phineas. Shall I convince him? Okay, I'll go. Can't I go? Phineas said helplessly. But he may have destroyed my portrait. No, Sirius won't destroy your portrait, Dumbledore said firmly. I need you to tell him that Arthur was seriously injured, and his wife, children, and Harry Potter will be at his house shortly. Got it, Phineas said lazily, then disappeared into the photo frame. At this time, the door of the principal's office opened again, and Professor McGonagall led George, Fred, and Ginny in. They were still wearing pajamas, their hair disheveled, and their expressions worried and frightened. What's going on? Fred asked, looking at the two. Is it true what Professor McGonagall said, that Dad was injured? It's true. He was just sent to St. Mungo's Hospital, but it's not life-threatening, Ron said in a low voice. I slept well tonight, and there was an alarm ringing next to my ear, and then... Speaking of this, Ron suddenly paused and took out an anonymous letter from his pocket. What's this? Professor McGonagall asked. The alarm that woke me up must be some student's prank, Ron said with a wry smile. But I'm really grateful to this student. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that Harry was having a nightmare, and I would have wasted some time. He opened the envelope and didn't care at first, but the next moment he was shocked and stood up unconsciously. What the? Harry leaned over to take a look, then froze in place in astonishment. Is this fake? Professor McGonagall took the envelope from him and read the 2 sentences on it. Weasley's life is in danger. Also, this is not a prank. If you don't believe it, at your own risk. After the voice fell, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, feeling very incredulous. Ron, think carefully. Who gave you this letter? Professor McGonagall asked seriously. I really don't know, Ron said incoherently. I didn't see it before I went to bed, and the windows of our dormitory are all closed. The owls can't fly in at all. But how do you explain this letter? Ginny asked suspiciously. Someone couldn't have stuffed it on your bed in the middle of the night, right? Even if they could, how would they know out Dad's situation? Isn't the content a bit exaggerated, someone asked. Bring it here, Dumbledore said. Professor McGonagall immediately placed the letter on Dumbledore's desk. He tapped the parchment with his wand, but nothing happened. Strange, this is ordinary parchment, and there's only one spell on it, a simple alarm clock, Dumbledore observed. What's wrong with that? Harry asked, confused. This shows that the letter wasn't prepared in advance. Professor McGonagall said solemnly, Albus, someone sneaked into their dormitory while they were asleep and left this letter. I think so too, Dumbledore agreed. From the time the alarm clock was set, this happened within an hour. But who could it be? Ron asked in disbelief. I don't know, Professor McGonagall replied regretfully. I know the handwriting of everyone at Hogwarts, but this is the first time I've seen this handwriting. It looks a bit awkward. It can only be said that this person is very cautious. Fred seemed to have an idea. This person is from our academy, but doesn't want us to know who they are. Is that right, Professor? Professor McGonagall couldn't deny it, but there was a hint of pride in her eyes. I didn't expect Gryffindor to have such a talent, and I, the Dean, didn't even know it. Talent? Harry was taken aback. Just because of this letter? It's the content, Professor McGonagall said excitedly. This requires top-level prophecy talents. Dumbledore, we have to find this student. They are too important. But they sent the message this way to hide their identity, George pointed out. I know, and normally I wouldn't pursue it, but the situation is dire. A prophet could give us a significant advantage. We have Professor Trelawney, Minerva, Dumbledore reminded her. Her predictions are very accurate. Professor McGonagall pouted, clearly disapproving. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, silently supporting Professor McGonagall. They didn't like Professor Trelawney, who was always making ominous predictions. This unknown classmate who had helped them seemed much more appealing. I'm back, Phineas announced, appearing in his photo frame. My great-great-grandson said welcome. He has a quirk of keeping people to stay. Everyone, Dumbledore beckoned. I'll take you to Sirius's residence. It's easier to get to St. Mungo's hospital from there than from the Burrow. How do we get there? Fred asked worriedly. Flu powder? But the flu network should be down now. Umbridge is monitoring the flu network at Hogwarts, but she can't monitor portkeys, Dumbledore reassured them. He then took out a black teapot. This is the portkey. It will transport you before Umbridge realizes you're out of bed. Harry, Ron, and the others approached Dumbledore and placed their hands on the teapot. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. As soon as he said 3, Dumbledore activated the portkey. They felt a sudden dizziness as the teapot whisked them through space at high speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Dumbledore sat back in his chair, a sense of loss washing over him. He looked at Professor McGonagall, who also appeared troubled. Voldemort will find out soon. We can't wait any longer. Once the Christmas break is over, let Severus get ready. I have no problem with that, Albus, but what about the author of this letter? Minerva, I don't want to involve students. You know what I mean. I understand, Professor McGonagall said thoughtfully. This student is obviously a Gryffindor, and as the Dean, I have an obligation to understand their abilities. I don't want them to join the fight against Voldemort directly, but to make effective prophecies. They are much more reliable than Trelawney. That's also very dangerous. If the Dark Lord's forces learn of this student's existence, their life will be in constant danger. We can use a loyalty spell or an unbreakable vow, Professor McGonagall said firmly. I care about the students just as much as you do. I assure you that his identity will not be revealed. Aled, Professor McGonagall insisted. Dumbledore remained silent, still objecting to the idea. Let's do it. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath. I'll find this student, and if he doesn't want to help, we'll just pretend I never mentioned it. Seeing that Dumbledore was still silent, Professor McGonagall grew more anxious. Dumbledore, I understand your concerns, but you also have to think about the safety of the members of the Order of the Phoenix. If that letter hadn't woken Ron up in time, he might not have discovered that Harry was having a nightmare. And if we had been a few minutes late, Arthur might not have received timely treatment. Dumbledore's eyes flickered slightly, as if moved by Professor McGonagall's words. I approve you to look for him, but don't act rashly once you find him. Pretend nothing happened. I'll find the right moment to talk to him in person. Professor McGonagall nodded happily. Persuading Dumbledore to this point was difficult, and pushing further would likely cross his bottom line. The next day, The students who were going home for Christmas packed their luggage. Professor McGonagall arrived at Harry's dormitory early in the morning. She pointed her wand at the ground, attempting to restore the footprints of the students who had entered the room the previous night. Unfortunately, apart from her own and those of the dormitory's residents, no other footprints were found. Professor McGonagall sighed in disappointment. Although Gryffindor had won the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup in recent years, they were always overshadowed by Slytherin's Aaron Gaius in terms of outstanding students. Even Hermione was far inferior to him. This often left her, the head of Gryffindor, feeling a bit embarrassed in front of Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin, regarding teaching achievements. Now, finding a talented wizard with rare prophetic abilities only to be unable to locate him was disheartening. "Professor McGonagall?" Hermione appeared at the door, looking surprised. "Why are you here?" "I'm looking for someone," Professor McGonagall replied absent-mindedly. "But I didn't find him. He hid well." "Looking for Harry?" Hermione asked tentatively. "I haven't seen him this morning, and Ron is gone too." "Then you don't need to worry. They left last night, along with Fred, George, and Ginny," Hermione said, frowning slightly. She instinctively felt something was wrong. "What happened?" Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell Hermione what had happened the previous night. Hermione was a reserve member of the Order of the Phoenix, and it wouldn't hurt for her to know some things. Given her close relationship with Harry and the others, she would find out what happened when she returned to know. 12 Grimmauld Place anyway. After listening, Hermione was momentarily stunned. "You mean Harry dreamed that Mr. Weasley was attacked by a big snake, and it turned out to be true?" "That's right. Arthur is still lying in St. Mungo's hospital, but his life is not in danger. Harry and the others, along with Molly, are looking after him." "Then you're here to find the person who sent the letter to Ron?" Hermione asked. Professor McGonagall nodded. "A Gryffindor with outstanding prophetic talent is too important. If possible, I would like to persuade him to join the Order of the Phoenix." "Isn't that a bit hasty?" Hermione frowned slightly, feeling a bit unconvinced. They had wanted to join the Order of the Phoenix during the holidays, but hadn't succeeded. Now, a stranger might join before them. "Dumbledore also suggested investigating first, but if we can't find him, nothing will happen," Professor McGonagall explained. "Is it really that hard to find him?" Hermione asked in surprise. "You can't even find him?" "I'm afraid it will take some time," Professor McGonagall said, sounding frustrated. "There are no footprints left, and the letters are very ordinary. Even the handwriting is specially forged." Hermione's mouth twitched slightly. "Does that mean there are no clues?" "Almost, but we still have to find a way. It would be great if there were witnesses, but it's unlikely anyone saw anything in the middle of the night." "Wait," Hermione said suddenly. "Professor, did you just say witnesses? Do you know anyone who saw it?" A look of hope appeared in Professor McGonagall's eyes. "Maybe not a person, but—" Hermione paused and pointed shyly to Harry's cage. Inside, a snow-white owl blinked blankly. "I don't know if it can help?" Professor McGonagall froze for a moment, then a relaxed smile spread across her face. "Why didn't I think of that? Hedwig is the smartest owl I've ever seen. Maybe she can help us." She walked up to Hedwig, full of expectations, and asked softly, "Did anyone else come last night?" Hedwig flapped her wings and let out a cute cry. Professor McGonagall was overjoyed. "Then can you help us find them?" Chapter 473, The Reluctant Owl. In the Gryffindor common room, Professor McGonagall sat on a sofa by the fireplace while Hermione held a long list, calling out names one by one. Dumbledore had requested a discreet search, so they fabricated a reason, asking everyone to fill out a form for going home for Christmas. The students whose names were called stepped forward to sign, completely ignoring the caged owl. From morning to noon, they checked every Gryffindor student from 7th grade to 1st grade, but Hedwig showed no reaction. "Professor, did I make a mistake?" Hermione asked, disappointed. "I've tried all the Gryffindors except for Harry and his friends." Professor McGonagall rubbed her temples tiredly. "I feel the same way. Maybe we missed something." "Could it be someone from another house?" Hermione suggested. "It's impossible," Professor McGonagall said firmly. "The fat lady won't let anyone in who doesn't know the password. But what if they know the password? 2 years ago, Sirius picked up the Gryffindor password and entered smoothly. This. Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment and walked to the entrance of the lounge. "Good morning, fat lady." "Good morning, Professor," the fat lady grinned. "I want to ask if there were any students from other houses here last night?" "No, absolutely not," the fat lady shook her head solemnly. "I won't let anyone in without the password, let alone someone from another house." "See?" Professor McGonagall said to Hermione. "But Professor Dumbledore did come last night," the fat lady added. "Who are you talking about? Professor Dumbledore?" Professor McGonagall staggered, almost losing her composure, while Hermione's mouth dropped open in astonishment. "Yes, he came around midnight," the fat lady recalled. "He said it was very urgent, so I let him in." Hearing this, Professor McGonagall and Hermione exchanged glances. No wonder they couldn't find anyone in Gryffindor. The person wasn't from Gryffindor at all. Professor McGonagall looked frustrated, muttering to herself, "How could this be? A prophecy genius just passed by Gryffindor like this?" Professor, are we still looking for them?" Hermione asked hesitantly. "Of course, we must," Professor McGonagall replied. "No matter which house they belong to, delivering that letter to Ron shows they have a sense of justice. We can still try to find them." "But Professor," Hermione hesitated, "tomorrow is the holiday. We spent the whole morning searching just one house. We can't search the other 3 houses at this speed. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore wanted this done secretly. Checking several houses at once would be too obvious." Professor McGonagall's expression turned grim. After a long silence, she sighed unwillingly. "Forget it. We'll continue after the Christmas holiday." She turned and left, leaving Hermione with a bleak look on her face. "Wait, Professor. Maybe I have a way." That night, in the auditorium before the holiday, Hermione arrived early and sat at the end of the long Gryffindor table, placing Hedwig's birdcage openly on the table. Students came in one after another, preparing to have dinner before leaving school. Hermione wasn't in the mood to eat. She watched Hedwig's movements while reading a book. Seeing this, Professor McGonagall, who was seated with the teaching staff, felt a bit more relieved. She unconditionally supported Hermione's method, which not only fulfilled Dumbledore's request, but also allowed them to screen most of the students. Unless the person didn't come to eat, there was no way to hide. After more than half an hour, Hedwig flapped her wings and made an excited sound. Hermione and Professor McGonagall immediately looked at the door of the auditorium, their eyes widening in unison. Aaron walked in, holding Abe and striding confidently. He didn't seem to notice the 2 pairs of eyes on him and began eating dinner. Professor McGonagall winked at Hermione and left her seat. They met outside the auditorium and stopped in the foyer. You sure it's Mr. Gaius?" Hermione asked. "Didn't you see it all?" "Hedwig said it was him," replied Professor McGonagall. Hermione hesitated. "It's unexpected, but it makes sense. Aaron's transfiguration skills are excellent. Even if he can't transform into someone else, his illusions are good enough to fool the fat lady. As for the gift of prophecy, he was probably Professor Trelawney's proudest student." Professor McGonagall smiled bitterly. "I thought Gryffindor had a genius we could finally be proud of in front of Snape, but it seems I was mistaken. The situation hasn't changed at all." "Professor, do you still want him to join the Order of the Phoenix?" Hermione asked awkwardly. "Based on what I know about him, I'm afraid he won't agree." Professor McGonagall did not give a clear answer. "Keep it secret. No one can know," she said before hurrying away. Instead of returning to the Great Hall, she went to the headmaster's office to explain everything to Dumbledore. "Albus," Professor McGonagall said, somewhat dumbfounded, "Gaius's abilities may need to be reevaluated. He is better than we expected." Dumbledore, sitting calmly in his chair, seemed to have anticipated this. "This kid should be on our side, otherwise he wouldn't have sent a letter to Ron. My suggestion is to recruit him into the Order of the Phoenix, but you'll have to talk to him yourself." "Not yet, Minerva," Dumbledore said solemnly. "What do you mean by not yet?" Professor McGonagall asked, puzzled. "Harry, Ron, and Hermione all know about the Order of the Phoenix, so there shouldn't be any problem with having one more member." "He's different." Dumbledore shook his head, a wise light flashing in his eyes. "I don't deny that recruiting him into the Order of the Phoenix would be of great help to us, and many people would be inspired. But Gaius is a true Slytherin. He has all the qualities of a Slytherin, and what he is best at is protecting himself wisely. Otherwise, he wouldn't send messages in that way. I'm sure I won't gain anything by approaching him at this time. I agree with this very much, Phineas said proudly, stroking his goatee. The Gaius family has stood for thousands of years, powerful, mysterious, and intricately connected. They seem to have always been on the fringes of the magical world, but their every move deeply affects it. Thank you for the reminder, Phineas, Dumbledore said, somewhat exasperated. You've said this several times, and my ears are numb. It doesn't hurt to say it one more time. Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean, Professor McGonagall said. It means that Dumbledore is right, Phineas said meaningfully. If the timing is not right, it will only backfire. Professor McGonagall frowned slightly. Does that mean we have to pretend that nothing happened? That's not necessarily the case, Dumbledore said, taking out the letter from last night from his drawer. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, it would be unreasonable for someone to break into Gryffindor's dormitory in the middle of the night without asking. Professor McGonagall seemed to have thought of something, her eyes lighting up. I'm going to call Mr. Gaius to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, wasn't what I just said clear enough? Phineas said with some displeasure. No matter what you do, don't make your mind on the Gaius family. Relax, Phineas. It's not as serious as you think. I know what I'm doing. Best. On the other side, Aaron had just finished dinner and was thinking about how to spend the Christmas holiday when a tall and thin figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Professor McGonagall, what is this? He asked. Mr. Gaius, Professor Dumbledore asked me to invite you over. Hearing this, Aaron remained calm, but his heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. Very wrong. He had just sent the letter to Ron last night, and now Dumbledore wanted to talk to him. It was too much of a coincidence. Even a dog wouldn't believe it. Professor McGonagall, may I ask if there's something Professor Dumbledore wants me to do? Aaron inquired. Relax, it's not a big deal. He just wants to ask you a few questions. Just tell the truth, Professor McGonagall replied. Aaron immediately had an idea of what this was about. Dumbledore probably knew about the letter he had sent, but it didn't matter. He was confident he hadn't left any clues. They couldn't find any evidence against him. As long as Dumbledore was out of the picture, they couldn't do anything to him. With this thought, Aaron stood up nonchalantly. Let's go now. We shouldn't keep the headmaster waiting, he said. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow slightly, but led the way skillfully. As they entered the headmaster's office, Aaron immediately noticed a letter on Dumbledore's desk and couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Sit down, Mr. Gaius, Dumbledore said, gesturing to a chair. Aaron sat down politely. Professor Dumbledore, we're quite familiar with each other. Let's get straight to the point. Dumbledore nodded slightly and picked up the letter from the table. Does this look familiar to you? Aaron read the letter aloud. Weasley's life is in danger. This is not a prank. If you don't believe it, you will be at your own risk. He then frowned slightly. This definitely isn't from Slytherin. As a prefect, I often review their homework, and I've never seen this handwriting. This must be some student's prank. No joke. Arthur Weasley was attacked and very badly injured. In a sense, this letter came very timely. It could even be said to have saved Arthur's life, Dumbledore explained. What? Aaron feigned shock, carefully examining the letter in his hand. This is really incredible. This must be the handwriting of Professor Trelawney. She's the only one at Hogwarts with this kind of prophecy. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall exchanged glances, both clearly skeptical. If they didn't know the truth, they might have been fooled by Aaron's acting. Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Unfortunately, this letter has nothing to do with Professor Trelawney. Last night, someone pretended to be me and tricked the fat lady into opening the door to the Gryffindor common room. They left this letter beside Ron's bed and set an alarm. If it were Sybil, there would have been no such trouble. No way. Aaron frowned, then looked at Dumbledore with a feigned sullen expression. Headmaster, you didn't call me here because you suspect me, did you? Dumbledore remained silent, his expression unreadable. Don't get excited. The main thing is that this letter was definitely not left by a professor. Not a Gryffindor either, Professor McGonagall added. A Gryffindor would know the password and wouldn't need to pretend to be the headmaster. That's right, Dumbledore shrugged slightly. You are one of the best students, whether in transfiguration or divination. The professors are proud of you, and you have a good relationship with the Weasleys. Ron, Ginny, Fred, and George are all your friends. So that's why you suspect me? Aaron asked. Isn't that a bit hasty? I also think it's a bit premature, but... Dumbledore pointed to a birdcage by the window. Harry's owl saw what happened last night. A bolt of panic struck Aaron's heart. Damn, he had miscalculated. He had considered everything except Hedwig. But after thinking it over, he realized he had been invisible last night. Hedwig couldn't have seen him. At most, she could identify him by smell. Besides, even if this owl had some mutation that allowed her to see through his magic, it wouldn't matter if she couldn't speak. Professor, I think this may be a misunderstanding, Aaron said solemnly. I slept in the dormitory last night and never left. Hedwig immediately flapped her wings and made a strange cry, as if to refute his words. Roar! Abe, Aaron's dragon, roared, and a wave of dragon power pressed down on Hedwig like a mountain. She immediately quieted down, her voice subdued. The movement stopped abruptly, and the creature crouched obediently in the cage. Aaron, Professor M. McGonagall glared at him. Take care of your pet. Yes, but Abe did nothing wrong. My master has been slandered, so it's normal for him to be angry. Okay, let's just treat it as a misunderstanding, Dumbledore said indifferently, then changed the topic. Mr. Gaius, who do you think left this letter? Aaron took a deep breath, held his head high, and said, How would I know? It wasn't me anyway. Dumbledore's forehead creased with a few lines of frustration. Then what do you think this person intends? He asked meaningfully. Professor, I'm just an ordinary Slytherin. Is it appropriate for you to ask me? It's okay. Teachers and students often have different perspectives. I want to hear your opinion. 80% of it was probably a prank. It was just a coincidence. Then what if it wasn't a prank? Professor McGonagall interjected. Suppose this person has a rare prophetic ability, saw the process of Arthur's injury, and then left this letter on purpose. Aaron pondered for a moment, realizing they were trying to trick him. He decided to tell the truth. Maybe he just doesn't want to die. Chapter 474, Spiritual Support, Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore must know that you left the letter, the disembodied voice said firmly in the Hall of Shenming. He probably guessed it when he saw the letter, but he has no evidence. I think so too, Aaron sighed deeply. Hundreds of secrets. I should have cast a memory charm on that owl before I left last night. No, I should have used the Imperious Curse to make it find a random passerby. That might have muddied the waters. It's meaningless to dwell on it now. He's already playing his game tonight. I've made my stance clear. I just don't want to be helpless, and I don't want to get involved in the battle between him and Voldemort, Aaron said, shaking his head with a wry smile. It's too naive to think that way. Dumbledore has never given up on fighting for Gaius's power. But he hasn't had the right opportunity. Now that you've shown a strong prophetic ability, he'll be even more determined to tie us to his cause. Unless you drop out of school and stay home, it's unavoidable. That's not an option, Aaron waved his hands dismissively. Dropping out of school is impossible, at least until I grow up. Besides, the situation isn't that dire. As long as we don't actively get involved, Dumbledore can't do anything, no matter how powerful he is. That's all I can think of, the voice said, unaware that they had inadvertently set a flag for future events. The next day, the Christmas holiday officially began. Hundreds of wizards who decided to go home for Christmas left Hogwarts Castle with their suitcases after breakfast. Aaron felt a relief he hadn't experienced in a long time, especially as the 30 members of the DA left one by one. It was truly a joy. Being a conscientious teacher was incredibly difficult, especially when the students' levels were so uneven. Aaron compared himself to the teachers at home and concluded that his teaching level wasn't even close. But later, he realized he was wrong. There was a gap between his teaching level and that of his ancestors, but not as wide as he thought. The difference was that his ancestors taught geniuses like him one-on-one, making it naturally easier. Aaron, on the other hand, taught 30 wizards of different ages and varying foundations. Even Merlin would feel tired. Finally, I can have a good rest before the end of the holiday, Aaron sighed, and Abe, who was squatting beside him, nodded vigorously. You really are here? A familiar voice came from behind. Aaron and the dragon turned to see Hermione, out of breath and looking a bit embarrassed. How did you know I was here? Aaron asked in surprise. Celine said you weren't in the common room, and Miss Pince said you weren't in the library. I checked all the places you often go, so it was likely you were in the room of requirement. You're smart, Aaron rolled his eyes. But if you're here to talk about the DA's next arrangement, you should refrain. Vacations are for relaxation, and I don't want to burden myself. No, I'm here. Hermione hesitated, then seemed to make up her mind. I'm here to apologize. Apologize? Aaron was confused. Why do you need to apologize? Did you write a letter to Ron the night before? No, absolutely not. Why would I write to him? Aaron categorically denied it, admitting it would bring no benefit. I know it was you, Hermione said anxiously. You can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately. Some things need evidence, Aaron replied disdainfully. I have no evidence, but I gave Professor McGonagall the idea of using Hedwig to find someone. What? Aaron's eyes widened in astonishment, wanting to curse, but the words wouldn't come out. I really didn't mean it, Hermione said weakly. I didn't know it was you beforehand. Aaron forced a smile, feeling as if he had taken a critical hit to his heart. I thought it was Dumbledore who discovered the flaw, but how could it be you? Sorry. It's too late to say sorry. This time I was tricked by you, Aaron said, feeling depressed. Dumbledore talked to me last night. You're not punished, are you? Hermione asked anxiously. No, I didn't admit anything, Aaron said angrily. But I'm afraid his attention to me will skyrocket in the future. That doesn't sound like a bad thing. Then you're really thinking too much. Why do you think I slipped the letter to Ron in the middle of the night? First, it was troublesome. Umbridge monitors the Hogwarts communication channels, and it was much easier to send a message to Ron than to the headmaster. Secondly, it is still troublesome. Voldemort's activities are becoming more frequent. If I go directly to Dumbledore at this time, it is basically the same as picking a side. Hearing this, Hermione frowned slightly. Aaron, you may not be happy when I say this, but I think we should support Dumbledore. I support him, Aaron said solemnly. I support him spiritually. After all, I don't want Voldemort to rule the wizarding world. He looks perverted and is actually crazier than anyone else. Hermione, I'm not talking about moral support, but physical support. I also support that. The letter saved Mr. Weasley's life to a large extent, Aaron said indifferently. This can also be regarded as protecting the strength of Dumbledore's side, isn't it? Hermione was speechless for a moment. But can't you be more straightforward? No, Aaron said bluntly. I am different from you. One of the ancestral precepts of the Gaius family is that you should not get involved in large-scale disputes between wizards or between wizards and muggles unless it is absolutely necessary. The price of violating this ancestral precept is unbearable for me. On the contrary, as long as I don't get involved, no matter how chaotic the world is, the fire will not burn me. So I will try to remain neutral as much as possible, which is what Slytherin is best at, being wise and safe. Hermione nodded, half comprehending. Aaron had finally made his position clear today. Although his neutrality surprised her a little, the ancestral teachings made it difficult to persuade him to join Dumbledore's camp. Okay, I think I understand, Hermione said listlessly, then changed the topic. But I have another question. Since you chose to be neutral, why did you send a letter to Ron? There doesn't seem to be any conflict, Aaron said lightly. I received a prophecy the night before yesterday that a Weasley's life was in danger, but I didn't know which Weasley it was. The letter was sent out of concern for friends. To say what you don't want to hear, if I got a prophecy that Malfoy's life was in danger, I'd give the letter to Draco too. So that's how it is, Hermione said, suddenly realizing. This should be considered a loophole in the rules. Hey, you can't say that. Aaron rolled his eyes and continued. Dumbledore must have an organization dedicated to fighting Voldemort, right? Hermione hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. How did you know? Is there still a need to guess? Aaron said, exasperated. If Dumbledore were alone, he could fight Voldemort on equal footing, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to win. But if Voldemort joins the Death Eaters, then Dumbledore alone has no chance of winning. If there is no force to fight against the Death Eaters, Voldemort might be able to lead a group of people directly to Hogwarts and eradicate the greatest threat to his rule over the wizarding world. Tell me honestly, have you joined this organization? Well, not yet, Hermione said with some regret. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. For the sake of my friends, let me give you a piece of advice. It's best not to join this organization. Why? Hermione frowned. Only by joining the Order of the Phoenix can we unite against the power of the Dark Lord. Otherwise, we are no different from a mess of loose sand. Order of the Phoenix? Aaron smiled indifferently. Dumbledore chose a good name. What you said makes sense, and I don't deny it. But the death rate of members of the Order of the Phoenix is probably quite high. Moody, Lupin, and Sirius, whom you saw on Platform 9 3/4, are all members of the Order of the Phoenix. To fight Voldemort is to be prepared to die at any time, and they obviously have this awareness. Some of them joined the Order many years ago, and some were recruited after Voldemort's resurrection. But you are just an underage witch. There's no need for you to get involved. I'm not afraid, Hermione said firmly. Aaron couldn't help but clap his hands. As expected of a Gryffindor who doesn't lack courage. Hermione, I have a question for you, and I hope you can answer it honestly. What is the question? Are you alone? A thunderous realization struck Hermione's heart. She seemed to understand what Aaron meant, and her face suddenly turned pale. Her previously firm resolve wavered. Seeing the change in her expression, Aaron shrugged slightly. It seems you have figured it out. You can put life and death aside for the sake of justice and peace. But what if something happens to you? What will your parents do? Can they accept losing their daughter? Say no more, Hermione said, clutching her heart as crystal tears swirled in her eyes. Just thinking about that scene made her heart ache. At this moment, she had to admit that she was not prepared. Aaron's few words had chilled her blood. Aaron sighed and pulled a bottle of butterbeer out of his pocket. Here, take this. Thank you, Hermione said, taking the bottle and drinking it in big gulps. After drinking half of it, she barely recovered. What I just said was cruel, but it is the truth. When you persuade others to join such a high-mortality organization, first put yourself in their shoes and think about whether you can do it. Hermione nodded with difficulty, then seemed to think of something. Harry and Ron. Please, you are different from them, Aaron said, rolling his eyes. Harry is the boy who lived, the savior of the wizarding world. His parents died at the hands of Voldemort, which destined him to stand against Voldemort. As for Ron, his parents are both members of the Order of the Phoenix. Charlie is not excluded, and Bill also joined the Order. In other words, he is a potential member with strong family ties. Hermione's expression froze. She realized Aaron was right, but she still felt something was off. It seemed both Harry and Ron had strong connections, while she was from a more ordinary background. They have no choice, but you are different, Aaron said earnestly. Fortunately, you haven't officially joined the Order of the Phoenix. Otherwise, it might not be so easy to quit. Hermione forced a smile. But according to what you said, if everyone chooses to protect themselves wisely, then who will stop the Dark Lord? His reign was the darkest period in the magical world. We can't just watch and do nothing, can we? Correction, Voldemort isn't that powerful yet. The Wizarding War he initiated was only within the scope of the British mainland, which was much less severe than the Wizarding War that swept across Europe, launched by the previous Dark Lord, Grindelwald, Aaron said with slight disdain. Besides, you worry too much. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone tall enough to hold it up, and the sky won't fall. Hearing this, Hermione instinctively felt there was more to Aaron's words, but she didn't pay much attention. Tall? Probably, referring to Dumbledore. But that's right. As long as the White Devil is still alive, the Dark Lord can't dominate everything. Heh, Hermione smiled bitterly, feeling like a joke at the moment. She had originally planned to persuade Aaron to join the Order of the Phoenix. She was certain he would disagree, but she hoped to at least plant a seed in his heart. Now, However, the situation seemed reversed. She was the one being persuaded. What irony! No, no, Hermione said as if she had thought of something. Don't change the subject. I just said that everyone can't choose to be wise and safe. The Order of the Phoenix needs fresh blood to join. There is no shortage of you, Aaron replied casually. Joining the Order of the Phoenix means standing on the front line with a high mortality rate and a low success rate. There is no reward other than the thrill. Your loved ones will fall into a huge crisis, and it will not be worthwhile. If you truly feel compelled, you can choose to become an ally of the Order of the Phoenix, which may not be as dangerous. You really are a Slytherin, Hermione laughed softly. Be content with it. I wouldn't say so much to other people. Thank you, I will seriously consider it. I'm going to visit Mr. Weasley at St. Mungo's Hospital. Would you like to come with me? I've always stayed at school for Christmas, so I won't be able to make it, Aaron said. Then, as if he had thought of something, he added, I may need your help with something. Chapter 475, The Young Dragon Who Inquired About the News. Hermione was immediately intrigued when Aaron asked for help. Tell me, if it's too difficult, there's nothing I can do to help. It's very simple. It can even be said to be a little effort. I just want you to help me buy a batch of food, vegetables, fruits, and all kinds of meat. Hearing this, the corners of Hermione's eyes twitched. I don't understand what you want these for. I have a friend who likes to lock himself in his room when he studies magic. These foods are prepared for him, Aaron said without blushing or panting. A friend is equal to a missing body, and he was telling the truth. Really? Hermione asked dubiously. It's absolutely true. I promise I didn't lie to you, Aaron said as he hugged Abe. The money he needs is in his pocket, and he can buy as much as he can within 1,000 galleons. Just give it to him after you buy it. I have upgraded his pocket several times, and it will definitely hold everything. In return, you can take him to the hospital to heal Mr. Weasley, but no one else can see him. It's not appropriate. The corner of Hermione's mouth raised unconsciously, and her voice was a little insincere, obviously very supportive of Aaron's decision. Just healing Mr. Weasley, nothing serious, but you have to take good care of him for me. You must not let him go hungry, but you must not spoil him either. I hope that his weight will not change after the holiday. Hermione nodded blankly, then carried Abe to Hogsmeade Station. After Aaron went back, he told the missing body about his plan and received a look of surprise from the other party. Let Abe go find out the news. How did you come up with such an unreliable idea? It's a whim. Aaron poured himself a glass of wine indifferently. The Dark Lord's activities have become more frequent, and he has already started attacking members of the Order of the Phoenix. This is a harbinger of the beginning of the war. In this case, we need enough intelligence to have the capital to stay out of it. It's true to say that, but it's not that Dumbledore doesn't know Abe's identity. Coupled with the dragon language we have mastered, he can definitely guess our purpose. But he won't stop us, will he? Aaron said meaningfully. On the contrary, as long as he still wants to drag us into the water, he won't hide anything from us. And Abe is already 5 years old. He can't always be a baby dragon by our side. Now it's an experience for him to collect information in a fair manner. Besides, we didn't get this information for nothing. Saving Arthur Weasley's life was considered a fair deal. The next day, a night bus pulled up to Grimmauld Place. Hermione staggered down and took a few breaths of fresh air before suppressing the urge to vomit. Unlike Muggle cars, the magic bus has no other advantages except being fast, and the experience is more than 10 times worse than the portkey in Apparition. She took Abe into the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, 12 Grimmauld Place. Mrs. Weasley and Fred, George were tending to the wounded Arthur at St. Mungo's Hospital, leaving only Sirius, Ron, Harry, and Ginny at headquarters. A look of joy flashed across Sirius's face when he saw Hermione enter. He was still wanted by the Ministry of Magic and could not go out to show his face, so he could only stay at the headquarters. While the official members of the Order of the Phoenix were busy completing Dumbledore's tasks, he couldn't do anything, and it was inevitable that he would feel lonely and depressed after a long time. Fortunately, Arthur was injured, and the Weasleys would live here during his hospitalization, which made him feel the liveliness he hadn't seen for a long time, and his mood became much brighter. "Welcome. I thought you'd be home for Christmas. I spoke to my parents, and they allowed me to come here for Christmas." "Great." Sirius was overjoyed, but the next moment he noticed Abe squatting next to Hermione. "Does Aaron know that you brought it here?" Sirius okayed at Abe, who appeared harmless and unusually well-behaved. Despite this, Sirius felt a slight, inexplicable wariness, but chose not to dwell on it. "Is Mr. Weasley still at St. Mungo's?" Hermione asked. "Arthur is seriously injured. You can visit him tomorrow and bring him a Christmas present," Sirius replied, pausing before adding in a low voice. "Harry is not in a very good mood. He didn't come out during the meal. Maybe you can persuade him for me." Hearing this, Hermione frowned slightly. "What happened to him?" "I don't know. He's been like this since they came back from the hospital with Ron, avoiding everyone." "I'll go see him," Hermione said. She made her way to the room on the 3rd floor, where Harry's bedroom was. However, upon opening the door, she found no sign of Harry. Ron and Ginny were there, one lying on the bed bored and the other casually flipping through the Daily Prophet. "Hermione," Ginny greeted her with some joy, then noticed Ab and asked in surprise, "Why did you bring it here?" "Aaron gave it to me. Maybe it can help heal Mr. Weasley." "That's right. I almost forgot it has healing abilities," Ron said, looking at Abe with some expectation. "Harry isn't here?" "He's on the 5th floor with Buckbeak," Ginny replied. "What's the problem?" Hermione asked. "We accidentally overheard some secrets when we visited my dad yesterday," Ron said hesitantly. "Harry thinks he was possessed by a mysterious person. He feels like he became the snake that attacked my dad. Now he doesn't want to see anyone. He can't accept it and is probably afraid of hurting us." "This is simply nonsense," Hermione said, both angry and amused. "We think so too, but he doesn't," Ron said helplessly. "If it wasn't for Principal Phineas's message to Dumbledore to stay here, he might have sneaked away long ago." "Wait a minute. I'll bring him down right now. He needs encouragement, not isolation," Hermione said. She went up to the 5th floor and knocked on the door. "I know you're here. Come out and talk, okay?" After a moment, Harry opened the door, looking extremely haggard. "Why are you here? And you brought Abe?" Harry asked. "I'm spending Christmas here, and Abe can help heal Mr. Weasley. We can try it out tomorrow, but first, we need to talk about your problem," Hermione said sternly. "You just had a dream, and it's not like you haven't had nightmares before." "It's different this time," Harry said, shaking his head with a wry smile. "I've never had such a clear feeling. It was as if I turned into a snake, saw Mr. Weasley through the snake's eyes, and bit him. If Voldemort had magically taken me out of school and into London, then you wouldn't be standing here alive," Hermione interrupted, giving him a caring look. "I've said more than once that you can't apparate in Hogwarts, and even Voldemort can't take you out of the castle." "Really?" Harry asked, freezing for a moment. "Of course it's true," Hermione said with certainty. "You should go to the 3rd floor now. Ron and Ginny are both worried about you." Harry relaxed a little and followed Hermione back to the 3rd floor. He felt embarrassed when he saw Ron and Ginny. "Hermione did a good job. You're finally willing to see us," Ron said sarcastically. "You guys didn't come to see me," Harry said guiltily. Ron rolled his eyes, not wanting to argue. "Dude, you were still rolling around in bed before I woke you up. Your worries are completely unnecessary." "I was also possessed by a mysterious person," Ginny added. "I didn't realize what I was doing at the time, but you can remember everything you did." "Ah, this." Harry was speechless, but felt extremely relieved. Things were not as bad as he thought. Voldemort would not control him to hurt others. The next day, they received a bunch of Christmas presents. The festive atmosphere was particularly strong in the house. Grimmauld Square was bustling with activity, and Sirius was in high spirits, humming a tune as he moved about the house. In stark contrast, Molly Weasley seemed a bit downcast. She had prepared Christmas gifts for the children as usual, and while everyone else accepted them happily, Percy had returned his gift. He hadn't even inquired about his father's injury, clearly intent on distancing himself from the family. After lunch, Harry, Hermione, and the Weasleys headed to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and wounds, accompanied by Moody and Lupin. They entered the hospital lobby through an unassuming glass window. Mrs. Weasley led them up to the second floor, stopping at the second door on the right. Inside the ward, Mr. Weasley was propped up on several pillows, reading the day's Daily Prophet. A leftover turkey meal sat on his lap, and he appeared to be in good spirits. "You're here!" Mr. Weasley exclaimed, a happy smile spreading across his face. "Merry Christmas! What gifts did you receive?" "Harry, the screwdriver and fuses you sent me were wonderful." Just as Harry was about to respond, Mrs. Weasley interrupted angrily. "Arthur, why did you change your bandage? Didn't they just change it yesterday?" Well, Molly, it was actually Augustus Pye's idea. He's the trainee therapist in this ward and has been researching Muggle treatments, So you experimented with Muggle methods on yourself?" Mrs. Weasley said, her voice icy, causing Arthur Weasley to shudder. Mr. Weasley swallowed hard. "It's called suturing. The principle is to sew up the wound with thread." "What? When did you become so foolish?" Hermione interjected timidly. "May I say something?" "Of course, dear," Mrs. Weasley replied, her tone softening. "Sutures are quite effective for non-magical wounds. Maybe the snake venom dissolved the sutures." "You heard that, Arthur," Mrs. Weasley said coldly. "I don't need to remind you what a non-magical wound is." "We brought something that might help," Ron said proudly. "It must be able to cure Dad." "Shut up, Ron. I will never allow you to experiment with any strange things on your father." "But, Mom," Ron began, but Harry shot him a warning look. This wasn't Mr. Weasley's private ward. Besides him, there were two other patients, one bitten by a werewolf and looking depressed, and a witch bitten by an unknown creature. If they saw Abe's abilities, it could cause a commotion. This was a hospital, after all, and if the therapists discovered a magical animal with healing powers, they might not be able to leave today. "Fred, George," Harry said, "can you draw the curtains? We need to treat Mr. Weasley in a special way, and no one else should see it." The two brothers, who had been enjoying their mother's scolding of their father, noticed Harry's serious expression and immediately agreed. "No problem," they said, patting their chests. "We'll be right back." "No need for that," Moody said, pulling out his wand and creating partitions to divide the ward into 3 areas. "Thank you, Professor. If you have something to say, hurry up. Although I've blocked the sound here, I don't know when someone might come by." "Wait a minute, what special method?" Mrs. Weasley asked, puzzled. "You'll find out in a moment. I assure you the chances of success are very high, and even if it fails, it won't have any negative impact on Mr. Weasley." Mrs. Weasley didn't ask any further questions. Harry looked at Hermione, or rather at Abe in her arms. "It's up to you." Hermione placed Abe on the hospital bed. "Let's get started." However, Abe looked at the turkey meal on Mr. Weasley's lap with innocent eyes, curling his lips arrogantly. "What does it mean?" Ginny asked, puzzled. "The promised treatment." "Obviously," Hermione sighed. "He wants to eat first, then work." "One meal probably won't be enough," Ron said, trying to be helpful. "He has a big appetite." Abe nodded in agreement, his eyes still fixed on the turkey. Ab nodded solemnly, then raised his right paw, revealing 5 silver claws to everyone. 5 turkeys?" Hermione couldn't help but exclaim, smacking her lips. "No, Aaron told me not to let you eat too much. What if you get you tea fat?" she added, concerned. Ab remained unmoved. To him, the sky and the earth were vast, but his master was the most important. And next to his master, eating was his greatest priority. He had managed to slip away from his master's supervision, and the strict housekeeper Jins was not around. If he didn't take this opportunity to satisfy his appetite, he would feel it was a disservice to his stomach. "No problem, I agree," Harry said immediately. "It's just 5 turkeys. That's nothing compared to curing Mr. Weasley." Chapter 476, I Won't Let You Harm Others. Abe didn't start the treatment right away. Instead, he looked straight at Hermione and pointed to his pocket meaningfully. Okay, Hermione said, exasperated. "I'll take you to buy those foods after the treatment is finished." Only then did Abe nod in satisfaction. He turned to look at Arthur Weasley lying on the hospital bed. A white magic circle flickered in front of him, and Arthur's entire body was immediately enveloped in white light. A smile spread across his face as the warmth from the light soothed his wounds. Red and black blood streaks mixed with venom slowly floated out of his body, but these streaks evaporated quickly under the white light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A few minutes later, the white light dissipated. Abe yawned, a bit tired, then took out his exclusive blanket from his pocket, found a space on the hospital bed, and lay down on his stomach. Everyone stared at this scene, dumbfounded. It was only after a long silence that they came back to their senses. "My God," Fred exclaimed. "As a pet, this is a bit too exaggerated." "Still very self-disciplined," George added. "The action of pulling out the blanket is not generally proficient. This is not the first time I've seen it." "This is definitely not a cat," Moody's magical eye rolled wildly. "The magic power it possesses surpasses that of ordinary adult wizards, and the quality is exceptionally high. Where did Gaius get such a magical, fantastic beast? Dumbledore's phoenix may not even compare." "Fox has been bullied by it more than once or twice," Harry said with a forced smile. "When Fox sees it, it's like a mouse seeing a cat. I don't know how many feathers have been pulled out." "This is a rare opportunity. Shall we see what's in his pocket?" Fred suggested. "Exactly," George nodded in agreement. "Absolutely not," Hermione said immediately. "It's full of Aaron's things. It just cured Mr. Weasley. That's shameless." The twins looked at each other. "We were just joking." "Arthur, how are you feeling?" Lupin asked. "It's never been better," Mr. Weasley said with great ease. "It's as if I've been standing all my life and then suddenly sat down. Now I even want to embrace the rising sun." "Who asked you that?" Lupin said, exasperated. "Molly was asking about your injury." Mr. Weasley stretched his limbs and carefully removed a piece of bandage with his wand. The wound inside was completely healed, and new granulation was clearly visible. "Haha, call the therapist over. I can be discharged from the hospital now." "No," Moody, Lupin, and Molly said in unison. "Sudden recovery is so unbelievable. You have to find an excuse and explain it to the therapist first," Lupin said seriously. "This pet must not be exposed. It will cause trouble for Aaron. Dumbledore meant to maintain a good relationship with Gaius. If we upset him, we might lose a potential ally." "Ally?" Harry and the others exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. Even if they wanted to join the Order of the Phoenix, they were not qualified, but Aaron seemed to be placed on an equal footing, which made them somewhat unbalanced. "This has nothing to do with you for the time being," Mrs. K. Weasley said. "Arthur, you have to stay in the hospital for a few more days. Let the therapist do a comprehensive examination and leave the hospital after confirming that there is no problem." "It's all right." "Hermione, thank you so much," Mrs. Weasley said gratefully, giving her a big hug. "I'll go and prepare 5 turkeys for Ab first. Please take good care of it when you are away. This is the great benefactor of our Weasley family. Just tell me what is missing, and I will try my best to prepare it for him." "Aaron told me not to get too used to it," Hermione said. Mrs. Weasley was stunned for a moment. "Look at how tired it is. It should take more supplements." Hermione's eyes twitched slightly, and she was speechless for a moment. There was no need to worry about Mr. Weasley's injury, and Harry and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They had originally planned to go to the hospital's tea room for a drink, but when they passed by the 5th floor, they accidentally found Neville Longbottom. He and his grandmother were visiting his parents, who were dull-eyed and extremely emaciated. After some inquiry, they learned that Neville's parents had been tortured by Death Eaters with the Cruciatus Curse and had become mentally incapacitated, leading to their lifelong confinement in the psychiatric department of St. Mungo's Hospital. Time flew by, and the Christmas holidays were fast approaching their last day. After Aaron finished his dinner, a white figure bumped into his arms while he was walking in the castle. Abe hugged Aaron's arm and whined, expressing deep affection. "Master, I missed you so much." "Be good," Aaron said, rubbing its head. "You're back, which means they're back too. This was your first time staying in someone else's house. How did it go?" "It's not very good," Abe said with aggrieved eyes. "Hermione wouldn't let me eat. Fred and George were always staring at my pockets. Ginny wanted to hug me all the time and almost strangled me. Harry and Ron always wanted to see how big I could get, and Moody and Lupin looked at me weirdly. One wanted me to heal dark wounds, and the other wanted to see if I could turn him back into a normal person." Aaron's forehead creased with concern. To be honest, he had expected Abe to receive this kind of treatment, but the dragon had clearly lost some weight during the 2-week vacation, which didn't seem like it was having a bad time. "I'll give you one more chance to be honest," Aaron said. Abe was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head weakly. "Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were nice to me. They prepared a good recipe for me, with chicken legs in every meal." "Last chance," Aaron said with a displeased expression. "I warn you not to leave out important details. I can confirm everything with Harry and the others at any time." Embarrassment flashed across Abe's eyes, and he grinned sheepishly. "Hermione didn't let me eat enough, but I found a place in the kitchen on the first night and quietly added a supper to the recipe. Fred, George, Ron, and Harry were troublesome, so I complained to Mrs. Weasley, shed a few tears in front of her, and—" "Then what happened?" Aaron prompted. "Fred, George, and Ron got scolded so badly that they had to stand up during meals. Harry got away with serious interceding, but I saved Buckbeak's life 2 years ago, the hippogriff. I gave it a look and let it ignore the 2 of them for the whole vacation." "What about Ginny?" Aaron asked. "She just liked to hold me, and it was very comfortable. As for Moody and Lupin, I just breathed out a dragon's breath and scared them away." Aaron patted his forehead speechlessly, then gave Abe a thumbs up. "As expected of the dragon who has been with me for 5 years, you handled it beautifully." "Forget it. I still won't let you go out to trouble others in the future," Aaron said, half-jokingly. "That's great," Abe replied with a heartless smile. "I can't eat well without you by my side." "Did you buy anything?" Aaron asked. "Yes, I bought it back." Abe nodded, and his paws were about to reach into his pockets. Aaron hurriedly stopped him. "We're in the castle now. It would be hard to explain if you took out a pile of grain. Let's go back first." Aaron took Abe back to the Slytherin common room and then entered the Shenming Hall through the secret passage of the dormitory. When the missing body saw Abe, there was a smile on its face, but the smile became weird after simply weighing it. "You're fat, but it's only been 2 weeks," the missing body remarked. Aaron shrugged and transmitted the memory he had just obtained to the mind of the missing body. "This is really—" The corners of the missing body's mouth twitched slightly. "Forget it, as long as you're back safe and sound." "You don't suffer," Aaron said. "The things you bought can be taken out." "Good host," Abe replied, flying in to the air and opening his pockets. A large pile of fresh fruits and vegetables fell to the floor, followed by rice noodles, grains, oils, and various packaged meats. 3 small hills of different heights formed, creating a visually impactful scene. "Yes, these are enough for us to eat for 2.5 years, Aaron said with satisfaction. "This is the normal situation, but—" The missing body looked at Abe helplessly. The moment the last piece of meat was poured out, Abe threw himself onto a ham that was bigger than himself. A large piece of meat disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, occasionally heated with dragon flames when he felt like it. "Hey!" The missing body clicked his tongues in secret. Raising a dragon is really not easy. It not only changed its weight this holiday, but also its appetite. "It doesn't matter," Aaron waved his hand dismissively. "It doesn't eat here often, and I will take it away when I go back, so let's count it as normal." The missing body nodded slightly, and then snapped its fingers. More than a dozen black shadow ninjas emerged from the shadows, divided into 3 groups, and moved the food to the back door of a stone gate. This gate led to a storage room with a fresh keeping effect created by a traceless stretching spell. Aaron picked up Abe and flicked him on the head angrily. "Don't eat it yet." "Master, I'm hungry," Abe said, looking at the unfinished piece of ham with teary eyes. "Today they came by night bus, and I only had breakfast." Then eat it later." Aaron shook his head speechlessly, and then placed Abe on a stone bench. "Tell me about the information you got these days." "Information?" Abe scratched his head blankly, as if he didn't quite understand the meaning of the word. "What are they busy with these days?" The missing body reminded him. "Where did you follow them? What do they talk about the most? It's a big house with several floors, but it's much smaller than ours." "Nonsense. If the Order of the Phoenix was so public, it would have been pulled out by Voldemort long ago. What we are asking is the address. Do you understand the address?" "Well, it seems to be number 12, Grimmauld Place." "Yes, it's number 12, Abe said with certainty. "As for what they talk about the most, it seems to be Harry Potter." Oh, let's talk about it specifically. Aaron suddenly became interested. He didn't care about the location of the Order of the Phoenix. Even if he knew, he would never go there. But Harry Potter was different, and anything related to him was information he really wanted. They said the Dark Lord might possess Harry. What? It's true that Harry can read the Dark Lord's mind, but sooner or later the Dark Lord will realize it. It wasn't hard to read Harry's mind back with his magic. Aaron and the missing body looked at each other and said in a deep voice, "The dreams he had were definitely not a coincidence, but I didn't expect such a big disadvantage. It's certain to be read in reverse. Unless occlumency is at its peak, a mage will never be able to play at the peak of a great mage. Yes, from now on, he can't believe his dreams, good or bad. Voldemort is fully capable of weaving an illusory dream to use Harry to deliver wrong information. As long as he succeeds once, it will be a blood profit. As for possession, this is a bit exaggerated. It may not be impossible. Don't forget the magic that resurrected Voldemort. Harry Potter's blood is one of the main ingredients. The two of us should be the ones who have the most say. Blood is important, but not important. But it is not important, but seems not so unimportant, the missing body said, breaking his fingers. It takes blood to open the secret room, to forge weapons, to sign a contract, and, in Narnia, the prerequisite for the White Witch to be free is a drop of human blood. That's right, Aaron sighed slightly. But I think that even if Voldemort has this kind of connection, Harry might not be able to be possessed remotely. No wonder Dumbledore insisted that Harry stay with the members of the Order of the Phoenix during his holidays. With these people protecting him, it would be difficult for Voldemort to possess him. Is there anything else? The figure asked Abe. Yes, Snape came over yesterday. Dumbledore asked him to teach Harry Potter occlumency, Aaron said, raising an eyebrow before bursting into laughter. I'm not gloating. It's just that Harry's situation is really unfortunate. Dealing with Umbridge is already making his life miserable, and now adding Snape to the mix is like adding insult to injury. The figure nodded, silently sympathizing with Harry. This was undoubtedly the most challenging year since he started school. Aaron handed a piece of ham to Abe, letting him enjoy his dinner, and then turned to the figure. Dumbledore asking Professor Snape to teach Harry occlumency shows that he's getting anxious. This indicates that a storm is brewing, and we need to prepare for the worst. And Draco, the figure added with a sigh. We need to make preparations for him as well, and also arrange for Crabbe and Goyle. Chapter 477, Death Eater's Escape, The Truth in The Quibbler. The Christmas holiday had ended, and the fifth-year students were once again immersed in their demanding schoolwork. Umbridge had assigned them an overwhelming amount of homework, making it difficult to schedule DA meetings. Harry, in particular, had to attend potions lessons with Professor Snape every Monday night. Without this teaching assistant, Aaron would have felt exhausted, so he decisively moved the class to Monday. Despite Harry's additional burden, everything seemed to be on track. However, this semblance of normalcy was soon shattered by a headline in the Daily Prophet. Azkaban Mass Escape. Just reading the title made Aaron take a deep breath. His first thought was that Voldemort's most loyal followers had returned to him. With this elite group of Death Eaters, Voldemort's plans would become much easier to execute. But Aaron's eyes filled with contempt as he read the next sentence. The Ministry of Magic is concerned that black is the caller for the Death Eaters. Tsk, it's really funny, the biggest joke in the world. Secretary Connolly really did a good job, Aaron muttered sarcastically. Senior, Siren approached cautiously, when will we start training? Are you feeling the pressure? Aaron asked, his tone meaningful. Yes, the wizarding world is not peaceful now, and Hogwarts won't always be safe. I'm very pleased with your realization, Aaron said, looking at the illustrations in the newspaper. In addition to the 10 felons who had escaped, Azkaban was severely damaged, and Dementors were flying wantonly over the prison. Others must think the same way. I estimate that everyone will work very hard in the next training, Siren added. Aaron nodded non-committally. With the students motivated, he, as a teacher, could relax a bit. A few days later, DA members gathered in the room of requirement. Aaron walked up to the podium with a newspaper, enlarged the illustration on it, and hung it on the blackboard. Presumably, everyone knows the news from some time ago. It is self-evident that 10 Death Eaters have escaped from prison, and the power of the mysterious man has been further strengthened. But what he gained is not just 10 powerful and loyal subordinates. Aaron paused, then pointed his wand at the Dementor in the illustration, and continued in a serious tone, "And they, the Dementors of Azkaban." As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar. Harry and the others seemed to have realized something, and their faces turned particularly grim. "You're not kidding," Zacharias asked suspiciously. "Haven't the Dementors been under the control of the Ministry of Magic? Always?" Aaron shook his head disdainfully. "This control is not very strict because the Dementors served the Dark Lord before he lost power. Dumbledore had also warned Fudge that the Dementors would fall to you-know-who, but he was confident for the same reason you just mentioned. The Dementors have always been under the control of the Ministry of Magic." Zacharias opened his mouth, but couldn't find any words. "So, bad news. Dementors may be your future opponents," Aaron said nonchalantly. "The good news is that I will teach you how to fight against Dementors in the next few lessons." "The Patronus Charm," George and Fred said excitedly. "Yes, I believe many of you can master this spell, but whether you can use it when the crisis comes is another matter." Aaron snapped his fingers, and a vivid Dementor appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, Harry instinctively drew his wand. Expecto Patronum. White light emerged from the tip of his wand, and a doe flew through the air, slamming straight into the Dementor. However, the doe went straight through the Dementor's body without any effect. "Calm down. This is just a simple illusion," Aaron said with some pride. "I don't have real Dementors for you to practice with." "It's so realistic," Harry said, lifting his Patronus with an unnatural expression. "Because you are too weak now. Those who are stronger than me can naturally see through this illusion." "Can you teach us?" Fred and George's eyes lit up, and the others looked at Aaron excitedly, as if they had discovered a new world. They all knew that illusions had no offensive power, but now it seemed they had underestimated its potential. If used well, this magic could be incredibly practical. Facing everyone's expectant eyes, Aaron gave them a kind smile. "Of course not. It's not that I'm spoiling the fun. Illusion is all about talent, and in some respects, it's even more difficult than transfiguration. To put it bluntly, you have to invest more than 10 years or even decades to make some achievements. The problem is that the current situation will not give you that much time." Everyone's enthusiasm was dampened, and they could only regretfully give up their interest in illusions. "Ahem, it seems that everyone has figured it out, so let's continue our previous topic. It is true that the Patronus Charm can repel Dementors, but this does not mean that learning the Patronus Charm will make you completely safe. A single Dementor might be fought off with a Patronus Charm, but a pack." Aaron smiled meaningfully, and one Dementor floating beside him started to multiply, becoming hundreds in just a few seconds. Dense black shadows flew around the room, and many students couldn't help but swallow nervously, even though they knew the Dementors were fake. Snap! Aaron snapped his fingers again, and all the Dementors disappeared. The oppressive feeling in everyone's hearts quickly dissipated. Everyone must remember this feeling. The real Dementor is much more terrifying than this. They will make you feel fear, cold, depravity, and even despair. The premise of casting the Patronus Charm is a happy mood and a positive attitude. Because of the negative characteristics of Dementors, some wizards who can use the Patronus Charm don't even have the courage to lift their wands. It is wrong for these people to die. I hope you will never face such a day. But don't worry too much. An invisible Patronus can repel 1 or 2 Dementors, and a powerful physical Patronus can repel a group. Even the scene of a group of Dementors we just saw can be dealt with. We have 30 students here. Even if only one can summon a physical Patronus in battle, the situation can be saved. "Can you do it?" Luna asked, raising her hand. "Of course I can," Aaron said easily. "Not only can I do it, but some of you must also be able to do it. I even taught you the Patronus Charm to make sure you can." "No problem," Luna smiled slightly. "Can you teach us the spell?" Aaron nodded, and then patiently explained the incantations of the Patronus Charm, the essentials of casting it, and the importance of happy memories. After making sure that everyone could pronounce the spell accurately, he handed over the rest of the work to the assistant teacher, Harry Potter. After all, that's what he was there for. Probably because the illusion created by Aaron had seriously affected everyone's mentality, no one managed to summon a physical Patronus by the end of the class. Luna, who performed the best, only managed to summon a few silver filaments. "I'm so tired." Aaron pretended to wipe off non-existent sweat from his forehead. Abe, who was squatting beside him, sensibly took back his notebook describing the magic circle and took out a bottle of juice from his pocket. "You're tired? I'm the one who's tired," Harry said angrily, especially when he saw Aaron drinking a juice comfortably. Aaron had given a spell and theory, but Harry was responsible for the rest of the training. Every student's questions were different, and he had to answer them one by one, teaching them hand in hand. Compared to Aaron, his task was not easy. "Now you know what it's like to be tired. I never thought I would teach so many people," Aaron said. "Besides, if I don't teach, you will have to take on all the teaching tasks. I don't need to remind you." This. Harry was momentarily speechless. Aaron had indeed helped, and now they had brought him down. "I need to ask you something," Hermione interjected, changing the subject just in time. "Do you know about occlumency?" "Huh?" Aaron frowned slightly, pretending not to know. "Why are you asking about that?" "Dumbledore asked Snape to teach me this magic," Harry said bitterly. "It's supposed to prevent Voldemort from prying into my memories." "Hogwarts Castle is protected by magic. Voldemort shouldn't be able to invade your mind from such a long distance," Aaron replied. "Normally, yes," Harry hesitated, gathering his courage. "But you know, there is a connection between me and him." "Blood of the enemy? Resurrect your enemy?" Aaron said meaningfully. Harry shuddered at the memory of Voldemort's resurrection and nodded reluctantly. "I go to Snape's office every Monday night to learn occlumency, but it's not going well. In fact, I feel like my condition is getting worse. After starting occlumency, my scar often hurts severely. I can even feel Voldemort's thoughts and emotions more clearly." "Oh," Aaron suddenly realized. "You want to know if learning occlumency is making your mind more sensitive, or if this is a normal phenomenon?" "Yes," Harry confirmed. "Do you think Professor Snape isn't teaching me properly?" Aaron looked at him with a half-smile. "Do you suspect that Professor Snape isn't putting his heart into teaching you?" No, I don't doubt it," Harry stammered, his voice somewhat insincere. "I'm just a little worried. After all, I haven't made any progress with occlumency, and instead Snape keeps invading my mind to check some memories." "Does Professor Snape's intrusion into your personal privacy make you uncomfortable?" Aaron asked. "It's not a pleasant experience," Harry admitted bitterly. "Hey!" Aaron patted him on the shoulder. "I understand your feelings, but I can assure you that Professor Snape's training method is effective. It's normal that you can't accept it at first, but this is the most effective way. The more you are challenged, the better you will learn to defend yourself. This principle applies to occlumency as well. Besides, it's better to be probed by Professor Snape than to be controlled by Voldemort." Harry. Perhaps because the Ministry of Magic blamed Sirius for the Death Eater's jailbreak, Harry and his friends finally couldn't bear it anymore. They arranged a meeting with a reporter at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade to reveal part of the truth about last June. Notably, this reporter was Rita Skeeter, a former journalist for the Daily Prophet. Initially, she was reluctant to help, but Hermione had leverage over her, Rita's illegal animagus form. If she didn't cooperate, she would face a stint in Azkaban. In March, the article was officially published. However, since the Daily Prophet was controlled by the Ministry of Magic, they had to publish it in The Quibbler, a magazine with a less stellar reputation. On this day, a huge notice was urgently posted on the school bulletin board. Similar notices appeared in almost every corridor and classroom. Hogwarts High Inquisitor order. Any student found carrying The Quibbler magazine will be immediately expelled. The above regulations are in accordance with Education Order No. 20. Signed, Senior Investigator Dolores Umbridge. In the Slytherin common room, Aaron looked at the notice on the bulletin board and shook his head in disbelief. It seems our defense against the dark arts professor has too much free time. It's bad enough she doesn't teach anything useful in class, but now she's dictating what magazines students can read. It's pretty boring, Draco agreed. But the Quibbler isn't that great anyway. My dad won't let me read it, says it's full of nonsense that no one in the wizarding world cares about. Best not to say that in front of Luna. Her father is the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler, Aaron cautioned. Draco's mouth twitched slightly, and he nodded in understanding. Draco said, exasperated, "What I'm saying is absolutely the truth. The Quibbler really has no value at all." "Master, something serious has happened," Crabbe and Goyle panted as they ran over, their faces pale, clutching a newspaper. "I'm not dead yet, so what could possibly have happened?" Draco snapped, then noticed the newspaper in their hands. "The Quibbler? Didn't Umbridge ban this?" Aaron chuckled. "There are notices everywhere, making it obvious that something's being hidden. She wouldn't have banned it if it didn't contain unfavorable content." "That makes sense," Draco said slowly. "Give me the newspaper. I want to see what's written." Crabbe and Goyle exchanged nervous glances, subconsciously tightening their grip on the newspaper. "What are you waiting for?" Draco demanded. Master, you need to be prepared," Crabbe said hesitantly. Draco frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. He quickly snatched the newspaper from Crabbe's hand. As he scanned the headlines, his face turned as pale as Crabbe and Goyle's, then flushed with anger. How dare he? "It seems this newspaper is not only bad for Umbridge, but also for the Malfoys," Aaron observed. He took the second newspaper from Goyle's hand and read aloud. Potter pointed out that among us are Death Eaters, a survivor of a you-know-who attack. 15-year-old Harry Potter accuses wizarding hopefuls of being Death Eaters. Aaron's eyes widened as he read the headlines. After a quick scan, he confirmed that there was nothing about himself in the article. He suppressed his shock and turned to the three who were sitting silently on the sofa, their faces full of anger. "You three, come with me," Aaron commanded. Chapter 478, Soul Insurance, Trelawney Faces Dismissal. Aaron brought Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle to his dormitory, then closed the door, cast a soundproof spell, and placed a large looking glass that could predict enemies on the table. "Your dormitory seems to be different from ours," Crabbe said with a complicated expression. "It's like the gap between an ordinary hotel and a 5-star hotel." "It's okay. I made a few modifications with the untraceable stretching curse and transfiguration. The space has been expanded several times, and I added some furniture," Aaron said proudly. He then pointed to the wine cabinet in the corner. "Do you want a drink? Personally, I think you need something to calm your nerves." "Can we?" Goyle asked, a bit moved. "Shut up," Draco snapped angrily. "How can you think about drinking at a time like this?" "I'm not talking about wine," Aaron clarified. He tapped the wine cabinet with his wand, and 2 glass bottles and 6 small cups flew to the table. "These are tranquilizers and euphoria potions. They should help calm your nerves." Draco hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. He poured himself a small glass, and Crabbe and Goyle followed suit. Aaron waited for them to drink the potions and calm down before opening a newspaper. "Harry Potter has prepared a surprise for you. The fathers of all 3 of you have been accused by him of being Death Eaters." "That's slander. It's distorting the facts," Crabbe said angrily. He knew the Daily Prophet wouldn't publish his story, so he went to the Quibbler to spread rumors, Goyle snorted. "Is it really slander?" Aaron asked meaningfully. "You should learn from Draco. He hasn't said anything, although it's useless." "I don't know if you know your fathers were Death Eaters, but Harry Potter didn't lie. Last June, I saw Voldemort's resurrection with my own eyes. The dark magic of resurrection was completed with the bones of his father, the flesh of his servants, and the blood of his enemies. He then used the dark mark on Peter Pettigrew's arm to summon his Death Eaters, and your fathers were among them." "You called us here just to say that?" Draco asked. "Of course not," Aaron replied seriously. "I'm here to warn you not to do anything unnecessary. Just pretend you don't know anything." "But it's all in the newspapers. How can we pretend we don't know?" Crabbe asked suspiciously. "When Harry was slandered by the Daily Prophet last year, you weren't as anxious, were you? What did he do then? What should you do now?" Aaron asked. "This is too humiliating," Goyle said reluctantly. So what do you want? Go out and tell everyone your father isn't a Death Eater? That won't help. People will just think it's a cover-up, Aaron said, rolling his eyes. Umbridge's announcement isn't useless. Although all the teachers and students in the school may know the content, they dare not discuss it openly. Your situation is much better than Harry Potter's last year. So, Aaron conjured a flame in his hand, and the 2 newspapers from the Quibbler were reduced to ashes in an instant. You haven't read this newspaper at all, understand? Don't admit it. Don't deny it. When the limelight passes, everything will calm down. The 3 looked at each other and nodded silently. As the contents of the Quibbler became known to more and more people, those who had doubted Harry and Dumbledore because of the Daily Prophet gradually changed their attitudes. Neither of these 2 newspapers is entirely reliable, but people aren't fools. They can naturally tell which one is more authentic. What surprised Aaron was that Dumbledore didn't show up from beginning to end, which made Aaron feel a sense of urgency. The influence of public opinion is enormous, and Dumbledore would not be ignorant of this. But since Voldemort's resurrection last year, Fudge has poured dirty water on him repeatedly, suppressing his prestige by all means to cover up the truth of Voldemort's return. Dumbledore did not fight back or defend himself in public, but this time he seemed to acquiesce to the situation, indicating that he was prepared for what was to come. In the Hall of Shenming, Aaron sat opposite his thought body, contemplating his theories. He couldn't help but feel a great deal of pressure. As the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Although he was no longer a mere mortal, avoiding suffering would depend on the whims of the gods. I suddenly realized that Ancestor Wayhett's idea was right. We shouldn't be too ambitious. If we can master the instant casting of an ultimate elemental magic, we will be more confident if we get involved in a war, Aaron mused. What's the use of talking about it now? The thought body retorted, rolling its eyes. Although we can't cast fire instantly yet, it's not difficult to compress the casting time to 3 to 5 seconds. Moreover, the cost-effectiveness of light and dark elemental magic is still very high. Ancestor Wyatt probably sent these 2 types of elemental magic books with this in mind. They are all wise, Aaron said awkwardly. In the future, we should heed the old man's advice. How far can the bullet's 4 enchantments go? Aaron asked. It's not good, the thought body replied, shaking its head slightly. Magic firearms absorb magic power and add 4-fold enchanted bullets. The power is comparable to a full strike from a peak magister. If used well, it might be able to kill ordinary beginner magisters head-on. I know that. What I'm asking is how many shots can be made, Aaron clarified. The thought body raised a finger. 1 shot. This was achieved while consuming a large amount of materials. Aaron sighed. That's not funny. It's awkward, but that's how efficient it is. I dare say that Merlin and Flamel might not have been able to complete the quadruple enchantment at our age, the thought body said. Hearing this, Aaron felt a bit better. When he was in the 4th grade, he could only perform double enchantments, and it was quite rare to achieve this in less than a year. Keep it up, Aaron encouraged. I'll try my best, but the more difficult it gets, the more materials we need, the thought body replied. Aaron's mouth twitched. Don't use those materials for now. Just use magic power to describe. This is no problem, but the corresponding success rate and power will be reduced. In other words, we only have 1 quadruple enchanted bullet in a short period of time, the thought body explained. Understood, Aaron said indifferently. With the thought body, he was a great magister, and there was still a certain gap between the 4-fold enchanted bullet and the magic he could release with all his strength. However, he had allocated half of his magic power to the thought body, and this bullet could be considered a trump card. System, open the personal panel, Aaron commanded. Okay, host, the system's voice responded. A blue light curtain that only Aaron could see appeared in front of him. Magic energy, body, 6849, elementary magister. Thought body, 6849, elementary magister. Total, 13698, elementary great magister, a rare existence in the magic world. Talent, rare in a lifetime. Magic energy increases by 4 points every day. Body increases by 2 points. Thought body increases by 2 points. Items, Moondrop, Thur can remove any negative spells. Resurrection Potion can revive any creature that dies within an hour. Captain's Compass. 1,430, Aaron smiled. I haven't checked in a long time and didn't notice that the magic points had broken through 4 digits. Do you need to consume? The system asked seductively. Cut! I won't listen to you this time. The war is about to start soon. Who cares about consumption? Strength is the last word, Aaron said solemnly. Add all magic points too. In the middle of speaking, he suddenly thought of something and stopped abruptly. Forget it. I admit it this time, Aaron said, feeling depressed. He then opened the system mall. Magic category, Tuminairu, 600 magic points, can make the Gal opponent fall into sleep, at Fwa. Magic abilities, at detoxification, 300 magic points, heals and clears abnormal states. Imagination, 1,000 magic points. Heavenly Step, 2,000 magic points, resonates with surrounding magic power to create virtual life from items containing magic power. Fire Control, 300 magic points. Material category, Deep Sea Octopus Tentacle, 5 magic points. Seaweed, 1 magic point. At Tooth of Dyrus, 800 magic points, a legendary dragon's tooth that can live for 10,000 years. At Venom of the 8-eyed giant spider, 10 magic points. At Bee Sting, 1 magic point. Item category, Lazuo Mask, 2,500 magic points, allows the wearer to summon the Shadow Core's Sharp Blade group. Note, collect all 10 masks to control the Shadow Kingdom. At Fire Crossbow Arrows, 50 magic points. At Sheep Charm, 1,000 magic points. Harmonic Piano, 5 magic points. At Big Bowl of Sugar Noodles, 5 magic points, too large for one person to finish. Aaron set his sights on the Sheep Charm, gritting his teeth as he paid 1,000 magic points to buy it. This wasn't a whim. Recently, Harry had been visiting Professor Snape to practice occlumency every few days, and Aaron felt a bit on edge. Although his occlumency had reached its peak, coupled with the hidden mind technique taught by his ancestors, ensuring he didn't have to worry about spiritual attacks, the Sheep Charm could add another layer of protection to his soul. This extra layer of insurance was necessary. He could use it, but he must not rely on it. Sheep Charm? Miss Nyan raised an eyebrow at the octagonal talisman in Aaron's hand. Not a bad choice. Our physical strength has reached a bottleneck, making it difficult to break through in a short time, but the power of the soul still has a lot of room for improvement. It's just a bit painful to part with 1,000 magic points in one go, Aaron admitted, feeling a dull ache in his heart. There are gains and losses, Miss Nyan consoled. Aaron forced a smile, then looked at the light green pattern on the sheep charm and silently absorbed it. A harmless sheep spirit emerged from the charm, bleeding softly as it floated twice in midair before merging into Aaron's body. A faint light green sheep-shaped pattern appeared in his pupils, subsiding after a few seconds. I feel better than ever, Aaron said, unable to hide his excitement. I thought the sheep charm could only leave the body. It seems I underestimated it. Miss Nyan also sensed the power of the sheep charm, a strange look crossing her face. An impeccable soul, the ability to attack spirit bodies, and the power to construct dreams and even spiritual spaces. Not only that, Aaron added, if we become strong enough in the future, we can even turn fiction into reality. He laughed heartily. This magic point expenditure was worth it. The only drawback is that this ability needs continuous development, Miss Nyan noted. To reach the final step, we are still far away. At least we need God-level magic power to support it. But it shows promise for the future, Aaron said, in high spirits. He then began refreshing the blank product column, stopping only when the horse charm appeared. He allocated all the remaining 400 magic points to mana. Although it only slightly closed the gap with a mid-level Great Magister, it was enough to advance him and Miss Nyan further, making them intermediate Magisters. Although the magic points are depleted, the harvest is quite fruitful. Aaron stretched in satisfaction, ready to continue his magic circle practice. At that moment, the prophecy book suddenly spoke. Umbridge has finally extended her evil fangs and attacked the Hogwarts teachers' team. Speak plainly, Aaron and Miss Nyan cursed in unison. Over time, they had figured out how to use the book correctly. Although it was loyal to them and had its own thoughts and temper, it was a bit lazy. It tended to be vague unless pressed for clarity. Okay, my dear master. To put it bluntly, Umbridge will fire a professor. The old man on the cover of the prophecy wore a conflicted expression as he spoke. Today, whose name seems to be Sybil Trelawney. Yes, Trelawney. A poor child, though she has the blood of a prophet, her abilities are very limited. She cannot control her prophetic abilities, which are quite sporadic. Her teaching level is average, and her presence at Hogwarts is minimal. Perhaps the master will be the student she is most proud of in her life, and the only one who can truly excel. It's almost done, the disembodied voice interrupted, then looked at Aaron with a playful glint in its eyes. How is the divination class? So-so. Aaron waved his hand dismissively. I'm not very interested in other divination methods except for the crystal ball. Most of what I know, I've learned from textbooks. That's the master's excellent talent. Trelawney is merely playing a guiding role, the prophecy said. The master's current divination ability is definitely much stronger than hers. So, should we not care? The voice asked meaningfully. Aaron nodded after a moment of thought. Maybe she really doesn't have the ability to teach me, but she still deserves the necessary respect as a teacher. I knew it. Nonsense. My thoughts are your thoughts, Aaron said irritably. But the question is how to manage it. We can ignore Umbridge, but behind her stands the Ministry of Magic. You speak as if you care about Fudge. He is the Minister of Magic, after all. We can despise him, but there's no need to offend him. I don't want them to focus on me. It's too much trouble. Chapter 479. Umbridge is completely defeated. We have a traitor. The students, having finished dinner, crowded into the hall, forming a large circle. In the center stood Professor Trelawney, looking deeply humiliated, panicked, and horrified. Several large wooden boxes lay haphazardly at her feet, as if they had been thrown from upstairs. 16 years, Professor Trelawney said, her voice filled with sadness and grievance. I've lived and taught here for 16 years. Hogwarts is my home. You can't do this. It used to be your home, Umbridge replied smugly, holding up a piece of paper. The Minister of Magic signed your dismissal order an hour ago. Now, please leave the hall and don't embarrass me further. Professor McGonagall, unable to stand it any longer, pushed through the crowd to reach Professor Trelawney. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped Trelawney's tears. All right, Sybil, it's all right. Do you have anything to say? Umbridge asked flatly. Oh, I do have a few things to say, McGonagall responded. Trelawney is not leaving Hogwarts. Who approved it? Umbridge demanded. I did, came a deep, authoritative voice. Dumbledore appeared at the door. Dumbledore, I want to remind you that according to the details of Education Order Number 20, the senior investigator has the power to inspect, retain, and dismiss any teacher who does not meet the standards of the Ministry of Magic. Of course, you have the right to fire my teachers, Dumbledore said calmly, but you do not have the power to expel them from the school. Only the headmaster has that authority. Therefore, Professor Trelawney has the right to continue living at Hogwarts. Professor Trelawney burst into tears, sobbing gratefully. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, but I have to go. I need to make a living elsewhere. No, I want you to stay, Sybil, Dumbledore said seriously. Professor McGonagall, please take Sybil back to her room. Wait a minute, Aaron interjected, walking over quickly. He looked at Professor Trelawney meaningfully. If you need to make a living elsewhere, I can help. I have a store in Diagon Alley. You can work there for a while. Trelawney hesitated. You can rest assured, the work is easier there. Harry Potter has even interned at the store. However, the salary may be lower than that of a Hogwarts professor, so you need to be prepared for that. But you can stay there temporarily with food and lodging until you can return to teach again. Mr. Gaius, what do you mean by this? Umbridge frowned. She had intended to make an example of Trelawney to intimidate other teachers. Aaron's offer undermined her plan. It's nothing more than a student's respect for his teacher, Aaron replied, but the dismissal order has just been approved. Does the senior investigator still care about the employment situation of a dismissed professor? Aaron asked rhetorically. Even if it hasn't been approved, it wouldn't prevent Professor Trelawney from finding a new job. Umbridge's mouth twitched slightly, and she was left speechless. The privileges Fudge had given her were limited to Hogwarts. her powers were greatly reduced outside of it. Professor Trelawney struggled for a moment, then said awkwardly but politely, "Thank you very much for your kindness, Mr. Gaius, but I still want to stay at Hogwarts." "Are you sure?" Aaron asked, a bit taken aback. He had clearly suggested she go to his store to avoid the limelight and return when the time was right. Professor Trelawney nodded hesitantly. She knew staying at Hogwarts would be difficult, as long as Umbridge was a senior investigator. If Umbridge managed to bring down Dumbledore, Trelawney would still face the same dilemma. Expelled. But after all, Dumbledore had taken her in for 16 years. If she just left like this, she would feel uneasy. Although her prophecy ability was not always reliable, she could still help him. "Okay, now that you have decided, I can only wish you good luck. But if you really can't stay any longer, you can still come to me." "Thank you very much," Professor Trelawney said sincerely. "Thank you for your trust, Sybil," Dumbledore said with emotion. "Let's go upstairs first." Professor McGonagall helped Professor Trelawney up the marble stairs, while Professor Flitwick waved his wand, causing the boxes to float in midair as he followed them. Umbridge watched this scene helplessly. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall and the others left her sight that she barely recovered. "Dumbledore, I will appoint a new professor of divination, and her room will still be vacant by then. You don't need to worry about this. I have already found a suitable candidate, and he is willing to live on the first floor." "What did you say?" Umbridge shrieked, feeling overwhelmed. She thought that expelling Trelawney would kill two birds with one stone. First, she could make an example of others, and second, she could put her own people in the position of professor, thereby increasing her control over Hogwarts. But she never expected that Dumbledore would not only keep Trelawney, but also arrange for a new professor. Her calculation today had become a joke. "Dumbledore, I have to remind you." "You don't need to remind me. I am more familiar with those educational regulations than you," Dumbledore said with a smile. "When the headmaster can't find a suitable candidate, the Ministry of Magic has the right to appoint a teacher." As his voice fell, the sound of hooves getting closer reached everyone's ears. A centaur walked in through the gate, and the students all exclaimed and made way for him. "Firenze," Aaron frowned slightly and said in surprise, "You actually invited him here?" "Very suitable," Dumbledore replied with a smile. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. Could he say it was inappropriate? The study of astrology by the centaurs surpassed that of any wizard, and they were second to none in divination. Umbridge stared at Firenze, dumbfounded. Besides anger, there was also a strong sense of frustration in her heart. She knew that the centaurs were much more difficult to deal with than Trelawney, and it was almost impossible to find fault with their teaching level. Even if she could find a fault, she couldn't attack Firenze in a short period of time. Targeting the divination professor twice in a row would also affect her reputation if it spread. Because Firenze had seamlessly transitioned to the position of divination professor, Umbridge's actions ended hastily and did not have any impact on the students. It was inconvenient for the centaur to go up the stairs, so the divination classroom was assigned to classroom number 11 on the first floor. Dumbledore used magic to transform the classroom into a forest environment, and the ceiling became a clear night sky, which was convenient for Firenze to explain astrology. However, divination is an abstract subject. Even with a more professional teacher, it only made the class more interesting, and there were still very few people who could truly understand it. As the Owl's exams approached, the pressure mounted for fifth-year wizards. Aaron, the prefect, was also quite busy. The fifth-year Slytherins would come to him to ask questions from time to time, and he would patiently answer them one by one. However, there were 12 courses to be tested in the exam. In addition to the required courses, there were also elective courses. The combination of various questions made him feel very annoyed. In addition to his duties as a prefect, he was also responsible for the teaching tasks of the DA. After several months of training, some students could summon physical patronuses, which made the Room of Requirement very lively. In the Room of Requirement, white swans, minxes, skunks, rabbits, and other patron saints darted around. Those less skilled could only summon a cloud of white mist, barely forming an illusory shield. Aaron observed the students training from the podium, nodding with satisfaction. He felt a sense of accomplishment and relief. He had taught everything necessary, and now it was up to the students to train diligently. He had delegated the task of supervising the training to Harry Potter, who embraced the responsibility with enthusiasm. Suddenly, Aaron felt a burning sensation in his pocket and frowned. "Stop training. Everyone stop training," he announced loudly, using an amplifying spell. His expression turned serious. Over 30 students halted their activities and looked at Aaron in confusion. "Something has happened, and I must announce that DA is officially suspended today," Aaron declared. "What's the matter?" Fred and George asked in unison. "Sorry, but there is a traitor among us," Aaron revealed. The students exchanged bewildered glances. They had been training in the room of requirement for half a year without any issues. The word traitor was unexpected and unsettling. "Where's Malfoy?" Ron asked, scanning the room. "Is he not here? I've suspected him ever since Harry accused his father in the Quibbler." "Shut up, Weasley," Draco snapped, his voice filled with venom. Ron's face flushed with embarrassment. "You are here!" he exclaimed. "What? Disappointed?" Draco retorted. You can't deny you might have revealed our secret," Ron said boldly. Many students eyed Draco suspiciously. It was rude, but Malfoy was the most likely suspect. "It's not him," Hermione whispered, tugging at Ron's sleeve. "I'm sure it's not him. I added magic to that list." "I don't have any disgusting bubbles on my face, do I?" Draco sneered. "Your contract is a bit short," Aaron interjected, pulling out the DA list from his pocket. "So I added a layer of insurance." He unfolded the parchment, revealing a name glowing with red light. "Who's Marietta Edgecombe? Is she here?" Aaron asked. "It seems not," Cho Chang said weakly, raising her hand. "She's my friend. Her mother works in the Magical Transportation Department and the Flu Network Authority. That's no excuse for informing on us." Aaron sneered. "But Ron, shouldn't you apologize to Draco?" This. Ron blushed, hesitating before reluctantly approaching Draco. He mumbled an apology, barely audible. "Can you speak up? I didn't hear anything," Draco taunted. "You don't push it. I've already apologized," Ron grumbled. "Cut," Draco scoffed. "I don't feel the slightest sincerity." "Enough, both of you," Hermione said anxiously. "We should get out of here first." "Don't worry, we still have some time," Aaron reassured. "This list has just changed, meaning she just informed Umbridge. She'll need time to organize a group to catch us. In other words, we have time to retreat, but the room of requirement is no longer safe." "Sorry, I forced her to join at the beginning," Cho said guiltily. "It's not your fault." Harry comforted her immediately. Aaron shot him a contemptuous look. Cedric was still alive, and their relationship hadn't ended. Harry's concern seemed misplaced. Harry responded with a defiant look, as if to say, "Do you understand what first love is? Do you know the value of a crush on a goddess?" Aaron: "Ahem. There's no point in dwelling on this. Fortunately, I've taught everything necessary, so the room of requirement isn't essential anymore. But Miss Edgecombe has been with us for half a year. As a Ravenclaw, she knows each of us by name." Panic spread across the students' faces. Everyone had overlooked this crucial point. If Marietta reported the list, they would all be in serious trouble. "Actually, you don't have to worry too much," Aaron said calmly. "If, unfortunately, Umbridge finds one of you, the best course of action is to deny everything, claim that DA is purely an invention of Marietta's, and that we know nothing about it." "Umbridge won't believe that," Lee said worriedly. "She'll probably use some terrible methods to force us to confess." "That's right. Umbridge has no limits," that Aaron said after a moment of contemplation. "If you really can't hold out, you can resist symbolically and then admit it reluctantly." "Huh?" George and Fred exchanged glances. "Is that really appropriate?" "Of course, it's apropos." "Right," Aaron said solemnly. "Confessing directly is called confession and leniency, striving for leniency. Admitting after resisting is called torture to extract a confession. If her punishment is too severe, we can sue her." Although it feels a bit off, it does make sense," Angelina said with a strange expression. "It just feels like we're becoming swindlers." "You can't say that," Harry agreed with Aaron's strategy. "When dealing with someone like Umbridge, you can't afford to be moral. Otherwise, we'll only suffer." "Understood," Aaron said, spreading his hands. "It's not like Umbridge has any solid evidence. Her lack of proof is our greatest advantage. Well, everyone can leave now, and it's best not to come here again until she's kicked out of Hogwarts. Also, act naturally when walking around. Don't go in groups. It's best to separate and mix with people from different houses. Chapter 480. The members of DA reluctantly left the room of requirement one by one. Aaron, however, had no intention of leaving. He found a seat, sat down, and focused on the mission panel. Be a conscientious prefect from now until the end of this semester. Completing the mission rewards 1,200 magic points, and there is no penalty for mission failure. Accepted. Teach students who are willing to learn defense against the dark arts, required to fulfill the duties of a teacher. Complete the task and reward 500 magic points. Completed. Seeing the completion of the second task, Aaron felt a sudden urge to cry. After nearly half a year of hard work, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Although the effort wasn't directly proportional to the labor, it was still a great comfort. Receive. Congratulations to the host for getting 730 magic points. Now there are 730 magic points in total, which is just right for a wave of consumption, the system said flatteringly. Wuhuanaluo only has 730 magic points, right? Aaron smacked his lips in disgust. Can I have some face? The system also needs to be upgraded. It is initially estimated that the host needs to consume at least 12,000 magic points to barely meet the upgrade conditions. 12,000. Aaron took a breath. You really dare to think about it, but you don't have to think about it for 3 years. Before Voldemort dies, I will add most of my magic points to mana. If the software is improved, the hardware must also keep up. Therefore, all 730 magic points are added to mana. System. Feeling the increase of enchanted energy, the corners of Aaron's mouth slightly raised, and his sense of security was successfully increased. Crunch! 10 minutes later, the door of the room of requirement suddenly opened. Just when Aaron thought Umbridge was coming, Harry, Hermione, and Ron hurried in. Gift Crab, what are you three doing back here? Aaron asked, surprised. I just said who was left behind. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. You have to go with us. You can't stay here. I'm afraid it won't work. Since Marietta decided to inform on us, she will definitely sell us out. Umbridge knows the location, got the list, and prepared the arresters. If she finds nothing, she will never let it go. So you're going to stay by yourself? Harry asked. Obviously, Aaron said anxiously and helplessly. Who made me the teacher? In other words, I am the leader. When necessary, I am naturally the best candidate to take the blame. But we propose to organize DA, Hermione said with some self-blame. Even if you have to bear Umbridge's wrath, it shouldn't be you. Forget it. Even if she catches me, she may not be able to do anything to me. But if it's you, I don't need to remind you what the consequences will be. The three were speechless for a moment, and they had to admit that what Aaron said made sense. Umbridge might be concerned about his family background, and maybe he would be fine after a few days of confinement, but the three of them were different. If they fell into her hands, there was a high probability that they would be expelled. Maybe it's not that serious, Ron said weakly. Do you believe that? Aaron said speechlessly. Or do you think Umbridge has a conscience? Okay, if you have nothing to do, go quickly. I don't care if you get caught. The three looked at each other and walked out with heavy hearts. But as soon as they reached the door, the whole room began to shake slightly. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosion became clearer and clearer. Aaron seemed to have thought of something and immediately pulled them back. What's going on? Ron asked nervously. What could it be? The blasting curse is bombarding the gate, Aaron said angrily. If you had left just now, it wouldn't be so easy to leave now. Then what should we do? Hermione's face turned pale. She didn't even need to think about who was outside the door. The worst thing had happened. They were caught. Don't talk. Don't make any noise, Aaron said. Seriously. Aaron cast an illusion spell on them, saying, You can leave after she takes me away. As soon as the three of them became transparent, the door was blown open. In the light smoke and dust, Umbridge's pink sweater was particularly conspicuous, and she wore a smug sneer on her face. Flanking her were the administrator Argus Filch and the minister's secretary, Percy Weasley. Where are they? Where are all the people? Umbridge demanded. Noticing Aaron was alone in the room, she suddenly felt uneasy. This was not what she had expected. Cracking down on criminal gangs and catching students violating discipline were completely different matters. "Professor Umbridge," Aaron said, pointing to himself shyly, "I'm 100% sure I'm a human being." The corners of Umbridge's mouth twitched slightly, and her face turned red like a volcano about to erupt. "Don't play dumb with me. You know what I'm talking about." "This is a bit difficult for others. If you don't tell me, how will I know what you are talking about?" Aaron replied. "Oh," Umbridge sneered triumphantly. "Mr. Gaius, I have been tolerating you since last year, turning a blind eye to your mistakes. But that doesn't mean I'm going to act like nothing happened." "Understood," Aaron nodded flatly. "What I hate the most is your attitude," Umbridge pointed at Aaron angrily. "You act as if you have never taken me seriously." "Be confident," Aaron said indifferently, picking at his ears. "Forget the words. You." Umbridge laughed angrily. "I tell you very clearly that the matter about Dumbledore's army has alarmed the Minister of Magic, who is now in the headmaster's office. Moreover, we have sufficient evidence and witnesses. This time, you won't get away so easily." Aaron looked thoughtfully at Percy Weasley, who was standing beside her, as if he understood something. "Although I can't understand what you are talking about, it seems that you are here for Dumbledore?" Umbridge snorted coldly, not denying it. "I think you should come with us to the principal's office now." Percy and Filch positioned themselves on either side of Aaron, as if worried he would escape. "Don't be so nervous," Aaron sneered. "If I wanted to resist, it would be useless for you to try and stop me." "That makes sense," Umbridge nodded with a smile. "Weasley, take his wand." "Take it out yourself. Don't embarrass me," Percy said lightly. Aaron spread his hands indifferently and handed over his wand. "Mr. and Mrs. Weasley will feel disappointed, but I don't think I did anything wrong. It would have made all the difference if they had listened to me and supported the ministry," Percy interrupted. "No, what I want to say is not disappointment, but heartache," Aaron continued. "Mr. Weasley was hospitalized during the Christmas holiday. You didn't visit him, did you?" "I know he's fine," Percy said with some pride. "As the minister's secretary, I can easily find out such things." "So that's why you didn't see him?" Enough, Umbridge interrupted. "Take him there first. The minister is still waiting." "Thank you for the reminder, Deputy Minister," Percy said solemnly. "We should go." After confirming that they had left, Ron lifted the disillusionment charm and scolded angrily. "Percy is too much. How did he become like this? He's simply a lapdog." "He'll come back." "Your parents always believed that," said Hermione hesitantly, "but only if he realizes he's wrong." "Wrong?" Ron pouted contemptuously. "He's so confident now. We all know that he likes power, but it's too much to deny his family for the sake of power. Not to mention, he still wants to turn on his own relatives. Me, Fred, George, and Ginny, the four of us are all on that list." "Wait, talking about the list," Harry paused. "Aaron still has the list, right?" "It should be fine," Ron said with some uncertainty. "It's definitely fine," Hermione said, very dissatisfied with Ron's suspicion. "You know him well, and he will never hand over the list." "I believe that," Harry said in a deep voice. "What I'm worried about now is something else." Aaron mentioned that Fudge was planning to attack Dumbledore. Hearing this, Hermione and Ron couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. However, they were too preoccupied with their own troubles to do anything more than worry and try to comfort themselves. On the third floor, at the entrance to the headmaster's office, "Zizi Honey Candy," Umbridge recited the password with glee. The stone gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the slowly ascending spiral staircase. They climbed the stairs and barged into the headmaster's office without even knocking. The headmaster's office was unusually crowded today. Besides Dumbledore and Fudge, there were also the deputy headmistress, Professor McGonagall, a dark-skinned, bald wizard, and a stout, short-haired wizard. "Minister Fudge, long time no see," Dumbledore greeted. "Mr. Gaius," Fudge replied, looking slightly uneasy. "You should know why I'm here today, right?" Aaron glanced at Dumbledore subtly. "I have a rough idea." "Then," Fudge paused, his tone laden with implication, "you won't hinder me, will you?" Aaron raised an eyebrow, understanding the subtext. "If you don't stop me from dealing with Dumbledore, everything will be fine. But if you oppose me, don't blame me for being harsh." Fudge was reluctant to offend a powerful wizarding family, but he wouldn't hesitate if it meant retaining his power. Of course, Aaron nodded slightly. I still support the minister's decision and am willing to cooperate when necessary. However, Professor Umbridge seems to have some issues with me. Fudge feigned surprise and shot Umbridge a stern look. Umbridge clenched her teeth in anger, but eventually forced a stiff smile. Mr. Minister, this might be a misunderstanding. I'll find a chance to explain later. Mr. Gaius, look. There's no need for explanations, Aaron interrupted. It's just a joke, no matter how much you say. As long as she doesn't deliberately target me in the future, I'll be grateful. Umbridge, what do you mean? Do I have to lose face in front of Fudge? No, I can assure you, Fudge said, trying to suppress a laugh. He then turned to Dumbledore with a smug expression. Unfortunately, the senior investigator discovered an illegal organization in this school. I thought you could explain, so I'm giving you a chance. I really don't know anything about that, Dumbledore replied calmly. Ha ha! Fudge laughed triumphantly. I knew you would say that, but I have witnesses. Minister, I'll bring the whistleblower here now, Umbridge said. Go, hurry up. Nothing beats a good witness, right, Dumbledore? Yes, Cornelius, Dumbledore replied. A few minutes later, Umbridge returned, accompanied by a Ravenclaw witch, the informer Marietta Edgecombe. She behaved strangely, covering her cheeks with her hands and peering through the gaps between her fingers. I knew this would happen, Aaron remarked. Marietta trembled slightly, almost losing her balance. Take it easy, dear, Umbridge reassured her. You're doing very well. The minister is very pleased with you and will tell your mother you're a good girl. Minister, she is the daughter of Mrs. Edgecombe from the Flu Network Authority of the Department of Magical Transport. It was through her help that we monitored the Flu Network at Hogwarts. Very good performance, Fudge applauded. Like mother, like daughter. That's right, like mother, like daughter, Aaron sneered. Fudge pretended not to hear the sarcasm in Aaron's words and looked at Marietta enthusiastically. Honey, don't be shy. Tell us what you reported. Marietta raised her head tremblingly. Fudge's expression suddenly changed. He backed up a few steps in horror, nearly falling into the fireplace. The others also saw her face, which was covered in densely packed purple pustules forming. The word informant was scrawled across her face, making her appearance quite horrifying. Pfft! Aaron laughed inappropriately. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but I really can't help it. Marietta immediately shrank back, hiding her face inside her robe, revealing only a pair of tearful, hazy eyes. Okay, take off the robe, Umbridge said impatiently. No one here cares about your face. Just tell the minister quickly. Aaron laughed loudly again. Don't get me wrong, I just thought of something funny. Go ahead. Marietta seemed deeply affected by the harsh laughter. She lowered her head even further and let out a whimpering cry. Forget it. Let me tell the story, Umbridge said helplessly. Miss Edgecombe came to me tonight and said that there is a secret room on the 8th floor called the Room of Requirement. She mentioned that there is some kind of gathering there which seriously violates the Department of Magic's decrees. But as she was about to continue, the curse on her face began to take effect. After seeing her reflection in the mirror, she was so distraught that she couldn't continue speaking.